Chapter 1 Be my boyfriend and I'll give you 100,000 every month. Be my boyfriend and I'll give you 20,000 a month. At the gate of Jiang University. As soon as Lin Yang opened the shared bicycle, he heard a cool and pleasant voice ringing in his ears. Lin Yang's heart started beating like thunder. Oh, heaven, oh, earth, oh, God, did you hear my birthday wish? Ever since my family went bankrupt, ever since my scumbag father disappeared from the world to avoid debt, ever since my mother couldn't bear the blow and developed a mental illness. Lin Yang dreams of having a beautiful young wealthy woman with fair skin, slim waist and long legs who would slap a black gold card with no limit on the credit limit in his face and force him to be her boyfriend. Now such a drama has finally been staged. Lin Yang quickly looked in the direction of the voice, wanting to see which female bodhisattva wanted to confess her love to him. But the next second, Lin Yang turned his head away in embarrassment. Damn it, he wasn't even confessing to himself. In a quick glance, he saw a man and a woman standing not far from him. The man is handsome and elegant, and the woman has fair complexion and red lips, bright and beautiful, but her temperament is cold and noble, and she is incredibly beautiful. Lin Yang wanted to cry. The drama that he had always dreamed of happened, but the male lead was not himself. Fu Hongli, forget it. Even if you give me more money, I, Zhao Qingfeng, will never be your boyfriend. It turned out to be Zhao Qingfeng. This guy is the most handsome boy in the Department of Physical Education and a prominent figure in Jiangnan University. Lin Yang became even more envious. It's really a case of drought killing people and flooding killing people. Lin Yang lost his mood to watch the show, and he prepared to go to work with a broken heart. But as soon as he took a step, he was suddenly startled. Wait, just now Zhao Qingfeng seemed to call that girl Fu Hongli. Is it Fu Hongli, the legendary little princess of Beijing? Is it Fu Hongli, the recognized campus beauty of Jiangnan University? Is he the Fu Hongli who was called the combination of the innate succubus holy body and the innate pure desire holy body by countless young men in Jiang University? No wonder when Lin Yang saw her for the first time, he not only thought she was beautiful, but also felt that she looked familiar. Lin Yang didn't pay much attention to these things, and he didn't have time to pay attention to them. He spent all his time working to pay off debts and take care of his mother. But the three sons in the dormitory liked Fu Hongli so much that her photos were everywhere in the dormitory. In order to compete for the ownership of Fu Hongli's husband, they often greeted each other's relatives. But these are not the point. The point is that Fu Hongli, the most beautiful girl in Jialing, actually spent money to pursue someone. The flames of gossip quickly spread in Lin Yang's heart and turned into a raging fire in an instant. Lin Yang bent down and pretended to tie his shoelaces, then looked at Fu Hongli again calmly. Damn, she's so beautiful. No, I can no longer use such a superficial word as beautiful to describe the beauty of the girl in front of me. She is as beautiful as the spring breeze in March, which makes people feel amorous. And her figure is really fucking great, with a thin waist and a big boob. It's too big. No wonder it is called the succubus holy body. Unfortunately, her plain white dress completely concealed her figure, and her legs could not be seen. However, she was about 1.7 meters tall, and her slender waist was at least 1.12 meters away from the ground. In other words, the two legs she hid in her white dress must be very long. While Lin Yang envied Zhao Qingfeng, he also complained in his heart that he was really blind. Damn it, if this was given to me, I would be willing to be with Fu Hongli even if it meant paying him money. But he refused even when given the money. Okay, don't regret it. Fu Hongli's voice was bone-chillingly cold. I guess it was because his self-esteem suffered a devastating blow after being rejected. Come to think of it, I took out money to express my love, but was ruthlessly rejected by the other party. Even an ordinary person would be unhappy with such an experience, let alone the other party is a gifted girl like Fu Hongli. The good show ended here, and Lin Yang felt a little unsatisfied. He was about to stand up, but suddenly a black shadow covered his eyes. Lin Yang looked up quickly, and Fu Hongli's charming face that made people feel amorous appeared clearly in his eyes. The sudden eye contact stimulated Lin Yang's heart so much that it skipped a beat. The close contact made Lin Yang feel that Fu Hongli was even more beautiful than before. No wonder there are so many people pursuing Zhangde. Will you be my boyfriend? Fu Hongli's voice was as cold and noble as ever. What? Lin Yang thought he had heard it wrong, and his eyes widened like cow eyes. You heard it right. If you become my, Fu Hongli's, boyfriend, I will give you 100,000 yuan every month. Fu Hongli continued, his tone unspeakably firm. Lin Yang was even more confused. What kind of approach is this? Could it be to provoke Zhao Qingfeng? This must be the case, otherwise, how could she confess her love to me and increase the monthly payment fivefold? Zhao Qingfeng was indeed stimulated. As if he had suffered a great humiliation, he angrily questioned, Fu Hongli, why do you only give me 20,000 and give him 100,000? Because he's more handsome than you. Fu Hongli's voice was cold. Zhao Qingfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He just thought that Fu Hongli was testing him by giving him money, and he wanted to pretend, but who would have thought that Fu Hongli was actually using money to find a boyfriend? Zhao Qingfeng regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself a few times. If he had known it would be like this, why would he pretend to be so cool? This is Fu Hongli. I am willing to be her boyfriend even if you don't give me money. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to give in to Fu Hongli, but he was used to being flattered by others and was not willing to admit his mistake. Fu Hongli, even if you want to provoke me, you should find someone similar. This guy is so ordinary, he has nothing like me. Before he could even utter the word handsome, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly couldn't continue. Because he saw Lin Yang's face. Fuck! Zhao Qingfeng cursed excitedly. Under the scorching sun, Zhao Qingfeng saw a breathtakingly handsome face. Deep eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips. Although he was dressed very ordinary, his handsome face could not be hidden just like a pregnant woman's belly. Moreover, although this boy does not look big and strong, his proportions are very even, and his legs are longer than his own. Damn, when did Zhang Da have such a handsome guy? Zhao Qingfeng even felt that if the boy in front of him participated in the school hunk competition, he would definitely be able to surpass the legendary Jian University hunk Lin Yang. Zhao Qingfeng, who originally wanted to slander Lin Yang, suddenly felt ashamed. Lin Yang had no idea what Zhao Qingfeng was thinking. At this moment, his heart was beating so fast that it was about to burst his chest. Yes, Fu Hongli's conditions made Lin Yang very excited. He is short of money. He is extremely short of money. After his family went bankrupt, the debt collectors almost drove him and his mother crazy. His day and night work is just a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, after selling most of the family property, the foreign debt is now only more than 1 million. More than 1 million is certainly not a big deal on a network with an average of over 100 million users, but in reality, for Lin Yang, it is an astronomical figure. The astronomical figure made Lin Yang unable to sleep or eat and unable to breathe. But no matter how moved he was, Lin Yang didn't want to provoke Fu Hongli. After all, he is now stuck in a quagmire and his life is a mess. He doesn't dare to find a girlfriend, and he doesn't have the energy to find one. Besides, even if Lin Yang is looking for a girlfriend, he wants to find someone who is in tune with him, not someone like Fu Hongli who spends money on him. Although Fu Hongli did make his heart beat. Damn, who doesn't want to find a girlfriend with a succubus body or a pure lust body? Seeing that Lin Yang didn't speak for a long time, Zhao Qingfeng thought that Lin Yang was scared. He sneered disdainfully and said, Fu Hongli, what's the use of being handsome? You're still a coward. If you ask me, you should choose me. Hold. Lin Yang was unhappy, very unhappy. After his family went bankrupt, the hardships of life taught Lin Yang to be humble. But this does not mean that he can be humiliated and abused at will. Looking at Zhao Qingfeng's arrogant look, Lin Yang suddenly smiled brightly. Fu Hongli, from now on, I am your boyfriend. Chapter 2 I already have a boyfriend, please don't bother me. The reason why Lin Yang agreed to Fu Hongli was, firstly, because he didn't want to embarrass Fu Hongli, and secondly, because he wanted to dampen Zhao Qingfeng's enthusiasm. Who made this guy act so arrogant and call himself a coward? Under normal circumstances, Lin Yang would never be angry with Zhao Qingfeng, but today, he didn't know what happened. Looking at Zhao Qingfeng's arrogant look, Lin Yang felt very unhappy. Boy, I'll remember you. After saying this, Zhao Qingfeng left quickly with an ugly look on his face as if he had eaten shit. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Hongli, I'm sorry, I just agreed to your request just to provoke him. Fu Hongli's face darkened, and a piercing cold light suddenly flashed in his watery eyes. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Lin Yang was confused. Are you serious? What else? Fu Hongli's beautiful peach blossom eyes looked at Lin Yang coldly. Lin Yang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Could it be that Fu Hongli was not trying to provoke Zhao Qingfeng? Could it be that she really wants to find a boyfriend? But if she really wants to find a boyfriend, there are so many talented young men in Jiangda University, and it will not be her turn. Why me? Lin Yang asked helplessly. Don't think too much. The boyfriend I'm talking about is not a real boyfriend. Let me be frank. I need a shield. That's why I chose Zhao Qingfeng. As for why I gave you 5 times more money than him, it's simple. I don't like him. Fu Hongli said coldly. I see. Fu Hongli is indeed like a goddess in Jiangnan University. There are so many people pursuing her, which must make her very annoyed. If she really had a boyfriend, it would indeed reduce some unnecessary trouble. After finding out the whole story, Lin Yang thought he would be relieved, but he felt a little disappointed in his heart. However, he was not so uneasy anymore. So, don't suspect that I have any intentions towards you. You are very handsome, but you are not my type, Fu Hongli added. Lin Yang felt inexplicably depressed. However, when he thought about earning 100,000 yuan a month, Lin Yang's depression was instantly swept away. Well, are you really going to give me 100,000 per month? Fu Hongli said coldly, I always keep my word. Lin Yang gave a thumbs up. I like people like you who keep their word. Come on, financial sponsor, transfer the money. Yes, Lin Yang intends to be Fu Hongli's shield. Making money is not shameful. Fu Hongli frowned slightly, she didn't like this name. But he didn't say much. They added each other on WeChat, and Fu Hongli directly transferred 100,000 yuan. When Lin Yang saw that pile of numbers, his heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his chest. He was afraid that Fu Hongli would go back on his word, so he quickly took it back. A hint of disgust flashed across Fu Hongli's eyes. Lin Yang caught it, but pretended not to see it. The person in front of him is his financial sponsor, and Lin Yang doesn't want to make her unhappy. Although you are the shield I found, in front of outsiders, you are my boyfriend, do you understand? Fu Hongli asked coldly. Lin Yang nodded quickly. I understand. Don't worry, you are not only my girlfriend, you are also my ancestor. Fu Hongli frowned slightly. You'd better not call me that in front of outsiders. Okay, should I call you by your name, or should I call you Xiaoyuer? This is how the 3 boys in the dormitory usually call Fu Hongli. Just call me by my full name. Fu Hongli said coldly. She doesn't like people calling her Xiaoyuer because this name only belongs to that person. Lin Yang smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Sponsor, is there anything else you want to remind me of? Fu Hongli was about to speak when her cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a glance at the caller ID, Fu Hongli's cold and beautiful face instantly showed a hint of tenderness. Even those cold peach blossom eyes became warm. Lin Yang understood instantly that the person who called her must be someone very important to her. Lin Yang was about to avoid it. But Fu Hongli waved his hand and told him not to leave, presumably because he had something else to say to him. Lin Yang had no choice but to shrug and stand next to Fu Hongli. Fu Hongli answered the phone. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said. Then Fu Hongli said softly, I have eaten. How about you? Have you eaten? It turns out that she is not cold to everyone. It turns out she has a gentle side too. Lin Yang was a little envious of the person on the other end of the phone. Yes, I know. Don't worry. Oh, by the way, I found a shield according to what you said. Fu Hongli's voice was soft and gentle. Hold. Fu Hongli's words made Lin Yang's blood freeze. For example, how could a gifted girl like Fu Hongli spend money to find a boyfriend? She was taught to do this by others. Lin Yang suddenly wanted to know who the person on the other end of the phone was related to Fu Hongli. It can make her so gentle and so obedient. Well, he's a bit handsome, right? I didn't look at him closely. Oh, don't worry, I said I would wait for you, and I will definitely wait for you. Fu Hongli said again. Her voice was sweet, like a girl acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Lin Yang was petrified. So, this call was from Fu Hongli, who hadn't confirmed her relationship yet but unilaterally thought it was from her boyfriend? So, it was her boyfriend who asked her to find a shield? So, is all Fu Hongli doing for her boyfriend? Lin Yang was so envious that he wanted to cry. He suddenly felt that the high salary of 100,000 yuan a month was not so attractive. Well, you go to class. I have to go home too. Bye. Fu Hongli said in a soft voice. They hung up the phone. Fu Hongli stared at the phone for a while. Excuse me, was that the person you liked just now? Lin Yang suddenly asked. Fu Hongli looked over unexpectedly. The moment their eyes met, Fu Hongli's face turned cold as ice again. You're quite talkative, but it doesn't hurt to tell you that she's the one I like, so don't have any improper thoughts about me. Lin Yang was speechless. If that's the case, why don't you just tell those people who are pursuing you at Jiangde that you have someone you like, right? She is abroad, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Besides, there are some things that are useless even if she intervenes. Lin Yang wanted to chat with her more, but he saw that Fu Hongli didn't want to talk to him much. Then he smiled and said, "Let me take you back to the dormitory." After all, he took so much money from them. Naturally, you have to perform well. I don't live in the dormitory. As for sending me back, no need. Our relationship has not yet reached the point where you can send me back. I will contact you when I need you. At other times, don't appear in front of me. Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang suffered a setback, but he was not angry. After all, he was the financial sponsor and he could not afford to offend him. Not only can you not provoke him, you also have to lower your head and nod your head like pounding garlic and say, "Yes, sir. I'll leave first. If you have anything, please message me." Wait a moment. Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang asked with a smile, "Any other instructions?" "Let's have dinner together in the second cafeteria tonight." Lin Yang understood what she meant instantly. This is not about having dinner together, it is clearly announcing to others that she has a boyfriend. Of course Lin Yang is willing to cooperate. After all, this is the financial sponsor. What time is it? 6:30. Lin Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Can it be 7:30? Why, what's wrong with you?" "Well, I was working at 6:30. Fu Hongli stared at Lin Yang for a while, then said coldly, 7 o'clock at the latest." Wipe. Lin Yang was speechless. But he nodded helplessly. "I can't afford to offend. Okay, I'll come back as soon as I can. Any other instructions?" Fu Hongli shook his head indifferently. Lin Yang waved his hand, pedaled his shared bicycle and disappeared into the crowd. Fu Hongli opened his social media, typed a few words, and sent it out. "I already have a boyfriend, please don't bother me. Chapter 3 Need to pay extra." It was around 3 in the afternoon when we arrived at Feiyun Fighting Fitness Club. After locking the shared bicycle, Lin Yang quickly walked into the club. Lin Yang works here. Strictly speaking, he is here just to play along. To put it bluntly, the so-called fighting companion means letting some boxing enthusiasts beat him. Except for a few people who really like boxing, most people who come here come to vent their emotions. Boxing is indeed a good outlet. Frankly speaking, this is not a decent job, because sometimes you will always meet some mentally twisted people who are ruthless in their actions. There were several times when Lin Yang was beaten and his body was bruised, but Lin Yang needed this job because it paid well. The price for playing with the player for 1 hour is 300 yuan. Lin Yang comes here to play with the player for 2 hours every day. If you meet someone who enjoys the fight, you may give him some extra tip, but there are very few such people. As soon as she entered the entertainment department, Ruanmi called Lin Yang to her side. Ruanmi is the owner of this club. She is very beautiful, especially when she smiles, her watery eyes look particularly charming. Moreover, she has an extremely hot body. Perhaps thanks to her stunning face and sexy body, her club is doing very popular business. "Little rascal, you're finally here," Ruanmi said with a frown. Lin Yang asked curiously, "What's wrong, sister me?" Ruanmi rarely frowns. Don't be fooled by her stunning beauty, which makes people think she is big-breasted and brainless, but she is not like that. Her emotional intelligence is also top-notch. She is very tactful in her work, never makes mistakes, and can remain calm in the face of danger. She has an extremely strong heart. Therefore, anything that can make her frown must be no trivial matter. Here comes a young man, and he wants you to fight with him. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Ruanmi didn't want him anymore. He smiled and said, "That's a good thing. I feel that guy has bad intentions, so you better be careful," Ruanmi said worriedly. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go get ready." Ruanmi nodded. Lin Yang turned and went into the locker room, simply changed his clothes, put on protective gear, and then went on stage. A handsome young man was already standing on the stage. When he saw him, Lin Yang was stunned. Hold! Why is it Zhao Qingfeng? Why is he here? Moreover, he specifically asked me to play with him. But this is not the point. The point is how he knew I worked here. To be honest, Zhao Qingfeng didn't know that Lin Yang worked here. After being rejected by Fu Hongli, he was extremely upset and wanted to find a place to vent. I randomly searched on the internet for ways to vent, and I saw this club. After arriving at the club, Zhao Qingfeng unexpectedly found Lin Yang's photo on the wall. Now, he directly asked Lin Yang to play with him. "Your name is Lin Yang?" Zhao Qingfeng asked with a playful look. Lin Yang nodded. "You are the campus hunk of Jiang University, right?" Lin Yang looked at Zhao Qingfeng in confusion. "What is the campus handsome boy of Jiang University? After 2 years at school, how come I didn't know that I was a little bit of the campus hunk at Jiang University?" This is not Lin Yang's fault. The year he was admitted to Jiangnan University, his family went bankrupt, so Lin Yang began to work in various places to earn money to pay off the debt. He really doesn't know much about what goes on in school. As for the matter of Jiang University's campus hunk, he was completely unaware of it. Besides, even if he is the campus hunk of Jiang University, Lin Yang doesn't care at all. After all, it's just a fake title. What Lin Yang cares least about now is these false things. You are indeed very handsome, but what's the use of being handsome? What difference does it make if Fu Hongli chooses you? Aren't you going to be beaten by me now? Zhao Qingfeng said with a sneer. In fact, Zhao Qingfeng was somewhat shocked when he learned that the person chosen by Fu Hongli was Lin Yang, the campus handsome boy of Jiang University. But after the shock, he felt even more unhappy. He secretly vowed to give Lin Yang a good beating today to vent his anger. Lin Yang was not angry because of Zhao Qingfeng's words. To Lin Yang, his words were just like tickling and could not hurt Lin Yang at all. Not only was Lin Yang not angry, on the contrary, he was very grateful to Zhao Qingfeng. After all, he came to give me money. To some extent, Lin Yang thinks Zhao Qingfeng is a good person. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Well, you are right. I know you are very upset that Fu Hongli chose me. It doesn't matter. Let's vent this anger today." "Humph, you don't need to remind me, I will vent properly." "Okay, let's start?" Lin Yang asked with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly punched Lin Yang on the head. To be honest, his punch seemed very powerful, but to Lin Yang, it was just like a tickle. After all, Lin Yang had protective gear on his head, and Zhao Qingfeng had huge boxing gloves on his hands. But Lin Yang still pretended to cooperate and hissed, as if he was hurt by the beating. Zhao Qingfeng became excited instantly, and he punched Lin Yang hard in the chest again. Well, this punch was even weaker than the previous one. Lin Yang didn't feel any pain at all. After all, he was wearing protective gear. But Lin Yang still pretended to be in pain. Since the financial sponsor wants to abuse him, Lin Yang will naturally oblige him. Zhao Qingfeng felt very happy. He had never felt so happy before. He began to wave his fists excitedly, hitting Lin Yang continuously. Boxing is actually a very physically demanding sport. Zhao Qingfeng punches hard and fiercely, which seems to be very enjoyable, but it is also very physically demanding. Sure enough, after he threw more than 10 punches in a row, the power of his punches became weaker and weaker. But Lin Yang still cooperated and screamed a few times. Zhao Qingfeng felt even happier, and his twisted psychology was greatly satisfied. But the price was that he had no strength left. Seeing him sitting down on the ground, Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With this physical strength, is he still a sports student? It's really embarrassing for sports students. Are you satisfied? Lin Yang looked at Zhao Qingfeng pretending to be depressed. Zhao Qingfeng nodded proudly. It feels good, but I feel like it's not enough. Lin Yang, I've got you covered for 2 hours. Don't worry, I'll let off some steam today. Hold. What kind of F-King vicious words are these? Well, actually, there is a better way to vent. Do you want to try it? Lin Yang squinted at Zhao Qingfeng like an old fox. A better way to vent? What does that mean? Zhao Qingfeng asked quickly. You can see that he is very interested. For example, I take off my protective gear. Zhao Qingfeng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat up and looked at Lin Yang with excitement. Lin Yang, are you sure? Lin Yang nodded. But what? However, this style of play requires extra money. Chapter 4, Eyes That Can Be Drawn. Zhao Qingfeng gave Lin Yang a look of disdain. It's just money. This is what I have the most. Tell me how much you want. Lin Yang said calmly, 5,000. That's right, Lin Yang was taking advantage of the situation. This is not Lin Yang's fault. It was Zhao Qingfeng who walked into the gun barrel. I'll give you 10,000. Zhao Qingfeng said with a sneer. What an unexpected surprise. Lin Yang's heart was pounding. Restraining his excitement, Lin Yang said, I said 1 hour. Stop talking nonsense and take off your protective gear. Let's transfer the money first. Lin Yang said with a smile. Wait. Zhao Qingfeng picked up the mobile phone on the ground. Lin Yang opened the payment code quickly. Zhao Qingfeng scanned the code without saying anything. Byte. 20,000 yuan was deposited into the account. The smile in Lin Yang's eyes became even more intense. Frankly speaking, the club did not remove the protective gear to accompany the player in this event. Obviously, all this was done by Lin Yang himself. Lin Yang knew that Zhao Qingfeng was unhappy with him and that he wanted to vent. And I want to make money. So he deliberately threw out the hook. Zhao Qingfeng was fooled. As for taking off the protective gear on his body, Lin Yang was not worried at all. After being hit a few times by Zhao Qingfeng just now, Lin Yang knew that the guy in front of him was a waste. Even if he took off his protective gear, he couldn't hurt himself. It is precisely because of this confidence that Lin Yang made this suggestion. As soon as the protective gear on his body was removed, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't wait to punch Lin Yang in the stomach. Well, it doesn't hurt at all. But Lin Yang didn't want to disappoint Zhao Qingfeng. How can I make money from him if he is disappointed? At the moment when Zhao Qingfeng's fist hit his stomach, Lin Yang first screamed, and then knelt on the ground in pain. When Zhao Qingfeng saw this, his mood instantly became very happy. He felt like he was on heaven's edge. Lin Yang pretended to stand up with difficulty. Just as he stood firm, Zhao Qingfeng's fist hit Lin Yang's stomach again. Lin Yang reenacted the scene just now. He screamed very cooperatively, bent over, and knelt on the ground. After cooperating with Zhao Qingfeng in this way 7 or 8 times, Zhao Qingfeng was too tired to fight anymore. He lay on the boxing ring excitedly, gasping for breath. Although he was very tired, Zhao Qingfeng felt very refreshed. No, it was extremely refreshing. He felt that the money spent today was totally worth it. Lin Yang, did Fu Hongli really give you 100,000 yuan and ask you to be her boyfriend? Zhao Qingfeng suddenly asked. How is that possible? She was obviously trying to provoke you. In fact, she only gave me 20,000. Although Lin Yang didn't take Zhao Qingfeng seriously, this kid is now his financial sponsor. So, Lin Yang didn't want to provoke him. Damn it, I shouldn't have pretended to be so cool back then. Zhao Qingfeng said depressedly. He really envied Lin Yang. Not because he envied Fu Hongli for giving Lin Yang 20,000 yuan every month, but because he envied Lin Yang for becoming Fu Hongli's boyfriend. Phew. Lin Yang was amused by this. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qingfeng glared at Lin Yang unhappily. Lin Yang smiled and said, I thought you really didn't like her. Damn it, I dreamed of her being my girlfriend. I thought she was testing me with money, but who would have thought that she was actually looking for a boyfriend? What do you think she wants? If she really wants to find a boyfriend, how many people in Jiang University would be willing to be her slaves? Lin Yang wanted to laugh again. But in order not to irritate Zhao Qingfeng, he held back. I think she may have some low self-esteem, or she may not know how beautiful she is, so she wants to spend money to find a boyfriend. Lin Yang said nonsense. Of course Lin Yang couldn't tell Zhao Qingfeng the truth about Fu Hongli finding a boyfriend. I'll give you 30,000 yuan, and you should break up with Fu Hongli. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly sat up and said seriously. Lin Yang looked at him with a smile and asked, Zhao Qingfeng, do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Qingfeng suddenly collapsed, like a deflated ball. Yes, who would be willing to break up with Fu Hongli for money? Unless you're a fool. But it's obvious that Lin Yang is not a fool. When he thought of this, Zhao Qingfeng felt angry, depressed, and unhappy. Come again. Lin Yang was a little speechless, but still stood up cooperatively. After being hit by another 10 or so punches, Zhao Qingfeng was completely exhausted. He lay on the ring for a while, took off his boxing gloves, and then left without looking back. Lin Yang turned over and got off the boxing ring. He was just about to change his clothes when Wan Mi came over without him noticing. She handed Lin Yang a bottle of water and said with a charming smile, Little rascal, you know how to make money. Lin Yang smiled. It's all thanks to Sister Me for giving me the opportunity. Stop flattering me. I made 20,600 yuan for no apparent reason. Shouldn't I treat you to a meal? Next time, definitely next time. Lin Yang said with a smile. TSK, next time again. Why don't you want to have dinner with me? Ruan Mi looked unhappy. Lin Yang smiled helplessly and said, Sister Me, I really don't have time. I have to give piano lessons later. Lin Yang started learning piano at the age of 4. At that time, the family was well off, and his mother always wanted him to learn a musical instrument, so she bought a piano and hired a teacher. At the beginning, Lin Yang found learning very painful. No, it was not just painful anymore. He felt completely hopeless. At that time, he was practicing the music while crying. Perhaps because of his good talent, Lin Yang passed the 10th level piano exam when he was 10 years old. But he never expected that the hobby he cultivated since childhood would one day become a skill for him to make money. What a bad fate. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I know you are busy. How about I treat you to a midnight snack tonight? Ruan Mi asked with a smile as beautiful as a flower. She looks so charming when she smiles, like a beautiful rose in full bloom. Especially those watery eyes, which were filled with an indescribable temptation. It depends on the situation. If there is enough time, Sister Me, I will call you, okay? Ruan Mi got the answer she wanted, and she smiled even more brightly. Okay, sister, I'll wait for your call. Lin Yang nodded and turned to go to the locker room. It was still early to go to piano class, so Lin Yang took a leisurely bath. During the break, he started to pay back his debts. The 100,000 that Fu Hongli gave today, plus the 20,000 that he got from Zhao Qingfeng, totals 120,000. Lin Yang transferred the money in batches. He likes to pay back money equally. However, Lin Yang did not use all the money to pay off his debts. He left 5,000 yuan for himself. There is no other way. Ever since my family went bankrupt, my mother was frightened by the debt collectors and developed a mental illness. Now she spends more than 3,000 yuan a month on medicine alone. My salary has not been paid yet, so I'll keep these 5,000 yuan for emergencies. It must be said that Ruan Mi is truly a living bodhisattva, and I have to serve this big Buddha well. After dealing with all this, Lin Yang changed his clothes. After coming out of the locker room, Lin Yang said hello to Ruan Mi and left quickly. After watching Lin Yang leave, Ruan Mi's eyes suddenly became a little depressed. Sister Me, why haven't you confessed to Lin Yang yet? If you don't confess, I will take action. A teasing voice sounded in Ruan Mi's ears. The person who spoke was a girl named Xiaoling who worked at the front desk of the club. Ruan Mi's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Xiaoling in embarrassment and anger. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct your salary. Sister Me, I'm not talking nonsense. Look at Lin Yang's eyes, they are so vivid. Xiaoling said with a smile. Do your job. After saying this, Ruan Mi hurried towards her office with her heart beating wildly. Chapter 5: A Smart Girl. At 6 o'clock, Lin Yang arrived at Nanyuan on time. This is the most expensive villa area in Zhangcheng. People who live here are either rich or noble. Lin Yang's piano students live here. Speaking of which, it was Ruan Mi who introduced this job to Lin Yang. There was a piano in the club. After Lin Yang finished playing with the other player, he felt sore, tired, and very upset, so he played a song. Ruan Mi happened to hear it and was amazed. It happened that a friend of hers had a daughter who wanted to learn piano, so Ruan Mi introduced Lin Yang to her. Standing at the door of Villa number 8, Lin Yang straightened his clothes and pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door of the villa slowly opened and Lin Yang strode in. The house, which covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, is so luxurious that it cannot be described. It's so rich and luxurious that it's eye-catching. In addition to pavilions, there is also a swimming pool. Every time he came to this villa, Lin Yang felt like crying with envy. This is life. Now he even has a hard time staying alive. Entered the villa smoothly. A girl of about 17 or 18 was sitting in front of the $1 million piano in the living room. The fair face, the straight nose, the light pink lips, are so beautiful. She has a youthful and bright temperament, and is as delicate as a small white flower that has just bloomed. When she saw Lin Yang, the girl smiled sweetly. Good afternoon, Teacher Lin. Xian, good afternoon. Lin Yang responded with a smile. My daughter's full name is Bai Jiqian. She is a senior in high school this year. She is a very good student and she learns the piano just to add some fun to her boring studies. Although she started learning last year, she has a good talent. I got into it very quickly and now I have reached the level of level 2. To be honest, if the purpose was just to add some fun to boring studies, she wouldn't need a teacher now. It is not impossible for her to continue practicing according to her talent, but Bai Jiqian insisted that Lin Yang continue teaching her. Of course Lin Yang was happy to do so. After all, each class cost 2,000 yuan. This price was not set by Lin Yang. The other party set the price after Lin Yang brought his 10th level certificate and played a song in front of Bai Jiqian's mother. Lin Yang was very satisfied with the price. Unfortunately, I can only teach twice a week, each time for only 1 hour. How did you play the last song? Lin Yang asked with a smile. Bai Jiqian stuck out her pink tongue and said mischievously, "We're not very familiar with each other yet." "It's okay, play it for me once, and I'll see what I'm not familiar with." "Okay," Bai Jiqian said with a smile. As she spoke, her slender fingers rested on the black and white keys. To be honest, Bai Jiqian's hands are indeed very suitable for playing the piano. Slender and long, very beautiful. The moving music accompanied by the dancing of Bai Jiqian's fingers instantly filled the entire living room. Lin Yang only listened for a while and felt that Bai Jiqian was being modest. It's not that she is not very skilled at all. She played Beethoven's Ode to Joy quite fluently. The piano is not an instrument for showing off one's skills. Lin Yang has always felt that the piano is an expression of emotion. Bai Jiqian did a great job in this regard. The melodious notes kept pouring out along with the movement of Bai Jiqian's fingers. Lin Yang could tell that Bai Jiqian was in a good mood at the moment. At the end of the song, Bai Jiqian looked at Lin Yang with curved eyebrows. "Teacher Lin, there are some parts that I'm not very familiar with. How about you play it for me?" "Okay." Of course Lin Yang would not refuse Bai Jiqian's request. He came here specifically to teach Bai Jiqian to play the piano. Sitting on the stool, Lin Yang simply moved his fingers and then began to play. More joyful notes poured out from the piano. Bai Jiqian was somewhat fascinated by what she was listening to. She leaned her slender figure against the edge of the piano, supported her chin with both hands, and looked at Lin Yang with a wild look in her eyes. The song is over. Bai Jiqian felt a little unsatisfied. She smiled sweetly and begged, "Teacher Lin, can you play a song for me?" The girl's voice is delicate, soft, and very pleasant to the ear. But Lin Yang suddenly remembered the tone Fu Honli used when she called her future boyfriend. Just like Bai Jiqian's appearance at this moment. Lin Yang sighed, feeling a little depressed, but smiled and nodded at Bai Jiqian. This time, Lin Yang did not play any difficult piece of music. It was a simple canon. This is Lin Yang's favorite song. Because this song can be played no matter whether you are in a good mood or a bad mood. Moreover, they can heal people's hearts. When his family just went bankrupt, his scumbag father disappeared, and the creditors came to the door. When Lin Yang and his mother were almost unable to survive, Lin Yang relied on this song to persevere through countless sleepless nights. In 6 months, Lin Yang listened to it tens of thousands of times. He didn't understand why his family went bankrupt out of the blue, he didn't understand why his father, who had always loved him, and his mother, disappeared, and he didn't understand why some of his friends and relatives, with whom he had a good relationship, became completely unrecognizable overnight. But he didn't even have time to be sad. He began a boring life of working, going to the hospital and going to school. When others are 18 or 19 years old, it is the time when they can squander their youth, but he has to support the entire family. During the most difficult times, he and his mother had boiled noodles in plain water 3 times a day without any seasoning. He was so poor that he couldn't even afford a packet of salt or a bottle of soy sauce, and the noodles were still left over. When the last note fell, Lin Yang was in a daze for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking, his eyes were staring at the piano in front of him with empty eyes. Until the sound of Bai Jiqian's sobbing brought his thoughts back. Bai Jiqian cried. Because she felt endless sadness in the canon that Lin Yang just played. She didn't know what had happened to Lin Yang, but she could feel his loneliness and sadness at the moment. "Sorry, are we talking too sadly?" Lin Yang quickly restrained his emotions and asked apologetically. Bai Jiqian hurriedly wiped away those crystal clear tears with her fair little hands. She forced a smile and said, "No, I just remembered something. Teacher Lin, let me play a song for you." Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay." He gave up his stool.
Bai Jiqian's slender fingers rested on the black and white keys again, and the familiar melody of Spirited Away sounded in Lin Yang's ears. The girl played very briskly, and the sadness brought by Canon just now was instantly swept away.
Lin Yang smiled.
He realized that Bai Jiqian was using the sound of the piano to soothe his soul. She could hear her own emotions from the sound of the piano she had just played.
What a smart girl. Chapter 6, Holding Hands. The song is over. Bai Jiqian looked at Lin Yang with curved eyebrows and a charming smile. Lin Yang smiled and said, "You play well." "Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Lin.
I will continue to work hard." Lin Yang smiled and said, "Come on." Bai Jiqian nodded with a beautiful smile.
"Teacher Lin, is Jiangda University fun?"
"It's okay," Lin Yang said somewhat embarrassedly.
"There is no way."
It has been more than 2 years since I enrolled in the school, but Lin Yang has not really gotten to know Jiang University.
Mainly because I don't have time to understand. I also want to be admitted to Jiangnan University, Bai Jiqian said with a smile.
Lin Yang looked at Bai Jiqian with some surprise.
"Your grades should be good enough for admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University, right? But I like Jiangnan University. It's close to home, and it's also a key university. When I get into Jiangnan University, you, Teacher Lin, will be my senior, and you can take me to play around Jiangnan University."
Bai Jiqian stuck out her pink tongue mischievously. Lin Yang smiled and said, "When you are admitted to Jiang University next year, I will be a senior and will be even busier.
Maybe we won't even have time to meet."
When talking about this, Lin Yang suddenly felt a little dazed. "It turns out that I am already a junior in college.
Time flies so fast."
A hint of disappointment flashed across Bai Jiqian's watery eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She said with a smile, "It doesn't matter.
Anyway, as long as I go to Jiang University, you will be my senior.
If I get bullied by others, you have to stand up for me." Lin Yang was amused by these words, and the melancholy in his heart disappeared without a trace in an instant.
"Okay, I'll protect you then." Bai Jiqian smiled happily.
After chatting for a while, Lin Yang looked at the time.
It was already 6:30. "I have to go."
Although the time agreed with Fu Hongli is 7 o'clock, the distance from Nanyuan to Jiangda is quite long.
Even taking a taxi would take half an hour, let alone riding a bike. Lin Yang didn't want to be late for his first date. "Xianxian, today's class can only end here. I have something to do in the evening. Tell your mother later and today's class will not be counted."
When Bai Jiqian heard that Lin Yang was leaving, her pink little mouth pouted instantly.
The words "I'm not happy" were clearly written on the girl's bright and beautiful face. "Then you have to make it up to me tomorrow night," Bai Jiqian said coquettishly. Lin Yang smiled.
"Okay." There is no piano lesson tomorrow night, but since Bai Jiqian said so, Lin Yang must agree.
"After all, you can make money."
After hurriedly saying goodbye to Bai Jiqian, Lin Yang hurried out of the villa area. Lin Yang originally wanted to continue riding the shared bike back, but this place was not close to Jiangda University, and he would definitely not be able to catch up by riding a bike. In desperation, Lin Yang had to grit his teeth and take a taxi, but even so, when he arrived at Jiangda, it was already 6:55.
After getting off the bus, Lin Yang trotted towards the second canteen.
Jiangda is very big and has a total of 6 canteens. It was already 7:03 when Lin Yang ran to the door of the second canteen, panting.
Lin Yang was a little depressed.
He was late despite trying his best to hurry. He was just about to call Fu Hongli to ask if she had arrived. But when he looked up, Lin Yang saw Fu Hongli standing at the door of the cafeteria. Even though she was wearing no makeup or jewelry and a white dress, she was still incredibly beautiful. The evening breeze blew gently on her body, ruffling her hair and her skirt.
It also upset the hearts of many young men at Jiang University. After seeing Fu Hongli, Lin Yang quickly walked towards her. "Sorry, there was a little traffic jam on the road and I came back a little late,"
Lin Yang said, scratching his head. Fu Hongli's face was as cold as ever, like an iceberg that kept people thousands of miles away. If Lin Yang hadn't seen her gentle side at noon, he would have really thought she was such a person. However, when Lin Yang thought of Fu Hongli's gentleness when she called him at noon, and the coquettish tone in her voice, he felt a little depressed. To be someone that Fu Hongli cares about, he must be very, very outstanding. Fu Hongli actually felt a little uncomfortable. She hated people who were not punctual.
Even though Lin Yang was only 3 minutes late, he was still late. This is the first time Fu Hongli is waiting for the opposite sex. I hate people who are not punctual, Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's my fault. I hate people who are not punctual. I will definitely arrive early next time. Damn, I knew this ancestor would be hard to serve. However, Lin Yang knew that he could not blame others. I was indeed late. Fu Hongli is not a person who likes to find faults in everything, and what's more, Lin Yang's attitude of admitting his mistakes is quite good. So, the slight discomfort in her heart quickly disappeared. Fu Hongli nodded lightly, turned around, and walked towards the cafeteria. Wait a moment, Lin Yang said in a low voice. Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang suspiciously with her charming peach blossom eyes. It seemed like he was asking Lin Yang what was going on. Lin Yang lowered his voice and said, although this is acting, in order to make it more realistic, you have to give me your hand. A cold light flashed in Fu Hongli's eyes. It's over, this ancestor is angry. Lin Yangchang smiled and said, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of acting more realistically, I really wouldn't hold your hand. After all, I've never held a girl's hand before. A hint of hesitation appeared in Fu Hongli's eyes. Holding hands. She has never held hands with a man in her life. Fu Hongli has always thought that holding hands is something only couples do. And Lin Yang and I are not a couple. If we have to describe the relationship between the two, it is at most an employment relationship. Fu Hongli wanted to reject Lin Yang the first moment. But she glanced around inadvertently, and then she saw many couples holding hands and walking towards the cafeteria. Well, Lin Yang is right. Holding hands can indeed make the scene more realistic. Fu Hongli compromised. Although she is not someone who will compromise easily. But at this moment, she compromised. She also wants to play this role well. Because she really couldn't stand being harassed by some people. Take a deep breath. Fu Hongli stretched out her slender hand, and under the glow of the setting sun, she slowly placed her hand in front of Lin Yang. Her hands are similar to Bai Jiqian's, both are slender and look soft and boneless. When they saw the scene, the crowd around them gasped in shock. Lin Yang glanced around and he clearly saw that many people were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Lin Yang was not surprised by such a look. After all, the other party was Fu Hongli. Ignored the strange looks. Lin Yang smiled freely and ostentatiously and took Fu Hongli's hand. Chapter 7, Fingers Clasped. Fu Hongli's hands were soft and cold. But this is not the point. The point is that Lin Yang's heart was about to jump out of his chest. This was the first time he held hands with a member of the opposite sex. Fu Hongli wasn't much better off. It was also her first time holding hands with a man, but her heart wasn't pounding like Lin Yang's. She felt awkward, and Fu Hongli felt especially awkward. However, she managed to hold back. Fu Hongli is indeed the campus belle of Jiangnan University. As soon as Lin Yang took her hand and walked into the cafeteria, it caused a huge sensation. But the sensation was not because Fu Hongli would come to the cafeteria to eat, but because her hand was being held by a boy. Some people were shocked, some were laughing, some looked desperate, and some were heartbroken. Lin Yang turned a blind eye to it all. He smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll buy it for you." "Just buy what you like, just something light." Fu Hongli responded in a calm voice. This was originally a performance for those guys who were particularly inappropriate and harassed him, so what to eat was not important at all to Fu Hongli. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were very close to each other, just like a couple in love. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay, then you find a seat and sit for a while, I'll go buy some food." Fu Hongli responded very obediently. She looked around, pointed to an empty table and said, "I'll wait for you there." Lin Yang smiled and nodded. The two let go of each other's hands. Fu Hongli walked towards the empty table, while Lin Yang went to buy food. It was lunchtime and the cafeteria was packed. Fu Hongli sat down slowly. She looked out of place in the bustling cafeteria. She sat there as if she were isolated from the world, so beautiful that one could not take their eyes away. But Fu Hongli's eyes were following Lin Yang's figure. This is also acting, of course. In fact, when Fu Hongli announced on social media that she had a boyfriend, the entire Jiangda University exploded instantly. On the forum, on the confession wall, and even in some groups, people are discussing who Fu Hongli's boyfriend is.
Fu Hongli knows that many people are curious about who her boyfriend is and whether she is really in love, so she doesn't mind acting more realistically. Seeing Lin Yang queuing up to buy food, many girls came forward to greet him and even asked for his WeChat, but Lin Yang rejected them all. After seeing all this, Fu Hongli had to admit one thing, that is, the shield he found seemed to be very good. The food was bought back quickly, and it was indeed just as Fu Hongli had instructed, very light. But to be honest, Fu Hongli didn't even look at what the meal was before she started eating. The purpose of this meal is to declare to everyone that she has a boyfriend, and eating becomes the least important thing. Fu Hongli has excellent eating manners and chews his food slowly and elegantly.
Lin Yang ate very fast because he was hungry.
Fu Hongli, who originally had no appetite, looked at Lin Yang eating with relish, and she inexplicably felt very hungry.
Let's talk about something, otherwise it would be too weird,
Lin Yang said in a low voice.
Fu Hongli raised his head and took a look. He asked calmly, "Which department are you from?"
Mathematics department.
However, I am a poor student and I will probably not be able to work in this industry after graduation.
For more than 2 years in college, Lin Yang was busy working to make money, and his academic performance was a mess. He didn't want to do this, but his creditors wouldn't allow it. Being able to persist and not drop out of school is already the best I can do.
Fu Hongli nodded calmly.
In fact, she didn't care at all about which department Lin Yang was in, how he was doing in his studies, or what kind of job he wanted to do in the future.
She just asked this question casually. "Which department are you from?"
Lin Yang asked with a smile. Fu Hongli said coldly, "Economics and management."
Lin Yang remembered her nickname of the little princess of Beijing Circle, and also remembered that she didn't even frown when she transferred money to him.
He guessed that her family was super rich. Maybe studying this major is also for the purpose of better inheriting the family business. It must be said that Fu Hongli is truly favored by God. She has been given a face that looks like Nuwa showing off her skills, and she has also been given wealth that she probably cannot spend in several lifetimes. I really don't know what kind of troubles someone like her would have.
She doesn't even know how outstanding the boy she likes who is far away abroad is. Lin Yang did not envy Fu Hongli.
The past 2 years of being tortured by life had given Lin Yang a deep understanding of the saying that everyone has their own destiny. But Lin Yang envied the boy who was loved by Fu Hongli.
That guy must have saved the entire universe in his previous life. After chatting for a few minutes, Fu Hongli put down his chopsticks. "I'm done eating, take your time."
Having said that, she was about to leave.
Fu Hongli didn't want to stay with Lin Yang. She didn't hate Lin Yang, she just didn't like being with the opposite sex.
Or in other words, she didn't want to have such close contact with anyone except the person who was far away abroad.
"Sit down," Lin Yang said quickly.
A cold light flashed in Fu Hongli's eyes.
"What do you mean?" she asked coldly.
Lin Yang looked at her with a smile and said, "Fu Hongli, how can a girlfriend leave before her boyfriend has finished eating? Others would think that we just broke up after confirming our relationship."
"We are not."
Fu Hongli's words came to an abrupt end. Because she saw that not far away from her and Lin Yang, there were many people looking at her and Lin Yang with scrutiny. Fu Hongli gave up the idea of leaving. Lin Yang noticed that she was feeling a little uncomfortable, so he smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll finish eating soon."
"No hurry, take your time eating,"
Fu Hongli said in a voice that was as non-cold as possible.
At this point, Fu Hongli finally understood. Today's play has to be decided by Lin Yang.
Otherwise, with my personality, I would definitely be exposed. Lin Yang smiled and started showing off like crazy. In less than 3 mouthfuls, the big bowl of noodles was sucked in by Lin Yang's storm. Fu Hongli watched him swallow the noodles with all his might and his Adam's apple rolling.
She once again felt hungry watching Lin Yang eat.
Fu Hongli even felt for the first time that if Lin Yang were to do a food broadcast, he would definitely attract a large number of fans with that face and the feeling he gave when eating. Lin Yangxian finished his noodles and burped with satisfaction.
Fu Hongli felt inexplicably happy. "Can we go now?" Lin Yang nodded and said, "Of course, let's go."
Fu Hongli breathed a sigh of relief.
She stood up quickly. Fu Hongli couldn't stand the noisy cafeteria anymore.
She didn't like crowds, and she disliked places with too many people. If it weren't for this play today, Fu Hongli would never come to the cafeteria to eat. Seeing that Fu Hongli was about to leave, Lin Yang slowly extended his hand over.
"Just do the whole act,"
Lin Yang said with a smile and lowered his voice.
Fu Hongli frowned slightly. Holding hands again?
She subconsciously began to reject it in her heart. But seeing that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him in the cafeteria, if he refused Lin Yang, then today's performance would be in vain.
Fu Hongli took a deep breath and suppressed his inner discomfort.
Then she held Lin Yang's hand, which was so hot that it made her slightly dazed. Lin Yang smiled and held Fu Hongli's hand with his backhand.
Fingers interlocked. Chapter 8. Don't force us to kneel down and beg you.
After coming out of the cafeteria, Fu Hongli wanted to let go of Lin Yang's hand. But Lin Yang whispered, "Don't worry, since we have come this far, just keep going. I promise that after today's play, the whole Jiang University will know that you are in a relationship, and by then there will definitely be fewer people harassing you." Fu Hongli was moved. She was really annoyed by those people who kept harassing her. Before going to college, Fu Hongli was also harassed.
But after you warn them, they will retreat.
But after entering university, Fu Hongli's warnings no longer worked. Not only was her warning useless, it made those people even crazier. Let us not talk about anything else, just take the past few days as an example. One of the suitors somehow got hold of Fu Hongli's cell phone number. I changed 14 mobile phone numbers in one night to call Fu Hongli. Fu Hongli blocked all the contacts and thought that was the end of it, but the other party started bombarding him with text messages crazily. As a result, Fu Hongli went to the business hall early the next morning and changed his number.
Nearly 1,000 people have been blocked using her previous mobile phone number.
If holding hands can make those crazy guys calm down a bit, then Fu Hongli is willing to cooperate with Lin Yang in this matter.
Do you live off campus now? Lin Yang asked as they walked.
Yes. Seeing Fu Hongli looking at him warily, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want us to act more realistically.
I don't mean to send you home. Of course, it's not that I don't want to, but I remember what you said at noon. If you don't ask, I won't rashly send you home."
Lin Yang was really sincere in what he said, and Fu Hongli relaxed his guard a little. To be honest, if the person he likes hadn't suggested finding a shield for him, Fu Hongli would never have done this. So, even though she did what the person she liked said, it didn't mean that she would completely trust Lin Yang.
"Got it,"
Fu Hongli said indifferently.
Lin Yang smiled and asked, "Do I need to arrange breakfast for you tomorrow morning?" Since he was paid to act, Lin Yang must perform well. "There's no way, this ancestor is now my financial sponsor."
"No, I told you that I will contact you when I need you, but don't come to me at other times."
"Yes, sir,"
Lin Yang said with a smile. In fact, he really hoped that Fu Hongli would be fine forever. After all, who doesn't like to live a life of just getting paid without working?
We held hands all the way out of the school.
Seeing that there were few people around, Fu Hongli quickly let go of Lin Yang's hand. Then he simply said goodbye and quickly got into a valuable supercar on the side of the road. Looking at the Porsche 911 going away, Lin Yang's tears of envy flowed from his mouth.
What kind of person is Fu Hongli?
She has a face that makes people feel amorous and she looks delicate, but she drives so fiercely.
However, these have nothing to do with Lin Yang.
Apart from being a little envious, he doesn't have any other thoughts. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yang was about to scan a shared bicycle to go home to see his mother. But the phone was buzzing with WeChat notification sounds.
Lin Yang opened WeChat.
The message was sent in the dormitory group.
The name of the dormitory group is Lin Yang and his 3 dads. "You bastard, were you the one eating with Fu Hongli in the cafeteria just now? You bastard, when did you get involved with Fu Hongli? You bastard, are you the boyfriend that Fu Hongli officially announced on social media? You bastard, how did you hook up with Fu Hongli? You bastard, get back to the dormitory now, or else I'll force your 3 fathers to kneel down and beg you." Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the dozen or so messages sent by the 3 eldest sons, all of which were about Fu Hongli. I didn't expect them to know about this so quickly. Lin Yang had no idea that now not only his 3 sons in the dormitory knew about this, but the entire Jiang University knew about it. Now, countless groups on the campus network forum are discussing this matter crazily. Because someone took photos of him and Fu Hongli holding hands in the cafeteria, and those photos were spread wildly in Jiangda. Lin Yang plans to go back to the dormitory.
He wanted to thoroughly prove that he was Fu Hongli's boyfriend, not to show off, but to help Fu Hongli reduce unnecessary harassment. After all, even Zhao Qingfeng, the handsome boy in the Department of Physical Education, said that he was the campus handsome boy of Jiangnan University. If he had this title, it would surely discourage many people who wanted to pursue Fu Hongli. After making up his mind, Lin Yang replied in the group slowly, "Kneel down in the dormitory and wait for daddy." Let me be honest, although Lin Yang has not lived in the dormitory for a long time in the past 2 years, he has a good relationship with his 3 sons. We are all straightforward people, there aren't so many twists and turns. Moreover, when he first entered school, it was the most difficult time for Lin Yang. His 3 sons were very generous and treated Lin Yang to meals for 2 months. Although Lin Yang later earned money from working, he also repaid his 3 sons in other ways. But Lin Yang still remembers this love.
Fu Hongli's influence was far greater than Lin Yang had imagined.
As soon as he entered the school, Lin Yang began to be pointed at and criticized. This situation did not disappear as Lin Yang got closer to the dormitory building, but instead became more and more serious.
Occasionally, when you meet someone who knows Lin Yang, some people can't help but make a few jokes.
Lin Yang smiled but said nothing.
Everyone could only watch Lin Yang enter the dormitory building with envy and jealousy.
Lin Yang's dormitory is in room 406.
As soon as he reached the 4th floor, Lin Yang met several classmates. "Oh my god, Fu Hongli's boyfriend showed up."
I don't know who shouted excitedly. Then Lin Yang saw a lot of people gathered in the long corridor in an instant. Lin Yang was startled. You know, in the past, this kind of scene could only be seen during fights. Lin Go, the hatred of having your wife stolen from you is unforgivable.
Someone shouted in a low voice. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yang also smiled, and at this moment, someone suddenly hooked his neck.
Lin Yang subconsciously wanted to elbow the other person, but he heard the voice of his eldest son.
Lin Yang's eldest son is Lu Daong, the leader of the dormitory.
He is from northeast China and is very burly, but he is very loyal.
"Love Saint, you're finally back. Come on, let's go back to the dormitory,"
Lu Daong said with a smirk on his face.
As he spoke, he pulled Lin Yang towards the dormitory without saying anything.
Everyone spontaneously made way for him and then followed.
It seems that everyone is particularly curious about how Lin Yang and Fu Hongli got together. There is no way, that is Fu Hongli. That is Fu Hongli, the campus beauty of Jiangnan University.
That is Fu Hongli, who possesses both the holy body of succubus and the holy body of pure desire.
That is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless young men in Jiang University.
After entering the dormitory, Lu Daong slammed the table and said righteously, "Lin Yang, if you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. What is going on between you and the school beauty of Fu University? Don't force us to kneel down and beg you." Chapter 9. Let's start the class, Love Saint. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Yes, we are together." This one sentence made the dozen or so people in the dormitory extremely excited. Not only the dozen or so people in the dormitory were excited, but even those standing at the dormitory door were excited.
"Son of a bitch, how did you get involved with her?"
Zhao Libo said excitedly.
He and Lin Yang were in the same dormitory, and he was nominally Lin Yang's second son.
Zhao Libo is a native of Jiangchang. There is nothing wrong with him, except that he is particularly coquettish. His computer contains more than 10 TB of study materials from various foreign teachers.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I'm handsome."
After I confessed to her, she agreed. Of course, this is nonsense. But I couldn't tell them that not only did Fu Hongli ask me to be her boyfriend, but she also gave me 100,000 yuan every month. If that were true, these people would probably be so jealous that they would vomit blood.
Damn it, this world really is all about looks,
Ding Baochang said indignantly.
As the third oldest in the dormitory, Ding Baocheng came from Beijing.
He came from a well-off family and was also the richest in 406. Lin Yang smiled and was about to speak. Ding Baocheng said bitterly, "Damn it, Fu Hongli and I went to the same high school. When she was in high school, there were countless people pursuing her, but she didn't even look at them. After she came to Jiangda, there were even more people pursuing her, but I never expected that she would be won over by a son of a bitch like you, Lin Yang. She was her first love."
Lin Yang wanted to laugh.
He went to the same high school as Fu Hongli, so how come didn't he know that Fu Hongli had someone she liked?
Jalibo,
that bastard, said with a smile, "I have to say, Lin Yang, you bastard really made us 406 proud.
Tell me the details. How did you meet? When did it start? How far have you gotten now? Did you kiss? Are Fu Hongli's lips as soft as they look? Oh shit. I knew that nothing good could come out of this bastard's mouth. Such a brazen question. However, when he said this, Fu Hongli's moist and plump red lips suddenly appeared in Lin Yang's mind. Well, it must be very soft when you kiss it. Damn, how could I be so vulgar? Lin Yang quickly shook his head and threw those inappropriate pictures aside. Damn it, Lin Yang, you bastard, why are you smiling so coquettishly? Did you really kiss me? Tell me quickly, how did it feel? Zhao Libo urged excitedly. Not only him, but everyone else also had an excited expression on their faces. Lin Yang laughed and cursed, damn it, you old perverts, how could I possibly tell you such a thing? Fuck, we really kissed each other, my goddess, and she was ruined by your son of a bitch, Lin Yang. Lu Daong wailed in grief. Just saying. Ding Baocheng suddenly burst into tears and said, Lin Yang, please start the class. I will pay to listen. Please teach me how to fall in love. I also want to find a way out of being single. I don't want to bother my hands anymore. Everyone burst into laughter. Yes, son of a bitch, you start the class and I'll kneel down and listen. Lu Daong said. Son of a bitch, daddy begs you, please start the class. I also want to find a girlfriend who is the campus beauty. Zhao Libo begged. Why is the style of painting a little different? Lin Yang thought that these bastards would attack him in anger. After all, he became Fu Hongli's boyfriend, which completely shattered their fantasies about Fu Hongli. But I never expected that these guys would let me teach classes. At this moment, Ding Baocheng suddenly shook his cell phone. Lin Yang, Dad transferred 300 to you. You can start the class. I want to hear how you fell in love with Fu Hongli. When everyone heard this, they became completely interested. That's right, Lin Yang, tell me, how did you get on? Lin Go, tell me now, or I'll chop you to death with my 40-meter-long sword. Father Lin, please, tell me. Seeing everyone so excited. Ding Baocheng suddenly said loudly, you bastards, since everyone wants to know, why not let Lin Yang teach the class, and let this bastard talk about how he fell in love with the campus beauty of Fu University. I might as well create a group and everyone who wants to listen can join the group. Of course, there is a fee to join the group, 300 per person. Hold the grass. Lin Yang was shocked by his actions. Isn't this just robbery? Shouldn't this kind of brain-dead behavior be condemned to death? Besides, Fu Hongli and I are not really in love. If Fu Hongli knew about this, he would definitely be very angry. Lin Yang can't afford to offend that financial sponsor now. He was about to stop Ding Baocheng. Ding Baocheng patted Lin Yang on the shoulder with a smile and said, don't worry, leave everything to me. Lin Yang understood instantly that this bastard was obviously helping him. The three bastards in the dormitory all know about Lin Yang's situation. But who would be willing to spend $300 to listen to his nonsense? Unless you're a fool. This thought just flashed through Lin Yang's mind. The dormitory suddenly became a mess. I want to join the group, Ding Baocheng, you bastard, quickly create a group. That's right, I want to join the group. I want to hear how that bastard Lin Yang is dating Fu Hongli. Yes, create a group quickly, I want to join. The roof of dormitory 406 was about to be blown off. Lin Yang was shocked, he was really shocked. No, are people so boring nowadays? Don't worry, everyone will have a share. Ding Baocheng said with a smile. While he was speaking, Ding Baocheng had already created the group. The name of the group is, Love Say Lin Yang teaches you step by step how to pursue the school beauty. Lin Yang and those three bastards in the dormitory are all in the group. Hold. The name of this group left Lin Yang speechless. What the hell is the point of chasing after me? He was about to stop Ding Baocheng, but in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people came into the group. The speed was so fast that Lin Yang couldn't believe it even in his dreams. Everyone is joining the group enthusiastically. But at this moment, a weird voice sounded in everyone's ears. Humph, do you really think Lin Yang is some romantic? He is just a liar. The voice sounds familiar. Lin Yang was searching in his head to find out who the owner of this voice was. But the next second, Zhao Qingfeng walked in with a gloomy face. When he saw this guy, Lin Yang didn't feel panicked at all. Zhao Qingfeng only knew that Fu Hongli paid him to be her boyfriend, and he didn't know that he was a shield hired by Fu Hongli. But everyone looked at Zhao Qingfeng in shock. Why are you here? Lin Yang asked with a smile. Frankly speaking, Lin Yang no longer hated Zhao Qingfeng. After all, he gave him 20,000 yuan in the afternoon. In fact, Lin Yang not only did not hate him,
but was also very grateful to this financial sponsor. If there were more financial sponsors like this, I wouldn't have to worry about foreign debt. Humph, of course I'm here to expose the truth about your so-called love affair with Fu Hongli, Zhao Qingfeng said with disdain.
Chapter 10, Making Money is Not Shameful.
To be honest, Zhao Qingfeng came to vent his anger on Lin Yang. After he vented his anger at the club in the afternoon, he actually felt very happy.
But this pleasure only lasted until dinner time.
When Zhao Qingfeng saw Lin Yang and Fu Hongli appearing in the cafeteria hand in hand in several campus groups, he was instantly defeated.
The pleasure brought by beating Lin Yang in the afternoon disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is regret and unwillingness.
Especially when he thought about how Fu Hongli spent money to ask him to be her boyfriend at noon, but he insisted on pretending to be cool. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to slap himself in the face a few times.
So he came to find Lin Yang again.
He wanted to vent his anger on Lin Yang. But I didn't expect that as soon as I came up, I heard a group of people clamoring for Lin Yang to teach them how to fall in love. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't hold it in any longer and choked Lin Yang directly. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen eyes turned to Lin Yang. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion.
Lin Yang smiled and asked slowly, "Then tell me, what is the truth behind my love with Fu Hongli?"
Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Lin Yang with disdain, and then said loudly to the crowd in the corridor, "Do you think Lin Yang and Fu Hongli are in love?"
Humph, I tell you, things are not like that at all.
The truth is that Fu Hongli gave Lin Yang 20,000 yuan to make Lin Yang her boyfriend. As soon as these words came out, the crowd, which was originally bustling with noise, was suddenly so shocked that you could hear a pin drop.
The dozen or so people in the dormitory looked at Lin Yang in shock.
"Oh my god, you son of a bitch, you're so awesome? You can even make Fu Hongli pay you to be her boyfriend," Ding Baocheng said with envy. These words instantly awakened the shocked crowd.
Yeah, Lin Yang is so awesome.
He could even make the most beautiful girl on campus, Fu University, willing to pay money to be his girlfriend.
Then how high must his rank be?
The crowd in the corridor became restless, and countless people began to scramble to join the group. Even those who just thought the membership fee was a bit expensive started to go crazy. Damn, who doesn't want to see how Lin Yang managed to make Fu Hongli spend money to become his girlfriend? Such a scene did not surprise Lin Yang. If his relationship with Fu Hongli only made them envious, jealous, and hateful, then Zhao Qingfeng's words successfully placed him on the altar, and these people instantly became his believers. When seeing this scene, Zhao Qingfeng was dumbfounded.
How come things are completely different from what he thought?
In Zhao Qingfeng's imagination, as long as he told the truth that Lin Yang and Fu Hongli were in love, it would definitely cause countless people to despise Lin Yang, and by the way, even Fu Hongli would be despised as well. After all, Fu Hongli is the campus belle of Jian University. So many men pursued her, but she didn't even look at them.
But now she wants to spend money to become Lin Yang's girlfriend. But I never expected that people would react like this.
Zhao Qingfeng felt that his brain was not enough.
How could the result be like this? He couldn't help but glance at Lin Yang.
Lin Yang was looking at him with a smile. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly felt like a clown. While everyone was enthusiastically joining the group, Zhao Qingfeng slipped away in disgrace. But after he left the dormitory building, the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt.
Zhao Qingfeng's eyes rolled and he suddenly thought of something.
Afterwards, Zhao Qingfeng quickly created a group.
The name of the group is, "Do You Want to Beat Lin Yang?"
After completing the operation, he opened the campus forum and started posting.
After Lin Yang and Fu Hongli started dating, are you unhappy? If so, please join the group and I will make you happy. P.S. The number of places is limited, first come first served. Group QR code.
After sending the post, Zhao Qingfeng felt happy again. When Zhao Qingfeng thought about the scene of Lin Yang being beaten up by countless people in the fight club tomorrow, he felt so happy that he wanted to sing. But what made him even happier was that within less than 5 minutes after the post was sent, more than a dozen people joined the group. Zhao Qingfeng quickly started sharing ways to vent his anger in the group.
Lin Yang didn't know this.
If he knew, he would definitely kowtow to Zhao Qingfeng. Damn it, this is not a way for him to vent his anger at all.
This is simply the god of wealth.
At this moment, Lin Yang was looking at the group created by Ding Baocheng. To be honest, when Lin Yang saw that the group created by Ding Baocheng already had more than 40 people, he was a little confused.
How come there are so many people joining the group?
Moreover, many people in the group were clamoring about when the class would start and when they would talk about their relationship with Fu Hongli.
Just then, Ding Baocheng sent an announcement in the group. Brothers, be patient.
Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, Lin Yang will start his class on time, and will share with you his sweet love with the campus beauty of Fu University.
Ding Baocheng's announcement has just been released.
Suddenly, 50 or 60 people rushed into the group like lightning.
And the news spread quickly. Hold the grass. What's going on?
Lin Yang was a little confused. Ding Baocheng smiled and whispered to Lin Yang, I posted the group's QR code on the campus forum.
Damn, no wonder so many people suddenly came in. Moreover, the number of people joining the group is still growing rapidly.
If this continues, the group will be full soon.
No, aren't people so boring nowadays? Are you so interested in other people's love affairs? Lin Yang knew that Fu Hongli was famous, but not to such a terrifying degree, right? In a blink of an eye, there were more than 200 good people in the group. Moreover, more people continue to pour in. Lin Yang fell into deep thought. Soon, Lin Yang and his 3 sons were the only ones left in the dormitory. Son of a bitch, what are you thinking about?
Ding Baocheng asked with a smile. Lin Yang said, I always feel that this method is not feasible.
Why not? Lu Dayong asked. Lin Yang didn't rush to express his concerns, but instead asked, from what you said, it seems that you have already thought about doing this? Zhao Libo smiled coquettishly and said, of course. You are so short of money. If you don't make good use of such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste? Wipe. How come these 3 bastards can work together so well?
It turns out it was premeditated. But I have to say it, Lin Yang felt really warm in his heart. Ever since his family went bankrupt, he has rarely felt this kind of pure warmth.
It's true that these 3 bastards want to be my dad, and they really treat me well. Son of a bitch, are you worried that after someone sees us doing this, they will take the opportunity to cheat others under your name?
Ding Baocheng asked with a smile.
Lin Yang nodded.
This is what he is most worried about. To put it bluntly, his relationship with Fu Hongli is like a hot LP, and Lin Yang is worried that some people will take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters.
It's easy.
Just leave a message under my post with your real name, saying that you are only in this group and all other groups are scams.
This way, you can prevent others from using your name to scam others. Damn it. I have to say, this is a good idea. Just do it.
Lin Yang went to the school forum and started posting.
Damn, it's about making money, there is nothing shameful about it. Chapter 11 Not the Wrong Way. At the same time,
Fu Hongli, who had just returned to the apartment, was about to take a shower when there was a sudden knock on the door. The sudden doorbell sound made Fu Hongli instantly alert. You know, the apartment she lives in now has its own elevator and a separate unit, and the elevator goes directly to her floor by swiping a card. In other words, without one's permission, it is impossible for ordinary people to enter this level. But now there was a knock on the door, which made Fu Hongli alert. She quickly walked to the door and wanted to look through the peephole to see what was happening outside. As soon as Fu Hongli put his eyes on the cat's eye, he saw a scarlet eye.
The sudden eye contact frightened Fu Hongli badly.
She was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale and she even took several steps back. The other party obviously heard the noise inside, and the knocking sound suddenly became louder. Fu Hongli is not a timid person, but at this moment, she was very nervous and she quickly sent a message to the housekeeper of the apartment. While waiting for the housekeeper to come, Fu Hongli picked up a baseball bat nearby. She seemed to be calmer, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her nervousness. The housekeeper responded quickly and came up with 2 security guards in a short while. It is indeed a luxury apartment, and the property management fee of 6 yuan per square meter is not paid in vain. Soon there were sounds of a scuffle outside the door.
After a while, there was no movement at all.
Fu Hongli took a look through the peephole and saw that the burly man had been taken to the elevator by the housekeeper and the security guard.
Things seemed to be resolved smoothly.
But Fu Hongli was still in shock. She never dreamed that she would encounter such a thing. After resting on the sofa for a while, Fu Hongli received a call from the housekeeper.
Miss Fu, the other party said they had taken the wrong path.
The butler said respectfully.
Wrong way? Fu Hongli asked coldly, have you checked his identity? I checked and found out that he lives on the floor above you and is also the owner. He drank some wine and somehow went to the wrong place after he came back. However, he is almost sober now and said that he is willing to apologize to you in person and compensate you for all your losses.
No thanks.
Fu Hongli hung up the phone. She breathed a sigh of relief.
It turns out I took the wrong path.
It turned out to be a false alarm.
Although my house has its own elevator and requires a card to use, sometimes I get on the wrong floor for no apparent reason.
This has happened before. A homeowner living downstairs swiped his card and the elevator went directly to his floor.
However, I was not at home at the time, and it was the housekeeper who told me. Fu Hongli calmed down and was about to take a shower. But she suddenly remembered that she had installed surveillance cameras in the corridor. Unless there are special circumstances, Fu Hongli generally doesn't like to watch surveillance. But today, for some reason, she suddenly wanted to take a look.
Fu Hongli opened the app on his mobile phone.
As a result, the display monitoring was broken.
Fortunately, we managed to capture some surveillance footage before it broke down.
Fu Hongli took a quick glance and fortunately, there was nothing unusual. Just when she was about to close the app, the scene before her suddenly made her hair stand on end and her whole body stiffened. The video was recorded around 2 a.m. last night. In the video, the fire door in the corridor was suddenly opened.
A burly man sneaked into his floor. He was wearing a hat and his face couldn't be seen clearly.
But this is not important.
What is important is that the other party tiptoed under the monitor.
This is a blind spot for the surveillance camera, and I don't know what he did, but the surveillance screen went black. This scene made Fu Hongli feel very uncomfortable. A woman's unique intuition told her that what had just happened was definitely not the other party taking the wrong path. When he realized this, Fu Hongli's heartbeat accelerated instantly. At this moment, a cell phone rang suddenly in the quiet living room. The sudden sound instantly frightened Fu Hongli so much that he screamed. She subconsciously threw the phone aside, as if it was not a phone but a bomb.
The cell phone is still ringing.
Fu Hongli subconsciously looked at the caller ID.
It was an unfamiliar number.
Of course Fu Hongli would not answer a call from a stranger, so she hung up quickly. The whole world was quiet.
But the next second, the phone suddenly rang with a text message alert. Beauty, you are so beautiful, I really like you, I want to sleep with you, please open the door for me at night, hee hee.
This message made Fu Hongli's scalp tingle and his heart beat like thunder. She quickly blocked the other party's number and deleted the message. But after doing all this, Fu Hongli still felt very anxious. To be honest, she had the urge to escape from this apartment. Fu Hongli had been harassed before, but she had never encountered such a pervert. Even through the screen, Fu Hongli could imagine that the other person must be smiling very eerily at this moment. But soon Fu Hongli gave up the idea of moving. First of all, this apartment is the highest grade and has the highest safety factor near the school.
Secondly, moving will take a lot of time and it will be far away from the school.
Finally, Fu Hongli knows that some things cannot be solved by moving.
But what should I do? Should I just let that pervert hide in the dark corner and keep watching me and harassing me?
At this moment, Fu Hongli suddenly felt a little aggrieved. She thought of the person who was far away abroad, and she really wanted to call that person and tell him or her about her current panic. But Fu Hongli knew clearly that the other party was at his busiest at this time. Fu Hongli had never felt as lonely as she did now. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Suddenly, Lin Yang's face flashed through her mind.
Fu Hongli inexplicably wanted to call Lin Yang and ask him to protect her. Moreover, this idea is becoming stronger and stronger.
But Fu Hongli did not send a message to Lin Yang for a long time, because she felt that she did not know Lin Yang and did not know whether Lin Yang was a good person or a bad person. Although Fu Hongli felt that Lin Yang was just a little greedy and liked money, and did not seem to be a bad person, there were many people with beastly hearts. Moreover, if Lin Yang were allowed to come, he would have to live with me, which would definitely cause many inconveniences.
Just thinking about it. Fu Hongli received another message on his mobile phone.
It was still from an unfamiliar number.
Beauty, why did you block me? Hey, I'm shopping. Guess what I'm buying? You're so sexy, you can definitely guess it. Fu Hongli was disgusted by this message, and his hesitation disappeared without a trace in an instant. She opened WeChat immediately and started sending messages to Lin Yang.
The information was simple, just an address in one sentence.
Come here. Chapter 12, What a Good Business.
Lin Yang had just finished posting when he received a WeChat message from Fu Hongli. Looking at the content of the message, Lin Yang felt like he was dreaming. However, Lin Yang thought again and realized that Fu Hongli had said that he would not contact him unless necessary.
In other words, she is busy now.
Lin Yang didn't ask her what was the matter. He just said hello to his 3 sons and left quickly. Half an hour later, Lin Yang arrived at the door of Fu Hongli's apartment. He sent a message to Fu Hongli, "I'm here. 2201, let the butler bring you up." Fu Hongli replied quickly. Lin Yang put away his phone and entered the apartment. In less than 3 minutes, under the guidance of the housekeeper, Lin Yang stood at the door of Fu Hongli's house. After sending the housekeeper away, Lin Yang pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door was opened, and then Lin Yang saw Fu Hongli's stunningly beautiful face. But that's not the point. The point is that she was wearing extremely short shorts at the moment. The 2 snow-white and tender long legs were exposed unscrupulously in Lin Yang's eyes. Lin Yang just took a look and felt his body suddenly become extremely hot. Lin Yang knew that Fu Hongli had long legs, but he didn't expect them to be so long. Moreover, it is not only long, but also very white and thin. Lin Yang quickly retracted his gaze, forced a smile and said, "Father, what do you want to talk to me about? Come in and talk." Fu Hongli said coldly. "Good." Lin Yang entered the apartment. After the door was closed, Fu Hongli had already handed a pair of unopened slippers to Lin Yang. Lin Yang wanted to laugh after taking a look. He didn't expect Fu Hongli to give him a pair of ladies' slippers. "We don't have any men's slippers at home, so you'll have to make do with what you have," Fu Hongli said coldly. "Okay." Lin Yang changed his shoes quickly and entered the apartment. The apartment is very large and decorated very luxuriously, but there is also a sense of warmth in the luxury. Seeing Lin Yang looking at his apartment curiously, Fu Hongli asked coldly, "What would you like to drink?" "No, thank you." Lin Yang said with a smile, "Father, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I need you to stay here for a few days," Fu Hongli said coldly. "What?" These words shocked Lin Yang. "How could I not be shocked? You have to know that an hour ago, Fu Hongli didn't even let me take her home, but now she invited me to live in her luxury apartment. What happened? I was being targeted. Last night at 2 a.m., the other party destroyed my surveillance." Lin Yang's face darkened. "Have you called the police?" "No, we still don't know who destroyed the surveillance, and it's useless to call the police. Besides, someone upstairs came knocking on my door just now and later said he had gone to the wrong place, but I don't think things are that simple," Fu Hongli explained coldly. Lin Yang instantly understood why Fu Hongli wanted him to live in her apartment. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to protect her. Of course, there is no problem in protecting Fu Hongli. Even though Lin Yang is just a sparring partner, he has been training with the boxing coaches in the club for more than a year. Because of his good talent, Lin Yang's boxing skills are now quite good. It's no problem to deal with 1 or 2 people who are not armed. "Okay, what do I need to do?" "It's very simple, just move in. However, during the time you stay here, I have 3 rules for you." Lin Yang smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to set 3 rules. I know what you are worried about. Let me tell you straight, I am very short of money now. I know what will happen if I provoke you, so I will not and dare not have any bad thoughts towards you." Lin Yang's straightforwardness made Fu Hongli inexplicably relieved. "I didn't realize it, but this guy is quite smart. Okay, I'll remember what you said. If you dare to go against your words, don't blame me for being rude," Fu Hongli said coldly. "I understand. However, Mr. Sponsor, I have something to tell you first." "Speak." Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang with caution. "It's like this. Thanks to your popularity in Jiangnan University, many people knew that I was in love with you and begged me to teach them some experience. Of course, it's not free, which means. So, you want to make money from me?" Fu Hongli asked coldly. Her charming peach blossoms are now covered with frost. Looks like he's a little angry. Lin Yang quickly said, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to sell you out to make money. What I mean is that I'm just telling them some tips on how to chase girls, and it won't involve you." "Humph, promise? What can you guarantee?" Fu Hongli asked coldly. I knew Fu Hongli wouldn't agree. Lin Yang was a little depressed. But since the other party disagrees, Lin Yang doesn't dare to do anything rash. After all, if you really offend someone, you will suffer a great loss. "Okay, we've only known each other for less than 8 or 9 hours. I know you don't trust me and I didn't think it through. Don't worry, since you don't like it, I won't do it," Lin Yang said seriously. Looking at Lin Yang's sincere face, Fu Hongli felt inexplicably reluctant.
She subconsciously asked, "Do you have a lot of experience in love?" "Sugar daddy, to be honest, I've never been in a relationship before." "Then how do you teach them to fall in love?"
Lin Yang smiled and said, "I plan to check it out online, and then combine it with the experience of people around me."
"Then you are not lying?" "Nonsense, how can this be a lie?"
"This is clearly teaching them love experience,"
Lin Yang retorted. Fu Hongli sneered.
But even when she sneered, there was still a charming coolness in her. Lin Yang continued, "In fact, I thought about it seriously when I came here. Many people become particularly inferior when facing the girls they like.
I can give them some confidence and let them have the courage to pursue the girls they like." "Confidence? What kind of confidence can you give them?" Fu Hongli asked coldly. Lin Yang smiled and said, "I am confident. After all, in their eyes, someone like me can chase you. Isn't this inspiring enough? Isn't this convincing enough?" Fu Hongli was defeated.
She really didn't realize that this guy was quite thick-skinned. But Fu Hongli had to admit that what Lin Yang said made some sense.
Many people do become unconfident when facing the person they like.
If Lin Yang can really give them confidence, it would not be a bad thing.
"How much do you plan to charge each person?" "About 300. It's not expensive." "How many people are willing to listen to you?" Fu Hongli asked again. "Wait a minute."
Lin Yang opened his phone and looked at the group. He was startled.
It's already full. Are people so crazy nowadays? You have to know that when I left school, there were only about 300 people. In more than half an hour, more than 100 people came in. Messages are sent very quickly in the group. Various information emerges in an endless stream.
Ding Baocheng banned everyone from speaking directly, and he started to talk about the rules in the group. It must be said that this guy really has a mind for business.
There are already 500 people.
Lin Yang said frankly.
Fu Hongli was shocked. 300 per person, that's 150,000 for 500 people. What a good business. Chapter 13. You are my dad.
I didn't realize you were quite good at business,
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang couldn't tell whether she was praising him or scolding him. However, judging from her expression, she didn't seem to be scolding herself.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Actually, this idea was thought up by my roommates. They knew I was short of money and wanted to help me." Fu Hongli raised her eyebrows. "Why, do you think the money I gave you is too little?" "Oh shit."
Even if Lin Yang had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to despise it. He quickly explained, "No, I didn't."
"How could I dare to do that?"
"Even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to despise it.
Besides, you've already given me enough." "Humph, I'm glad to know."
Seeing that Fu Hongli was not dwelling on this topic, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Sponsor, I will definitely perform well and make you feel that it is worth the money."
"That's better," Fu Hongli said coldly. To be honest, Fu Hongli hated the flattering spirit that Lin Yang exuded.
His energy made him seem like an unforgivable villain. That made him try so carefully to please herself.
Lin Yang smiled and nodded, and asked, "Father, which room should I sleep in at night?" "Sofa,"
Fu Hongli said coldly.
"Depend on."
Although I have long known that this ancestor is not easy to serve, I did not expect that he would be so difficult. Lin Yang didn't expect to sleep in her master bedroom, but he wouldn't have to sleep on the sofa either.
"With such a big house and so many rooms, can't I just sleep in the second bedroom?" But Lin Yang didn't dare to protest. Who made him short of money? Who made the person in front of him his financial sponsor? But Lin Yang actually misunderstood Fu Hongli in this matter.
She is not such a stingy person. The apartment is more than 200 square meters, but there is only one bedroom. The rest of the rooms were renovated by Fu Hongli. One of them was converted into her office and the other room was converted into a utility room.
Okay, the sofa is the sofa. If there is any disturbance, I can detect it at the first time,
Lin Yang said with a smile. After being repeatedly ravaged by life for more than 2 years, Lin Yang's mentality has become extremely strong. Not to mention sleeping on the sofa, even sleeping on the floor is fine. Seeing that Lin Yang had no complaints, Fu Hongli felt a little better about him. You can take a shower in the guest bathroom, but there are no toiletries for you to use.
If you want to take a shower, you have to buy these items yourself, Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang responded with a smile. No need, I took a shower this afternoon.
I will take a shower somewhere else tomorrow.
I won't bother you here. Casual.
After saying this, Fu Hongli turned around and went back to the bedroom.
But Fu Hongli didn't have to lock the door. Yes, she was testing Lin Yang.
Although it was only a brief contact, Fu Hongli had a good impression of Lin Yang.
You can know a person's face but not his heart. Some people are born to be good actors.
After all, Lin Yang would be staying here for a few days, so Fu Hongli had to be on guard.
Yes, she was testing Lin Yang's character.
Lin Yang is not a man of so many wicked thoughts. At this moment, he is lying on the sofa and chatting with Ding Baochang.
Son of a bitch, call me dad. It feels so good to call you dad. Let me tell you, there are so many people who are willing to pay to listen to your class now. Get out, talk if you want.
Lin Yang would not tolerate him.
Damn it, you don't want to scream, right? Fine, then don't even think about how much money I make for you. Ha, I'm quitting the group now. Let me see how you explain to them.
Lin Yang replied with a sneer.
Ding Baochang was speechless for a moment. Dad, I was wrong. You are my dad, my real dad. My dear son, Daddy forgives you. Lin Yang responded with a smile.
Shit, there are already 307 people who have paid.
Lin Yang was startled. So many people paid? This is too horrible. No, are there really so many people who can't find a girlfriend?
Or, so many people want to hear about my love story with Fu Hongli? Anyway, no matter what the reason was, Lin Yang was stimulated by this data. For the first time, he felt that making money was easy. No, this is the second time. The first time was when Fu Hongli gave him 100,000 yuan at noon.
Son of a bitch, online classes are obviously not realistic anymore.
I have discussed with those two bastards and decided to build the number 2 auditorium in the school tomorrow.
We can have the class in the auditorium and make some extra money by then. Damn it. Is it such a big deal? Auditorium number 2 can accommodate more than 2,000 people at the same time. Besides, is this a small matter worth discussing in the auditorium? Lin Yang asked this question. You know nothing. You have to make it a bigger scene. You are doing good for the people. Lin Yang was speechless. Anyway, don't worry about it. Your dad and I will take care of it for you. You just need to attend the event. Ding Baochang sent another message. Lin Yang's eyes suddenly became moist.
He had been busy working these years and had not spent much time in the dormitory, but those three bastards had not distanced themselves from him at all. In fact, after experiencing so much human warmth and coldness, Lin Yang's heart is really hard to be moved.
But at this moment, he was once again moved by the behavior of these three bastards in the dormitory.
Lin Yang knew that although he was chatting with Ding Baochang at the moment, Lu Daon and Zhao Libo's two sons must have been involved.
As the two were chatting, Lin Yang's cell phone rang. The call was from Ruanmi.
When he saw her name, Lin Yang slapped his forehead.
Oh no, I forgot the promise I made to Ruanmi.
When leaving the club this afternoon, Ruanmi said she would treat me to a midnight snack in the evening.
And I promised her.
But when something happened to Fu Hongli, he completely forgot about it.
Damn it. Feeling guilty, Lin Yang quickly answered the phone. Hello, Sister Mi, good evening.
Lin Yang smiled a little guiltily.
Bullshit. We agreed to have supper together tonight. Look what time it is now. If I don't call you, you will never call me again. Ruanmi's fierce voice came from the phone.
But Lin Yang knew that she was not angry. Having worked in her club for more than a year, Lin Yang knows her character very well.
Sister Mi, I'm really sorry. Something happened to my friend and I forgot about it. How about this, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon, okay? Lin Yang pleaded softly. There is no way.
He is the financial sponsor and someone we cannot afford to offend. Ruanmi was a little unhappy at first, but when she heard Lin Yang say that he would treat her to lunch tomorrow at noon, she immediately felt comfortable.
Okay, you little rascal, this is what you said. If you stand me up again, I'll show you how I'm going to deal with you. Ruanmi's charming voice came from the phone. Lin Yang smiled and said, I dare not, I dare not. Humph, I don't think you would dare. Ruanmi said with a smile. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Lin Yang was just about to continue chatting with Ding Baochang.
Fu Hongli suddenly walked out of the room with a cold face.
Sponsor, is there something wrong? Lin Yang asked.
Fu Hongli said coldly, I have something to warn you about.
Chapter 14 I will do it.
Fu Hongli's stunningly beautiful face was covered with a biting frost.
You can see that she is very angry.
Lin Yang quickly sat up from the sofa.
He quickly said, What is it? Tell me and I will do it. Fu Hongli snorted coldly.
Although you are a shield I hired, in the eyes of outsiders, you are my boyfriend, Fu Hongli, so you'd better not flirt with other girls. I, Fu Hongli, can't afford to lose this person.
Do you hear me?
Lin Yang instantly realized that Fu Hongli had heard his conversation with Ruanni. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out to say these words to me.
Lin Yang's guess was correct.
Fu Hongli had indeed heard his conversation with Ruanni.
Fu Hongli was not jealous.
She just felt that Lin Yang was going a little too far. He was clearly the one he paid to hire to play the role of his boyfriend, but now he was chatting enthusiastically with another girl.
If other people knew about this, how would I save my face?
That's why she came out with a cold face to warn Lin Yang. Lin Yang originally wanted to explain his relationship with Ruanni, but looking at Fu Hongli's cold face, Lin Yang gave up the idea. He nodded and said, Okay, I will be careful and will never have any scandals with anyone.
I will never embarrass you. Remember what you said.
After saying this coldly, Fu Hongli turned around and went back to his room.
Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
Fu Hongli is obviously a delicate and beautiful girl. But Lin Yang inexplicably had the illusion that serving the emperor was like serving a tiger. Damn it, after I pay off my external debts, I must stay away from her. After making up his mind, Lin Yang lay down on the sofa and began to fall asleep.
However, he failed.
All he could think about was what happened today. Lin Yang really felt like he was dreaming. First, in the middle of the day, he inexplicably became the boyfriend of the school beauty Fu Hongli, and even stayed at her house at night. Even the script wouldn't dare to be written like this. After thinking about this for a while, Lin Yang looked at his account book again.
All the records here are foreign debts owed.
Reading it stroke by stroke, it is truly shocking. However, after deducting the 120,000 yuan he currently has, he still owes 1.32 million yuan.
It's really an astronomical figure. However, Lin Yang has become numb.
He has looked through the account books countless times in the past 2 years. His mood had long since changed from initial fear to complete numbness. In the past 2 years, he has lived like a clockwork, without his own life.
Living day after day, living numbly.
When he first went bankrupt, dozens of creditors came to his house to collect debts, and Lin Yang was so desperate that he wanted to jump off the roof. Later, his mother fell ill, and Lin Yang forced himself to take on all the responsibilities. He knelt down before the debt collector and begged him to give him a few days' grace. He knelt down before his boss and begged him not to deduct his wages. Later, Lin Yang got used to it, got used to being inferior to others, got used to accepting reality, and got used to being trampled in the dust. When he thought of this, Lin Yang came back to his senses. He closed the account book and put away his cell phone, whose screen had long since shattered into a spiderweb-like shape.
You see, he doesn't even have time to be sad about the passing of time. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening and he has to go to bed. There is no choice.
I have to go to the school cafeteria to work at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Fu Hongli didn't feel sleepy after returning to the room. She couldn't sleep because a person of the opposite sex moved into her house. She felt like her space was being invaded. But the real reason why she couldn't sleep was because she was worried about Lin Yang.
Fu Hongli tossed and turned in bed until after 11 o'clock, but still couldn't sleep.
She simply got up and left the room to see what Lin Yang was doing.
Lin Yang has fallen asleep.
Under the dim light, his breathing was unusually even.
To be honest, this was the first time Fu Hongli looked carefully at Lin Yang's face.
Even though Fu Hongli had seen countless handsome men and beautiful women, she couldn't help but sigh at this moment that Lin Yang in front of her was indeed very handsome. Even though he was asleep, that angular face still exuded amazing charm.
His skin is so good that you can't even see the pores.
His nose is high, standing like a small mountain on that charming face.
Lin Yang didn't know if he was dreaming, he muttered to himself.
Fu Hongli was startled back to her senses, and her pretty face felt inexplicably hot. Then, like a frightened little white rabbit, he quickly returned to his room. Fu Hongli buried her fair face deep in the pillow.
For some reason, Lin Yang's face appeared in her mind again. A night in silence. At 4:30 in the morning, Lin Yang opened his eyes.
There were still traces of red bloodshot in his eyes, which was caused by lack of rest.
But Lin Yang's brain was completely clear.
In the past 2 years, he has gotten used to getting up at this time. He tiptoed to the entrance, changed his shoes, then opened the door little by little and quietly left Fu Hongli's home.
At 4:30 in the morning, Zhengcheng seems full of vitality.
The sanitation workers have already started work and the owner of the breakfast shop has also started a busy day. Lin Yang didn't have time to appreciate these things. He rode his shared bicycle hurriedly towards Jiangda. The job in the school cafeteria was found for Lin Yang by his counselor when he first enrolled. The salary is not high, only 1,200 yuan a month. But for Lin Yang at that time, the 1,200 yuan was life-saving money. At least, it could save him and his mother from going hungry. Therefore, even when Lin Yang had a better option later, he never thought of leaving. Firstly, he was grateful to the other party for helping him when he was in the most difficult time, and secondly, the other party also needed Lin Yang. It was exactly 5 o'clock when we arrived at the cafeteria. The canteen was brightly lit and all the stalls were busy. Lin Yang entered the stall where he worked from the back.
The stall was run by an elderly couple.
They were originally professors at Jiangnan University, but after retirement, they had nothing to do, so they took over this stall. Every morning I sell some steamed buns, porridge, and other things.
Lin Yang's main job is to make dumplings. For Lin Yang, this is much easier than going to the club to play with others, or teaching Bai Jiqian to play the piano.
After all, Lin Yang's family used to be in the catering business, and when he was 12 years old, he could already skillfully make buns with 24 evenly folds. As soon as I entered the stall, I saw Shen Lizho. Shen Lizho, like Lin Yang, came here to work and study. At this moment she was squatting on the ground sobbing.
Lin Yang was shocked.
He quickly asked, "Shen Lizho, what's wrong with you?"
Chapter 15 Divine Face. Shen Lizho is also a student at Jiangnan University.
He is a sophomore this year and 1 year younger than Lin Yang. This girl's family conditions are also very poor. Not only did she always wear her high school uniform, she also wore black framed glasses with extremely thick lenses. Her hair is very long and rarely cut. Lin Yang has known her for almost a year, but has never seen her true face. However, her lips are very beautiful, with a lip bead on them, but her lips are always dry.
If they could be more moisturized, they would probably be more beautiful.
But these have nothing to do with Lin Yang.
After hearing Lin Yang's words, Shen Lizho sobbed softly and said, "Teacher's son is in the hospital."
"Teacher, he just came over and told me that she might have to transfer this stall."
"It's already this late, why haven't those two old guys shown up yet?"
"Then why are you crying?
Are you worried about teacher's son?"
Lin Yang asked again.
Shen Lizho nodded. She subconsciously looked up at Lin Yang. For the first time, Shen Lizho didn't wear glasses.
Then, Lin Yang clearly saw a beautiful face.
Oh shit. Lin Yang couldn't help but swear in his heart.
It's not that he was being too fussy, it's just that it was so beautiful. Unlike Fu Hongli's face, which was as beautiful as the spring breeze in March that makes people feel amorous, Shen Lizho's face was as beautiful as a lotus blooming in summer.
Fresh and refined.
Lin Yang was a little stunned. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous girl in daily life actually has a beauty that is almost comparable to Fu Hongli? However, her watery eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice.
Charming and charming.
When she saw Lin Yang's shocked look, Shen Lizho suddenly came to her senses. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, then hurriedly put on the glasses that sealed her beauty. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Lin Yang suddenly understood why Shen Lizho always appeared in such an unsightly manner.
Damn, she is so beautiful.
If others saw her true face, countless old perverts would pursue her.
And she obviously couldn't bear such harassment.
When he thought of this, Lin Yang calmed his mind. He said in a deep voice, "Let's get to work first.
After we're done, I'll go to the hospital to see teacher's son."
"Can I go with you?"
Shen Lizho asked in a low voice.
"Sure, but do you have classes?"
"I don't have to go to public classes."
Lin Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you there when I'm done."
"Thank you,"
Shen Lizho said seriously. Her voice was as low as ever.
"You're welcome."
The conversation ended and the two began to get busy. Shen Lizho was cooking porridge, and Lin Yang started to mix the stuffing skillfully. After everything was almost ready, Lin Yang started making dumplings.
Because of the school situation, Lin Yang did not show off his skills excessively. It's just a simple wrap with a few folds.
At 6:30, the buns come out of the steamer.
Some students have started to eat one after another.
Lin Yang and Shin Lizho put on masks and started to get busy.
At exactly 7 o'clock, more than 100 buns were sold out. There is no other way.
Thanks to the fact that his family used to be in the catering business, the fillings that Lin Yang makes are very unique and are sold out early every day.
Moreover, there is always a queue at his stall every morning. Students who cannot buy buns often complain that there are too few buns prepared. To be honest, Lin Yang has considered using his cooking skills to make money.
But he really doesn't have so much energy to do this right now, and opening a store requires capital, and what he lacks most is capital. After the sale was completed, Lin Yang and Shin Lizho started to have breakfast. The two of them had steamed buns and porridge for breakfast. Shin Lizho has been eating the buns made by Lin Yang for nearly a year, but even so, she is still amazed by the taste of the buns every time she eats them.
It's really delicious. After dinner and a quick cleanup of the kitchen, it was already past 8 o'clock. Lin Yang took Shin Lizho and walked out of the school.
In order to avoid being recognized by others, Lin Yang deliberately wore a mask.
There's no way, he doesn't want to be photographed.
After all, he just confirmed his relationship with Fu Hongli yesterday, and today he is with another girl.
No matter how you look at him, he looks like a scumbag.
Lin Yang was not afraid that others would call him a scumbag, he was mainly afraid that Fu Hongli would find out about this. You know, she specifically reminded me last night not to create any scandal that would embarrass her. After leaving the school gate and getting into a taxi, Lin Yang saw Fu Hongli's dazzling Porsche 911. She had just gotten out of the car at this moment.
A black tight-fitting halter dress perfectly showed off her exquisite curves. It must be said that Fu Hongli has a really nice figure. She clearly didn't reveal any flesh, but she still gave people an inexplicable impulse. It is worthy of being the holy body of the succubus. Lin Yang didn't dare to look any longer and hurriedly urged the driver to rush to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Lin Yang bought some fruits and supplements and went straight to Teacher Sun's ward. When he arrived, Lin Yang had already made a phone call and knew which ward Teacher Sun was in. Teacher Sun was sleeping, and Teacher He was sitting beside him, staring at the instruments on the table in a daze. When he saw Lin Yang and Shin Lizho, a bright light flashed in Teacher He's bloodshot eyes. "You two kids, just come if you want to. Why do you need to buy anything? Besides, you two are not rich." Teacher He scolded. Lin Yang smiled and said, "It didn't cost much." Teacher He glared at Lin Yang with pity. Lin Yang put the things under the bed. Why did Teacher Sun suddenly fall ill? Teacher He sighed. Cerebral infarction. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Yang sighed after hearing this. He comforted her, "Teacher He, don't worry. Teacher Sun has been doing good deeds all his life, so nothing will happen to him." These words comforted Teacher He. She smiled and said, "You are good at comforting people." Yes, Lin Yang's words did comfort Teacher He. It's not about doing good deeds all your life, but that my old man will be fine. Teacher He, I'm telling the truth. Lin Yang said with a smile. Yes, it's the truth. My old man's son will definitely be fine. By the way, is the stall going well this morning? Well, it went pretty smoothly. Shin Lizho and I worked well together. But, Mr. He, I heard that you want to sell your stall? Teacher He sighed. Yes, Teacher Sun's illness has suddenly exhausted me, and I don't have time to take care of the stall. Lin Yang asked seriously, Teacher He, can you give me the stall? Chapter 16, Take less money to humiliate my boyfriend. Lin Yang did not act on a whim, but he had seriously considered this issue before coming here. He felt that he was fully capable of taking over this position. The stall is only open in the morning now, but even so, it still makes a profit of 400 to 500 yuan a day. If it is open all day, the profit will be very considerable. Lin Yang wanted to contract a stall a long time ago, but it was not easy to contract a stall in a school. You need money and connections, but Lin Yang has neither. But if Teacher He could help talk to the school, then it would be easy for Lin Yang to take over this stall. Shaolin, are you kidding? Teacher He looked at Lin Yang in surprise. In fact, not only her, but even Shin Lizho looked at Lin Yang with shock in his eyes. Lin Yang nodded. Teacher He, I'm not kidding. You name a price and I will definitely not bargain. However, I need you to help tell the school.
Actually, I know it's not appropriate to talk about this now, but I'm afraid that if I don't say it, someone else will take it. Lin Yang said guiltily.
Teacher, he patted Lin Yang on the back and pretended to be angry and said, "What are you talking about, kid?
You have helped me and my old man for 2 years. My old man and I have already regarded you as our own grandson.
Why should I ask you for money? If you really want to take over the contract, then I will say hello to the school's logistics department. That kid is still my old grandson's student.
This face will definitely be given, but you have to pay the school a symbolic amount of money."
Lin Yang looked at Teacher He with gratitude.
After being together for 2 years, Lin Yang has long regarded these two old men as his own relatives. This is why even though Lin Yang has the ability to earn more money, he still insists on helping out in the cafeteria every day. On the one hand, he was grateful to the two teachers for helping him when he was in the most difficult time, and on the other hand, he truly regarded them as his own family.
Thank you, Mr. He.
Please tell me how much I need to pay to the school.
Well, I'll ask for you later, don't worry. Lin Yang nodded. Teacher He, I'm not in a hurry. It won't be too late to ask after Teacher's son is discharged from the hospital. Teacher He responded.
After staying in the hospital for more than half an hour, Lin Yang and Shen Lizho stood up to say goodbye. Teacher He reluctantly sent the two of them out of the ward.
Teacher He, what would you like to eat at noon? I'll bring it to you. Lin Yang said.
Silly child, no need.
My daughter will be back from abroad at noon. She will arrange everything. Just go to class with peace of mind. Well, Mr. He, if you need me, just let me know. Teacher He smiled and nodded. After watching Lin Yang and Shen Lizho leave, Teacher He didn't even smile anymore.
She murmured to herself, "What good kids."
On the way back to school, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and took another taxi. There's no way, it's too far. It takes an hour to ride back by bike.
Lin Yang can do it alone, but the key is to bring Shen Lizho with him.
Lin Yang, are you really planning to contract the canteen? Shen Lizho asked cautiously. Shen Lizho was very self-conscious and didn't dare to look at Lin Yang when he spoke. He even lowered his head. Lin Yang knew why she asked this.
To put it bluntly, she was very worried about her job.
Well, I do want to take the contract, but don't worry, after taking the contract, I will definitely hire you again, and I will give you a raise at that time.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Shen Lizho's heart was relieved. She said with a slightly trembling voice, "Lin Yang, thank you." From her trembling voice, Lin Yang heard Shen Lizho's excitement.
Lin Yang knew why she was excited, and he sighed slightly in his heart.
I couldn't help but secretly said, "Alas, you are just like me, a person abandoned by life." Lin Yang, are you with the school beauty Fu Hongli?
Shen Lizho suddenly asked in a low voice when they were almost at school.
Her little head was already hanging very low. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Does the news spread so quickly? How come even you know about it?" "The whole school knows about it,"
Shen Lizho said in a low voice.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Well, we are together." "Oh."
Shen Lizho stopped talking.
It's just that the little head lowered even lower.
Moreover, her watery eyes also showed a hint of red, and even her expression dimmed.
Unfortunately, Lin Yang didn't see it.
After returning to school safely, Lin Yang asked Shen Lizho to get off the car first.
Lin Yang waited in the car for a while before getting out. There is no way.
Now that he has been given the title of Fu Hongli's boyfriend, he has to be careful in everything he does. Especially be careful with girls. It would be terrible if the video was captured and heard by Fu Hongli.
The last class in the morning is a large class. Lin Yang sent a message to Ding Baochan, wanting to ask him which classroom he was in. But this old man asked Lin Yang to wait for him at the second playground.
Jiangdai is very big and has several playgrounds.
I don't know what this kid is up to.
But Lin Yang still went to the second playground.
The playground is crowded and full of vitality.
But Lin Yang felt like he was getting old, and he felt like he didn't fit in with the boys and girls in front of him.
Lin Yang randomly found a deserted lawn and lay down.
The weather was nice, with clear blue skies. Lin Yang looked for a while and then closed his eyes. He hasn't enjoyed such a leisurely moment for a long time.
Closing eyes. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice came into my ears. "Are you Hongli's boyfriend Lin Yang?"
Lin Yang opened his eyes. What appeared in front of my eyes was a handsome man wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle and refined. At this moment, he was looking down at Lin Yang.
Unfriendly look. Lin Yang nodded, too lazy to sit up. What do you want to talk to me about? I heard that you are a sparring partner in a fighting club?
The other party asked in a cold voice.
Wow, the god of wealth has come. Lin Yang sat up quickly. He smiled and asked, Did Zhao Qingfeng tell you?
Only Zhao Qingfeng knew that he was a sparring partner in the fighting club.
That's right.
The other party said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and asked, So, you want me to fight with you? That's right. Yes, another suitor of Fu Hongli.
Another guy who wanted to vent his anger on himself like Zhao Qingfeng.
Oh, then just come to the club and find me this afternoon. Name a price, I want to fight now.
The other party said coldly.
I can't fight now. I don't have protective gear.
I want no protective gear. Only the feeling of being punched in the flesh can make me feel relieved. The other party said angrily, I have been pursuing Hongli for 2 years.
Why should she be nice to you?
It seems that he hates himself more than Zhao Qingfeng.
That's easy. Lin Yang was secretly happy. But he pretended to be embarrassed and said, If you don't wear protective gear, the price will be very high. 50,000, is 50,000 enough? Lin Yang was ecstatic. Just for a beating you can get 50,000 yuan. This deal isn't a bad one. He was about to agree.
But a cold and noble voice suddenly came into Lin Yang's ears.
Xia Kun, stop using your money to humiliate my boyfriend. Chapter 17 Don't be so sudden next time.
The person who spoke was Fu Hongli.
If this happened to an ordinary person, he would probably faint from happiness. But Lin Yang wanted to cry. A good business deal was ruined.
He turned his head and glanced at Fu Hongli. She was standing not far away from him with a pretty face and indifferent expression. She wore high heels and a halter dress, revealing her slender white arms and snow-white ankles that could be held in one hand.
When Lin Yang went to the hospital in the morning, he glanced at Fu Hongli across the street.
At that time, he felt that she was so charming that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Now watching her up close, Lin Yang felt that her figure was incredibly good, like a beauty. This is because her stunningly beautiful face is as cold as ice, which reduces some of her alluring charm.
Otherwise, it would probably be even more provocative. Xia Kuan's face turned pale instantly. He stared at Fu Hongli with bloodshot eyes. Hongli, why?
I was the one who knew you first, and I have been pursuing you for 2 years, but why did you choose him?
Xia Kuan asked unwillingly.
Fu Hongli looked at him coldly, there was no warmth in her eyes which were as beautiful as peach blossoms. First of all, love has nothing to do with who comes first, secondly, it is my freedom to choose who I want, and finally, he is handsome.
Xia Kuan was so shocked by these words that his face turned even paler and his whole body trembled.
He moved his lips and wanted to say something, but no words came out. At this moment, Lin Yang suddenly held Fu Hongli's soft little hand. The sudden hand holding made Fu Hongli's delicate body tremble slightly. Yes, she felt a little uncomfortable.
There is no one else here except Xia Kuan.
Why did Lin Yang hold my hand without my permission?
But because Xia Kuan was present, Fu Hongli did not shake him off. Xia Kuan's face turned even paler due to Lin Yang's action, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yang was filled with overwhelming hatred.
When Lin Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, Brother, I'm sorry, I really don't want to lose you, the god of wealth. I hope that after seeing this scene, you will hate me even more, and then go to the club to play with me in the afternoon.
Yes, Lin Yang's action completely stimulated Xia Kuan. Judging from Xia Kuan's reaction, the effect is good. Xia Kuan stared at Lin Yang intently for a few seconds, as if he wanted to engrave Lin Yang's appearance in his mind. Just wait and see. After saying these 3 words, Xia Kuan turned and left. Fu Hongli shook off Lin Yang's hand. Who asked you to hold my hand? Fu Hongli asked coldly. You can see that she is very angry.
Lin Yang said with a guilty conscience, Father, I just want him to give up on you completely. If you think I did something wrong, I can apologize to Xia Kuan and explain everything to him. Fu Hongli was stunned for a moment. It turned out that I misunderstood him.
That's right, Fu Hongli thought Lin Yang was being a hooligan. Don't be so sudden next time.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, As you wish, Mr. Sponsor, what do you want to talk to me about?
As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Hongli's expression, which had just calmed down, turned cold as ice again.
Let me ask you, are you going to be selling classes in auditorium number 2 tonight?
Not only was her face cold as ice, but her voice was also bone-chillingly cold.
Father, how do you know? Humph, if you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Let me tell you, this matter has now been exposed to the whole school.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang was shocked. Is it such a big deal? The whole school knows?
Lin Yang was about to speak, but Fu Hongli continued to say unhappily, you want to make money, I have nothing to say, but you promised me last night that you would not use me for hype, but now almost everyone knows that you are going to share with them how you chased me tonight. I even heard from others that you are going to share with them the details of your relationship with me. Lin Yang, if this is the case, I don't mind telling everyone that you are just my shield, not my real boyfriend.
Hold. Lin Yang was a little panicked.
He was not afraid that Fu Hongli would tell everyone that he was just her shield. Lin Yang was worried that he was going to lose this god of wealth. He didn't know how those 3 sons of bitches spread the word. But what Fu Hongli said must be true. Because she is a person who disdains lying. Lin Yang did not directly refute Fu Hongli's words, but asked, Father, although we have known each other for a short time, do you think I am a brainless person?
How should I know?
Fu Hongli said unhappily.
Lin Yang smiled and said, since I still have some brains, how could I do this knowing that you would be angry? Am I mentally retarded? Don't I know what the consequences will be for me if I make you angry?
Since you keep saying that you won't do this, then explain to me why others would hear this. Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang sighed helplessly.
It might be a publicity stunt.
Anyway, sponsor, if you don't believe me, you can go to the auditorium tonight and see what I'm saying. Humph, you wish for it. You still want me to support you? Lin Yang wanted to cry. Fu Hongli's train of thought is unique.
But I have to say, this method is really good.
If Fu Hongli could appear in the auditorium, it would definitely cause a sensation. The auditorium will definitely be full by then.
But Lin Yang didn't dare to set his sights on Fu Hongli, so he just thought about it. If he really brings it up, Fu Hongli would probably kill himself.
Don't let me hear any news that I don't want to hear, otherwise, I will turn against you. Fu Hongli warned in a cold voice.
Yes, sir.
Lin Yang said quickly. Fu Hongli snorted coldly and was about to leave.
But Xia Cohen, who had clearly left just now, suddenly appeared in front of them again. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a creepy fanaticism.
I heard it. I heard everything just now, Hongli.
This guy called you his financial sponsor. You two are not really in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at all.
Xia Cohen roared excitedly.
Hold. I didn't speak loudly just now, and besides, Xia Cohen had clearly already left.
How he heard it. Lin Yang quickly glanced at Fu Hongli.
Fu Hongli's pretty face became extremely cold and beautiful. She looked at Xia Cohen without saying a word.
Lin Yang suddenly smiled and said, Xia Cohen, are you mentally ill? What's wrong with me calling her the sponsor daddy? If you farted, if you were a normal boyfriend and girlfriend, what would they say? Xia Cohen asked back excitedly.
As soon as these words came out,
Lin Yang sneered and said, are you blind? Didn't you see that we were holding hands just now?
But as soon as I left, Hongli let go of your hand, and she looked at you with a cold look in her eyes.
Hold. Lin Yang was a little annoyed. How come this guy is so observant? Looks like we need to come up with a big trick. Otherwise, if this guy starts shouting, how can I make money? How can I pay off my debts if I can't make any money?
Lin Yang glanced at Fu Hongli.
Fu Hongli was also looking at Lin Yang.
There was a hint of panic in her charming peach blossom eyes. Yes, Fu Hongli did not expect Xia Cohen to observe so carefully. If Xia Cohen told all this to others, the people who were harassing him would definitely become even more aggressive.
What to do? How can we dispel Xia Cohen's suspicion? Fu Hongli glanced casually at the place not far away. Suddenly she had an idea. Chapter 18, Kissed.
Not far away, a couple in love hugged each other. The girl shyly crossed her legs and kissed the boy on the cheek. Yes, this is the solution Fu Hongli came up with.
To be honest, Fu Hongli was not afraid that Xia Cohen would question his relationship with Lin Yang.
What she was afraid of was that Xia Cohen would spread rumors everywhere. She was afraid that those people who had finally given up on her because she had a boyfriend would believe what he said and harass her even more crazily. Therefore, Fu Hongli wanted to prove himself and prove his relationship with Lin Yang.
There was no extra nonsense as Xia Kuan looked at himself and Lin Yang triumphantly.
Fu Hongli's body suddenly leaned towards Lin Yang, and then, her moist, fragrant and soft red lips kissed Lin Yang's cheek.
Boo!
A subtle crisp sound quickly spread to the ears of Lin Yang and Xia Kuan. Fu Hongli, the instigator, did not react at all. No, if he had to say there was any reaction, it was that Lin Yang's cheeks were so soft. Besides that, her cheeks felt a little hot. After all, this was her first time kissing someone. Lin Yang seemed to have his acupoints pressed, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. Then, his face, which was as white as tender tofu, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his ears were red. Lin Yang couldn't understand why he felt numb all over as if he had been electrocuted, even though Fu Hongli had kissed him on the cheek. Moreover, my heart was beating so fast as if I was riding a rocket. Compared to Lin Yang's frantic heartbeat, Xia Kuan felt as if his whole body had fallen into a huge ice cave, and even his heart seemed to be frozen. The slight doubt I had about the relationship between Lin Yang and Fu Hongli had disappeared without a trace because of Fu Hongli's kiss. Xia Kuan has been pursuing Fu Hongli for 2 years, from the time he fell in love with her at first sight when he first entered school to now. A full 2 years have passed.
Xia Kuan knew clearly that Fu Hongli was a very self-disciplined person.
No, she even had a slight misophobia and usually wanted to stay as far away from boys as possible. Not to mention kissing, even polite gestures like shaking hands have never happened.
So, when Xia Kuan saw Fu Hongli kiss Lin Yang without hesitation, he knew that the relationship between Fu Hongli and Lin Yang could not be fake. Moreover, it can be seen that Fu Hongli likes Lin Yang very much. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to kiss Lin Yang. Totally hopeless. Xia Kuan was completely desperate at this moment. He hated his own stupidity. If he wanted to leave, he could just leave. Why did he have to come back?
If I hadn't returned and questioned their relationship, how could I have suffered such a heart-wrenching blow?
But Xia Kuan hated Lin Yang even more. Wasn't he just a little handsome? Why could he win the favor of the goddess? Moreover, seeing Lin Yang's slightly smug look, Xia Kuan hated him even more.
He swore that he would go to the club where Lin Yang worked in the afternoon, beat him up and vent his frustration.
Lin Yang didn't know what Xia Kuan was thinking, if he knew that he wanted to give him money. Lin Yang knelt down and kowtowed to Xia Kuan out of gratitude. Xia Kuan left with a broken heart and hatred for Lin Yang. Don't think too much about it.
It was just a temporary solution. Fu Hongli's voice was as cold as ever, but it was mixed with a hint of imperceptible panic.
Lin Yang nodded and said, "Well, I understand. In fact, I should thank you, my financial sponsor. If it weren't for your quick thinking, Xia Kuan would have been difficult to get rid of. Shut up and don't call me your sponsor anymore. If you hadn't called me like that, how would he have found out the flaw?"
Fu Hongli said coldly. Fu Hongli felt a little angry when he thought about how this guy almost exposed himself by calling him the financial sponsor.
"Sorry, this is indeed my fault. From now on I will call you Hongli." "Whatever."
After saying this, Fu Hongli turned around and left. Lin Yang originally wanted to ask her if she wanted to have lunch together, but suddenly remembered that he had already made an appointment with Ruanmi last night. If she stood her up again, Ruanmi would probably kill herself. He is also my financial sponsor and I really can't afford to offend him.
As soon as Fu Hongli left, Lin Yang wanted to call Ding Baochang. As soon as he took out his cell phone, Ding Baochang appeared in front of Lin Yang. "Son of a bitch, do you miss your daddy? Get lost, what do you want from me?"
Lin Yang cursed with a smile.
Ding Baochang smiled and said, "No, I just want to ask you, how are your preparations going?" "I haven't prepared anything, what nonsense, have you finished the auditorium thing?" "Of course, don't you see who I am, your father?" "Dad, you're awesome." Lin Yang gave a thumbs up. Ding Baochang was happy. "My dear son, call me daddy again." "Who are you calling my good son?" Lin Yang asked. "My good son is calling you." Ding Baochang blurted out.
Lin Yang said with a smile, "What a good son." "Fuck, damn, please treat your 3 fathers to lunch at noon. Come to think of it, we haven't eaten together for a long time."
"Not at noon because I have an appointment. Let's do it in the evening. After I'm done with my work, I'll treat you to a midnight snack."
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Ding Baochang was right.
Lin Yang and his 3 roommates hadn't had a meal for a while.
"Damn it, don't tell me you made an appointment with Fu Hongli." Ding Baochang looked unhappy. "No, it's someone else."
Lin Yang said with a smile. Okay, as long as it's not Fu Hongli, your father's heart aches when I see you and Fu Hongli together.
Don't feel bad.
When we get married in the future, I'll let you sit at the main table.
Lin Yang said nonsense. Ding Baocheng became even more depressed.
He covered his chest and said, You unfilial son. Dad is already in such pain, and you are rubbing salt into his wounds.
Lin Yang smiled and asked, Where are those two bastards? The whole banner is gone.
What?
Banner? What banner?
Ding Baocheng smiled and said, Don't worry about it.
Anyway, you will see it tonight. I say, can we not be so outrageous? Cannot. Lin Yang was speechless.
As we were chatting, the cell phone rang.
The call was from Ruanmi, probably asking Lin Yang to go for dinner. Lin Yang quickly picked up the phone. Little rascal, sister is at the gate of your school, when can you come out? Ruanmi's charming voice came from the receiver.
Ding Baocheng, who was standing nearby, heard it. His eyes instantly widened into Cao's eyes, and he looked at Lin Yang in shock.
Oh, I'll go out right now.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Yang responded and hung up the phone.
Ding Baocheng was looking at Lin Yang as if he had seen a ghost.
What's with that expression on your face?
Lin Yang asked with disdain.
Who called you just now? My boss.
Fuck, how old is she? She sounds very sexy.
What does she look like? Ding Baocheng asked excitedly. Lin Yang smiled and said, She's also very charming. Real?
Well, not only is she sexy, but she also has an amazing body. Dad, please introduce her to me, please, my good daddy.
Ding Baocheng became excited. Okay, come to the club where I work in the afternoon and I'll introduce it to you.
Lin Yang said with a smile. Anyway, Ruanmi doesn't have a boyfriend now, so there is nothing wrong with introducing Ding Baocheng to her.
As for the rest, Lin Yang couldn't care less.
Ding Baocheng smiled and said, Dad, you are really my good dad.
Chapter 19 How about giving yourself to me?
Lin Yang walked out of the school slowly and saw a Lamborghini SUV.
The SUV was bright yellow all over, and it was extremely dazzling. However, these are not the main points.
The main point is that a beautiful girl was leaning lazily against the car door and looking at Lin Yang with a smile. Wearing huge sunglasses, people can't see her eyes clearly, but her exposed fiery red lips are extremely tempting. Luxury cars and beautiful women have a particularly strong visual impact. But Lin Yang felt that what attracted him was not the luxury car nor the other person's seductive face. But it was her snow-white, slender legs. The other person was wearing a light pink short skirt that just reached her thighs today. The light pink short skirt made her look pink and tender, and also highlighted her two slender legs exposed in the air, making them look very sexy and seductive.
Lin Yang took a deep breath and walked straight towards the other party.
That's right, this beautiful girl is none other than Ruanmi. The two exchanged a few simple greetings and got into the car together.
Sister Mi, why did you suddenly come to school? Lin Yang asked curiously.
Ruanmi smiled charmingly and said, I came to do something nearby and picked you up while I was there.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Mi. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Just eating? Ruanmi looked at Lin Yang with a charming smile. Lin Yang asked seriously, Then Sister Mi, how do you want me to thank you?
Lin Yang felt that he should thank Ruanmi. Not only was he grateful to her for taking him in, allowing him to play with her in the club and earn money, but more importantly, Lin Yang had just arrived at the club for less than a week, and a creditor came to demand money. Lin Yang had no other choice but to talk to Ruanmi. The other party lent him 50,000 yuan without saying a word. Maybe for Ruanmi, 50,000 yuan is nothing.
But for Lin Yang, the 50,000 yuan is life-saving money.
In fact, in addition to the 50,000 yuan, after learning about Lin Yang's situation, Ruanmi had expressed more than once that she was willing to help Lin Yang pay off all his foreign debts.
That's more than 1 million in foreign debt.
Although Lin Yang rejected her, he always remembered her kindness in his heart. Ruanmi's watery eyes looked at Lin Yang for a few times, and said with a charming smile, Why don't you pledge yourself to me?
Ah?
Lin Yang was stimulated by these words. He looked at Ruanmi in confusion.
Phew. Looking at Lin Yang's frightened face, Ruanmi couldn't help but burst out laughing.
She is extremely beautiful, and when she smiles, she looks like a rose blooming.
Charming and beautiful. Look how scared you are.
It was just a joke.
Ruanmi said with a smile.
Lin Yang patted his chest and said, Sister Me, you scared me to death.
Look at your courage, it's as small as a pinhole. Ruanmi teased with a smile.
But where Lin Yang couldn't see, her watery eyes became a little dim at this moment.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Sister Me, what do you want to eat for lunch? It's my treat.
Oh, you made money and became so rich all of a sudden.
Ruanmi teased with a smile. I made some money yesterday. Ruanmi smiled and said, that little bit of money is also called money. My sister will treat us to lunch. No, Sister Me, let me treat you. I already owe you enough, let me pay you back a little. Lin Yang begged.
I won't let you pay it back, I'll just let you owe me.
Ruanmi said coquettishly. Lin Yang was speechless.
I never thought that Ruanmi had such a little girl side. Seeing this, Ruanmi smiled and said, well, actually, today I have something to ask you, so I'll treat you to this meal. When you pay off your foreign debt, you can treat me to a good meal. Lin Yang looked at Ruanmi with some emotion. She really had nothing to say about herself. If he wasn't afraid that Ruanmi would dislike him, Lin Yang really wanted to recognize her as his sister.
Sister Me, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't ask for anything. Don't shorten my life.
Ruanmi's words made her laugh again, and she laughed so hard that she was out of breath.
She really didn't know that Lin Yang had a talent for comedy before. When the laughter had almost died down, Ruanmi said, Do you still remember Li Tianhao?
Remember, this big brother has been giving me a lot of trouble.
What happened to him? He's very annoying. He confessed to me time and again.
I've clearly told him that I don't like him, but even so, he still keeps bothering me.
After I called you last night, I got a call from him.
I suddenly had an idea and told him that I have a boyfriend. As she spoke, Ruanmi glanced at Lin Yang cautiously.
Sister Me, you don't want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, do you? Lin Yang asked in surprise. Why, can't I? So, we are having dinner together with Li Haoyan today?
Well, I made an appointment with him specifically to make him give up.
You won't refuse to help your sister, right?
Ruanmi looked at Lin Yang pitifully with her watery eyes. Lin Yang felt helpless. Fu Hongli was already enough to give Lin Yang a headache, and now there was Ruanmi. But Ruanmi's watery eyes were looking at him pleadingly, and Lin Yang couldn't bear to refuse. He sighed helplessly and couldn't help but say, This world is not fair to beautiful women.
Why should I be harassed just because I'm pretty?
This is true for Ruanmi, and even more so for Fu Hongli. I really don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing that God has gifted them with beautiful faces.
Ruanmi nodded and said, Little rascal, you are so right.
This world is so unfair to us beauties.
There are so many people who like us, but we can never get what we like.
As she spoke, Ruanmi glanced at Lin Yang. There was a sweet and charming smile in her watery eyes. Lin Yang looked at Ruanmi in surprise.
Sister Me, are you kidding me? Only a fool would not want to be with a top beauty like you.
In Lin Yang's opinion, Ruanmi is rich, pretty, and has a very hot body.
If you are a normal man, who wouldn't want to be with her unless you are a fool? That sounds nice. Now I want to ask you, do you want to be with me? Ruanmi asked lightly and casually.
But she gripped the steering wheel so hard that her knuckles turned white. She seemed nervous. Lin Yang thought Ruanmi was teasing him. He smiled bitterly and said, Sister Me, please stop teasing me.
I know my own weight.
A hint of loss flashed across Ruanmi's watery eyes.
She pretended to be arrogant and said, Humph, you little liar, you just kept saying that only a fool would not like a top beauty like me, but now you've been exposed.
Lin Yang looked at Ruanmi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Okay, Sister Me, I was wrong.
Ruanmi collected her thoughts and said with a charming smile, Okay, I won't tease you anymore.
Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
Having known each other for more than a year, Lin Yang knew that Ruanmi was kind-hearted, but he was also afraid that he would say something wrong and make Ruanmi unhappy.
Chapter 20 You Have a Conscience. Huiwei Tower is considered to be one of the best restaurants in Jiangcheng. Ever since Yingcheng Pavilion, the top restaurant in Jiangcheng, went bankrupt, the status of Huiwei Tower has risen rapidly.
Ruanmi invited Lin Yang to have lunch here at noon.
We got off the car together.
When Ruanmi brought Lin Yang into the restaurant, she said with a sweet smile, Don't be restrained when you eat later.
Eat whatever you want. After all, eating with you is the real thing. As for Li Tianhao, he is just a byproduct.
Lin Yang nodded with a warm feeling in his heart. After his family went bankrupt, Lin Yang did meet many people who made him despair and collapse. But he also met many noble people for whom he will be grateful for the rest of his life. For example, Mr. Sun and Mr. E, Fu Hongli, Ruanmi, Bai Jiqian, those three bastards in the dormitory, Shen Lizho who deliberately sealed his own divine face, and so on.
The decoration of Huiyue building is simple and elegant.
This was not the first time Lin Yang came here. He had been here several times before his family went bankrupt.
This is the first time I've come here since my family went bankrupt.
For some reason, when Lin Yang stepped into this place again after 2 years, he had the illusion that everything had changed.
Following Ruanmi into the box.
A young man in his 20s was already sitting in the huge box. He looks very ordinary, but his eyes are very sharp.
This person is Li Haotian.
At this moment, he was playing with the mobile phone in his hand carelessly.
Hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Haotian looked up quickly.
When he saw Ruanmi, a rare smile instantly appeared on Li Haotian's tense face. However, his smile didn't last even a second before he turned a little cold again. Because he saw Lin Yang.
Li Haotian has been to Ruanmi's club and met Lin Yang.
He knew that Lin Yang worked in Ruanmi's club.
When Ruanmi called him this morning to ask him out for dinner, Li Haotian was very excited.
He thought Ruanmi was finally moved by him and was going to give him a chance to pursue her.
But Li Haotian didn't expect that Ruanmi would bring a person of the opposite sex with her.
Even a fool would know what her action meant.
What's more, Li Haotian is not a fool.
But his adult dignity prevented him from showing excessive emotion. He stood up calmly, smiled and said, "Mimi, long time no see."
"Lin Yang, long time no see." Ruanmi didn't say anything.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Boss Li, long time no see."
Li Haotian is incubating internet celebrities, and he is quite good at it.
Several big internet celebrities in Jiangcheng were cultivated by him.
Now is the era of internet celebrity economy, so Li Haotian has made a lot of money. Li Haotian nodded and said, "Sit down."
Lin Yang sat next to Ruanmi, just separating Li Haotian and Ruanmi. Since he had already promised Ruanmi to help him act out this drama, Lin Yang naturally had to do what he said.
A sharp look of shame and anger flashed in Li Haotian's eyes.
Although he knew the purpose of Ruanmi bringing Lin Yang here, Li Haotian still felt a little unhappy.
"Lin Yang, you sit there. Mimi and I want to talk about investment," Li Haotian said with a smile. Lin Yang was about to speak.
Ruanmi suddenly took his arm and said with a sweet smile, "Li Haotian, Lin Yang is my boyfriend. If I sit close to you, I'm afraid he will be jealous."
"I don't want him to be jealous." Li Haotian's heart trembled. Boyfriend.
When I met Ruanmi 2 days ago, she kept saying that she didn't have a boyfriend. I haven't seen her for just a few days, and she actually has a boyfriend.
Mimi, you are not kidding me, are you? Didn't you not have a boyfriend a few days ago? How come you suddenly have one now? Li Haotian said with a forced smile.
Ruanmi said with a smile, "We just confirmed our relationship yesterday afternoon. I thought you usually take good care of me, so I brought him to meet you."
Li Haotian's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp.
As sharp as a knife blade.
He looked straight at Lin Yang.
It seemed as if he wanted to see from Lin Yang's face whether Ruanmi was lying.
Unfortunately, Li Haotian failed.
Lin Yang was looking at Ruanmi with a shy smile. That expression is exactly like that of a little boy in love.
Moreover, Ruanmi looked at Lin Yang with such affectionate eyes, a look that Li Haotian had never seen before.
Li Haotian's heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife. He knew that Ruanmi didn't like him and had never liked him.
But Li Haotian didn't care.
He thought that as long as he liked her, that was enough, so he pursued her madly.
Li Haotian thought that after some time, Ruanmi would be moved by his sincerity. But I didn't expect this to be the result. Lin Yang was a little embarrassed. Ruanmi's arm was only loosely around his arm. But the alluring fragrance from Ruanmi's body kept filling Lin Yang's nose.
This made Lin Yang feel really embarrassed. But in order to play the role well, he pretended to be nonchalant. Fortunately, Ruanmi quickly pulled her arm out. She took the menu from the table and handed it to Lin Yang with a charming smile.
"Order whatever you want to eat, and don't save money for me." "Me? Mimi, you order, I like whatever you order."
Lin Yang smiled guiltily.
It almost got exposed.
If I had called her sister Me just now,
Li Haotian will definitely doubt the authenticity of his relationship with Ruanmi. Fortunately, it was corrected at the critical moment. Okay, then I'll order. Ruanmi smiled sweetly. She likes Lin Yang to call her Mimi,
because it makes the two of them seem very close.
While Ruanmi was ordering food, Li Haotian said with a smile, Lin Yang, are you interested in becoming an internet celebrity? With your appearance, you will definitely become famous.
I can't guarantee you anything else, but I think it's still very promising to earn tens of millions a year. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li, but I don't have such plans for the time being.
Lin Yang rejected him with a smile.
There's no such thing as pie falling from the sky for no reason, and even if it does, it's unlikely to hit your head. Lin Yang knows that today's internet celebrities make a lot of money, but this has nothing to do with him. Li Haotian likes Ruanmi so much, Lin Yang doesn't believe that he is so kind as to let her earn tens of millions a year. If we really sign him, not only will we not make any money, we may even lose money. After all, there are too many such things in real life.
Seeing that Lin Yang rejected him, Li Haotian felt even more unhappy.
Frankly speaking, his previous invitation was just setting a trap for Lin Yang. He had even made up his mind that as long as Lin Yang dared to sign a contract with him, he would cheat him and make him bankrupt.
Yes, Li Haotian was jealous of Lin Yang, jealous to the point of going crazy. The boss of a company with an annual income of tens of millions couldn't even compete with a young boy. If this gets out, how will I continue to stay in the internet celebrity world?
Li Haotian became more and more angry when he saw Ruanmi, whom he had taken a fancy to, holding Lin Yang's arm. He wanted to vent hard.
Li Haotian suddenly remembered that Lin Yang was just there to fight with him. If that's the case, don't blame yourself for being rude. When he thought of this, a terrifying and vicious look flashed in Li Haotian's eyes.
He said with a fake smile, I haven't exercised for a long time. Lin Yang, after dinner, let's go to Mimi's club and play with me for a while.
Chapter 21 How do you want to play?
Lin Yang was ecstatic. I thought I was just accompanying Ruanmi in a play, but unexpectedly, I gained something unexpected. Even though he knew that Li Haotian wanted to vent his anger, Lin Yang still wanted to kneel down and kowtow to him. He is truly his own god of wealth.
Moreover, considering the extent to which Li Haotian hates himself, today is another day to make money.
Frankly speaking, Lin Yang was not afraid at all to be Li Haotian's sparring partner. Lin Yang had fought with him several times before. He looked very strong, but alcohol and sex had long since hollowed out his body. The power of his punches was even weaker than Zhao Qingfeng's. Lin Yang was about to agree to him.
But Ruanmi asked unhappily, Li Haotian, what do you mean? Do you want to beat Lin Yang because you know he is my boyfriend? Mimi, that's not what I meant. I just want to have a good exercise. Li Haotian explained aggrievedly. Humph, do you want to exercise or beat Lin Yang? Do you think I don't know? Ruanmi's tone became even more unfriendly. Mimi, you really misunderstood.
We have known each other for half a year.
Others may not know what kind of person I, Li Haotian, am. Don't you know? Sorry, I don't know.
Ruanmi said coldly with her arms folded across her chest.
The atmosphere in the box instantly dropped to freezing point.
Lin Yang quickly smiled and said, don't be angry, it's a good thing that Mr. Li wants to exercise. Since Mr. Li wants me to play with him, there is no reason for me to refuse. As soon as these words came out,
Ruanmi instantly glared at Lin Yang angrily.
This idiot, can't he see that the other person is not looking for a partner to fight with, he clearly just wants to vent his anger.
But he was just so good that he didn't care about the consequences and went forward. Li Haotian felt secretly happy.
I thought that after Ruanmi saw through my thoughts, there was no hope for this matter. But what no one expected was that Lin Yang, this expert at courting death, actually agreed to it.
What a fool. Li Haotian made an excuse to go to the bathroom and left the box.
Of course, he didn't really want to go to the bathroom, but he was afraid that if he continued to stay in the box, he would laugh out loud. I have never seen such a stupid guy.
As soon as Li Haotian left, Ruanmi said angrily, little rascal, you are usually so smart, how come you have a pig brain now? It's obvious that Li Haotian wants to beat you to vent his anger.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Sister Me, I know.
You knew that, but you still agreed to her? Ruanmi became even angrier. She was even almost crying.
A hint of red appeared in her watery eyes. Lin Yang smiled and said, Sister Me, I'm not stupid. The reason why I dared to agree to his request is because his fists don't have much strength.
Li Haotian looks very strong, but in fact, his body has long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex.
I've fought with him before, so I know it too well.
Ruan Mi looked at Lin Yang with half belief and half doubt. You little rascal, you're not lying to me?
Sister Mi, you've been so good to me, of course I can't lie to you. Ruan Mi's depressed mood instantly became better because of Lin Yang's words.
She said proudly, Humph, you little rascal, you have a conscience and know that I treat you well. I've always known that.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
How could I not know?
Whether it was the 50,000 yuan he lent me, or the fact that he mentioned more than once later that he would help me pay off my foreign debt in one go.
These are all really good things. How could Lin Yang not know? How could he not remember? But little rascal, I don't want him to hit you. I know you want to make money, but Li Haotian is not a pushover.
Lin Yang felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, Sister Mi, don't worry, I know my limits. Seeing that she couldn't convince Lin Yang, Ruan Mi sighed in frustration.
Lin Yang, you really don't have to be so wronged. I know you want to pay off the money you owe as soon as possible. I can help you. More than 1 million is not a big deal for me. You don't have to rush to pay me back.
Lin Yang's heart felt sour and swollen.
This is a touching feeling, an indescribable one. Ruan Mi is really good to me.
Lin Yang didn't know how to repay her. While Lin Yang pretended to lower his head to drink water, he rubbed his eyes, then forced a smile and said, Sister Mi, thank you for your kindness, but it's really not necessary.
Ruan Mi became more and more depressed.
But after knowing each other for more than a year, she also knew Lin Yang's personality clearly. She knew that this boy seemed easy to talk to, but he was actually very stubborn in his bones.
Okay, if you need anything, you must tell me. Don't hide it. Understand? Lin Yang smiled and nodded. The meal was finished quickly. After dinner, Ruan Mi drove Lin Yang straight to the club. Li Haotian naturally followed. When they arrived at the club, Li Haotian said excitedly, Lin Yang, go change your clothes quickly, and you will play a good game with me later. Sure.
Lin Yang smiled and turned to go to the locker room.
Li Haotian, I know what you are thinking.
I warn you, if Lin Yang suffers any loss, don't blame me for turning against you.
Ruan Mi said coldly.
Li Tianhao felt increasingly unhappy. He really wanted to curse Ruan Mi for being blind. She didn't choose a young talent like him, but chose an embroidered pillow instead.
But Li Haotian didn't dare to say this.
He didn't know Ruan Mi's background, but Li Haotian knew one thing, Ruan Mi definitely did not come from a humble family. She has a particularly noble temperament, which is not something that can be cultivated by a small family. In other words, Li Haotian knew that he couldn't afford to offend Ruan Mi. Otherwise, he would have taken action against Ruan Mi long ago.
How could he allow her to bully him like this? Mimi, look at what you said, am I that kind of person? Don't worry, I know my limits. Li Haotian said with a smile. You know whether you have a sense of propriety or not. I have said what I need to say.
I know it is not easy for you to start from scratch and carve out a bloody path in the internet celebrity circle in Jiangcheng, but, to be frank, in my eyes, your career can be destroyed in a snap of a finger. Ruan Mi's words were neither light nor heavy.
But it was like giving Li Haotian a heavy blow.
He suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Mimi, it's not that serious.
You can rest assured. I'm just having a simple fun with Lin Yang. I won't do anything to him. I hope it's as you said. Li Haotian nodded with a smile. As they were talking, Lin Yang came out after changing his clothes. Mr. Li, please come on stage.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Li Haotian nodded.
After putting on protective gear, he went on stage with Lin Yang. Looking at Lin Yang standing on the ring in a clean white uniform, Li Haotian wanted to pounce on him and punch Lin Yang's head hundreds of times.
But Li Haotian didn't dare.
Because Ruan Mi was staring at him in the stands. Lin Yang saw Ruan Mi standing on the stage with a nervous look on her face.
Well, she had to be sent away. Otherwise, how can I make money?
When he thought of this, Lin Yang smiled at Ruan Mi and said, Mimi, go and have a rest.
Mr. Li and I will have some fun. As he spoke, Lin Yang winked at Ruan Mi.
Ruan Mi instantly understood that Lin Yang wanted to repeat what happened with Zhao Qingfeng yesterday. She knew that Lin Yang was short of money, and she felt sorry for him but also a little helpless.
Are you sure there's no problem? Ruan Mi asked worriedly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, of course, no problem.
Mr. Li is a good man and he will definitely not do anything to me. Yes, Mimi, you can rest assured and have a rest. I just want to have a competition with brother Lin Yang. Li Haotian said, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart.
I was just worrying about how to torture this kid, but I didn't expect him to come to me on his own accord.
God really helps me. Okay then, take your time and have fun.
Ruan Mi said helplessly.
Watched Ruan Mi leave. Lin Yang asked with a smile, Mr. Li, how do you want to play? Chapter 22 The Lion Opens His Mouth. Li Haotian glanced at Lin Yang.
Boy, I want you to take off your protective gear.
Name your price.
Now that Ruan Mi is gone, Li Haotian naturally doesn't want to pretend anymore.
If I can't get Ruan Mi, I'll beat up her boyfriend.
Now he just wanted to vent his anger.
Lin Yang smiled. This is exactly what I'm looking forward to most. 50,000.
Lin Yang quoted the price directly.
That's right, he was asking for too much.
Lin Yang knew that Li Haotian was very angry at the moment and wished he could kill him with one punch, so he dared to ask for such a high price.
Li Haotian was so angry that he laughed. Boy, do you think you are worth so much money? It's not worth it, but if you want me to take off the protective gear, this is the price. Of course, if Mr. Li thinks this price is expensive, then let's just follow the normal price.
Lin Yang said indifferently. Lin Yang was deliberately provoking him. He was sure that Li Haotian hated him now, and he knew that Li Haotian wanted to vent.
As expected, Li Haotian was fooled. Fuck, 50,000 is 50,000, just think of it as giving away a beggar. Li Haotian said with disdain.
Lin Yang was too lazy to argue with him.
His goal was to make money anyway. As long as you can make money, it doesn't matter if you get scolded. You'll get the meat anyway. Lin Yang quickly opened the QR code for payment. Li Haotian didn't waste any time and quickly transferred 50,000 yuan.
After receiving the money, Lin Yang took off his protective gear with a smile. Seeing Lin Yang standing in front of him without any protection, Li Haotian could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and he pounced on him like a wolf.
Li Haotian hated Ruan Mi for being blind and heartless.
She did not choose such an excellent man as herself, but chose a guy with no power, no influence, and no status.
Li Haotian hated Lin Yang even more because he had taken away his beloved woman.
The moment he pounced, his fist smashed hard into Lin Yang's head. Lin Yang blocked with both hands.
Li Haotian hit Lin Yang's wrist with his boxing-gloved fist. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all.
This guy's strength is not as good as Zhao Qingfeng's. It turned out that his body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex.
But Lin Yang didn't dare to reveal his true reaction.
He took a deep breath as if in pain, then quickly took a few steps back.
Li Haotian felt very happy when he saw Lin Yang's reaction.
Before Lin Yang could stand firm, Li Haotian's fist attacked again. Lin Yang guided his fist and hit his shoulder. Then, Lin Yang seemed to be hit by a huge force. He quickly did a backflip and finally fell hard on the ring.
This is of course acting.
After more than a year of accompanying customers, Lin Yang knows how to please customers.
I also know how to perform in a way that will make the other person feel good visually. Li Haotian felt even better, and he pounced on her excitedly again.
While Lin Yang was still not standing up, Li Haotian's fists rained down on Lin Yang's back and head.
Lin Yang really wanted to ask Li Haotian if he hadn't eaten, why was his punch so weak? It's like tickling yourself. But Lin Yang didn't ask. Since Li Haotian wanted to vent, let him vent.
After being hit by Li Haotian for more than 10 punches in a row, Lin Yang pretended to scream in pain, and then took advantage of Li Haotian's breathing time to quickly hide aside. Seeing Lin Yang in such a miserable state, Li Haotian felt so happy that he felt like he was on heaven's edge. The raging anger in my heart has now turned into a hearty sense of satisfaction.
Li Haotian suddenly felt that the 50,000 yuan was well worth it. But he didn't intend to let Lin Yang go. As soon as Lin Yang stood up, Li Haotian's fist hit Lin Yang's stomach again.
Lin Yang squatted on the ground, holding his stomach, pretending to be in pain.
Li Haotian punched Lin Yang on the head again with great pleasure. Well, this punch is softer than the previous one.
Although it looked very thrilling, it really did not cause any harm to Lin Yang. However, the moment his head was hit by Li Haotian's fist, Lin Yang still cooperated and screamed, then fell to the ground. After throwing more than 10 punches in a row, Li Haotian stopped panting.
What a waste! Looking at Li Haotian panting like a dog in the hot summer, Lin Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. But I can only think about this kind of thing in my heart. Mr. Li, have you vented your anger?
Lin Yang asked, pretending to be in great pain.
Li Haotian said arrogantly, Not enough, kid. Do you think that 50,000 yuan is easy to earn? Well, then go ahead. You don't need to teach me how to do anything. As he spoke, Li Haotian's fist quickly hit Lin Yang in the face. Lin Yang quickly stretched out his hand to block it. Li Haotian was furious when he failed to hit Lin Yang in the face. He hated Lin Yang's face. Didn't Ruanmi choose him because of this face? Li Haotian pounced on Lin Yang like a mad dog. The huge fist fell on Lin Yang madly. It really doesn't hurt at all. But Lin Yang still cooperated, screaming and backing away. After a while, he retreated to the guardrail. Li Haotian continued to punch regardless. But before he could throw a few punches, Li Haotian collapsed to the ground, panting from exhaustion. Seeing Li Haotian lying on the ring with a pale face like a lost dog, Lin Yang couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "Boss Li is such a good man. I should provoke him more often so that he can beat me more times in the future." The thought just flashed through my mind. Li Haotian's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yang quickly pretended to be beaten badly by him and curled up in the corner. There is no other way, we have to make customers satisfied both physically and mentally. Li Haotian first glanced at Lin Yang. When he saw Lin Yang hiding in the corner, he suddenly felt extremely happy. Li Haotian took off his boxing gloves and answered the phone. Not knowing what the person on the other end of the phone said to him, Li Haotian said coldly, "Got it, I'll be back soon." After hanging up the phone, Li Haotian said disdainfully, "Boy, let's continue later." After saying this, Li Haotian turned over and walked off the stage. Watching Li Haotian leave, Lin Yang stood up from the corner. He began to clean up the battlefield. As soon as he picked up Li Haotian's boxing gloves, Lin Yang was stunned. How come it's so light? Normal boxing gloves are heavier than the ones Li Haotian just wore. Lin Yang pinched the boxing gloves that Li Haotian had worn and instantly laughed. "Oomph, what are you laughing at? You don't even care about your life just to make money?" Ruanmi's unhappy voice reached Lin Yang's ears. Lin Yang looked up at her and saw that she was staring at him angrily. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Sister Me, thank you. I was wondering why I didn't feel anything when Li Haotian hit me just now. It turns out you must have tampered with my boxing gloves." Chapter 23 The God of Wealth Comes. Ruanmi was so angry that she put her hands on her slender waist. He said angrily, "What else? If it was a real boxing glove, you would have been covered in bruises by now." Lin Yang looked at Ruanmi with gratitude. She really has nothing to say about herself. "So, the boxing gloves yesterday were also tampered with, right?" Lin Yang asked. "Nonsense. That guy angrily asked you to fight with him. I was afraid something might happen, so I asked someone to get him this pair of boxing gloves. No wonder I didn't feel any pain when Zhao Qingfeng beat me yesterday." "So Sister Me, is this pair of boxing gloves specially customized?" Lin Yang asked curiously. Ruanmi nodded. "Yes, specially customized." "When was it customized?" Lin Yang asked. Ruanmi said angrily, "It's none of your business." Lin Yang smiled. Although he was scolded by Ruanmi, he felt warm in his heart. Why is it that when I'm fighting with others now, I don't feel any pain at all when they hit me? It turned out to be a problem with the boxing gloves. At this moment, Lin Yang secretly swore to himself that if Ruanmi needed his help in the future, he would help her even if it meant going through fire and water. "Sister Me, thank you," Lin Yang said sincerely. "Oomph, thank you for nothing. I think you've earned enough for today. Go back and have a rest." "I'm afraid it won't work," Lin Yang said with a smile. "Why?" "Well, I guess there will be more people coming later." Ruanmi's watery eyes were filled with suspicion. Lin Yang explained with a smile, "It's like this, I had a girlfriend yesterday, and she happened to be the campus beauty of Jiang University, and then a group of people were unhappy with me, so they definitely came to the club to find me." Ruanmi's face turned pale instantly, and her mind went blank. She felt as if someone had suddenly strangled her heart, and she almost fell to her knees on the stage in pain. Are you in love?" Ruanmi's voice trembled a little. Not only was her voice trembling, but her watery eyes were also flushed red. Lin Yang was packing up his protective gear and didn't notice anything unusual about Ruanmi. As he packed up, he said, "Not really. The other person's situation is similar to yours. I took the money to do the job and pretended to be his boyfriend. But, Sister Me, you have to keep it a secret for me and don't tell anyone."
After his family went bankrupt for 2 years, Lin Yang built a wall around many people. There are not many people he trusts now, and Ruanmi is one of them. So Lin Yang didn't mind sharing these things with Ruanmi.
Pretend? Not really talking? Ruanmi felt like she was on a thrilling roller coaster.
Even though she had learned from Lin Yang that all this was fake, her heart was still beating very fast. But Ruanmi was in a good mood. No, not good, she was excited. She was so excited that she wanted to cry. For the first time, she felt that blooming with joy was a verb, and she felt as if fireworks were going off in her heart. Ruanmi smiled, her smile was very charming.
Hey, sister me, just laugh if you want to, why are you crying? Lin Yang asked curiously.
Ruanmi quickly wiped away her tears. She said proudly, I was happy for you when I heard you had a girlfriend, but I never thought it was fake. I was so disappointed that I cried.
Girlfriend? Don't be ridiculous. I'm stuck in a quagmire now. My studies are ruined and my family is broken up. How can I be qualified to find a girlfriend?
Lin Yang said with a wry smile.
Ruanmi's heart trembled.
She felt as if someone had gently cut her heart with a knife.
It's a dull pain.
She really wanted to hug this boy who was tortured so badly by life. But she didn't dare. Ruanmi knew clearly that her current identity was just Lin Yang's boss, and barely a friend. If she hugged him forcibly, it would only scare him.
It's okay, you're so nice, everything will be fine. Ruanmi comforted softly. Lin Yang smiled and said, well, I think it will get better too.
Although he has been worn down by life and has lost all his edges, he still maintains his vitality. Lin Yang believed that he would be able to pay off all the foreign debts one day. When the time came, he would find a deserted place to have a good cry, and then continue on his way. Ruanmi was infected by Lin Yang's smile, and she nodded with a sweet smile.
By the way, you just said that you were paid to do the job, what's going on?
Ruanmi was eager to know what was going on between Lin Yang and that girl. Lin Yang looked around and saw that no one noticed him and Ruanmi, so he whispered to Ruanmi and briefly told her what happened yesterday. When Ruanmi heard that the other party gave Lin Yang 100,000 yuan every month, she actually felt a little jealous. She didn't expect that the other party would be so generous. If Lin Yang hadn't told her that the other party had someone he liked, Ruanmi would have really thought that the other party wanted to use such means to get Lin Yang.
No, I can't lose.
Such a thought emerged in Ruanmi's mind. You little rascal, be my boyfriend too.
Ruanmi blurted out. What?
Lin Yang looked at Ruanmi in shock. He was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets.
You know, I also have a lot of suitors, and I'm also very upset. If I have a boyfriend, those suitors will definitely reduce their harassment of me. So Lin Yang, please help me too. I will give you 100,000 yuan every month, okay?
Ruanmi looked at Lin Yang pitifully with her watery eyes. Ruanmi originally wanted to say that she would give him 200,000 yuan every month, but she knew Lin Yang's character well. Although he was short of money, he had never done anything to get money. But even though the price offered by Ruanmi was exactly the same as Fu Honglei's, Lin Yang was still stimulated. He suddenly regretted telling Ruanmi about Fu Hongli.
Sister me, I know you want to help me, but you really don't have to use this method.
Lin Yang said helplessly. Ruanmi laughed and retorted, nonsense, I obviously want to help myself. In fact, I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I was afraid that you would be embarrassed, so I never mentioned it. We have such a good relationship.
If you can help others, you can naturally help me.
Lin Yang was speechless, completely speechless.
Okay? Ruanmi said coquettishly while shaking Lin Yang's arm. Lin Yang's whole body stiffened instantly due to the stimulation from Ruanmi.
He couldn't believe even in his dreams that Ruanmi would actually act coquettishly with him. Lin Yang never expected that Ruanmi's coquettishness could be so lethal. Her charming voice was like a feather, gently touching Lin Yang's heart. It made his whole body feel numb.
Lin Yang couldn't bear it anymore and was about to speak. Suddenly, a rude voice said, see? Lin Yang is right here.
He is the sparring partner of this club. You can beat him up today and vent your anger.
Lin Yang looked in the direction of the voice.
Then I saw Zhao Qingfeng standing under the ring with 5 or 6 guys with clear and stupid eyes.
Lin Yang was delighted. Damn, the god of wealth is here. Chapter 24 Payment Code Open.
Frankly speaking, if there weren't so many people present, Lin Yang really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Zhao Qingfeng.
This kid is really his own god of wealth.
After hearing what Zhao Qingfeng said, the 5 or 6 guys with clear and stupid eyes instantly looked at Lin Yang with strong hostility.
Everyone wanted to beat Lin Yang up right now. Ruanmi didn't say anything, but she couldn't help but glance at Lin Yang.
Lin Yang smiled at her.
Ruanmi immediately understood what Lin Yang meant.
She felt helpless.
Ruanmi knew that Lin Yang wanted to make money.
Although she didn't like Lin Yang making money in this way, Ruanmi didn't stop him. If you want Lin Yang to play with you, you must first apply for a membership in our club and pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Only then can Lin Yang play with you. Ruanmi said in a crisp voice as she looked at the 5 or 6 student-looking guys in the audience.
Ruanmi did not blame these clear-eyed and stupid guys. Anyone who came to the club would be charged the same fee.
Those guys had all their eyes on Lin Yang. When they heard Ruanmi's voice, they were all stunned. There was nothing they could do.
Ruanmi's voice was just too good, so charming and seductive.
Her voice quickly attracted the attention of the 5 or 6 guys. When they clearly saw Ruanmi's beautiful face, they were shocked instantly.
Yes, they were stunned by Ruanmi's beauty.
Those watery eyes, those alluring fiery red lips, and that exquisite and curvy figure made the guys in front of her hold their breath.
Excuse me, where can I apply for a card? The speaker was Xia Kuan, who had caused trouble for Lin Yang in the playground in the morning. I knew this guy would come. Follow me. Ruanmi turned over and got off the ring swiftly. Everyone quickly followed Ruanmi towards the bar.
Zhao Qingfeng didn't leave, he climbed onto the stage.
Lin Yang, you didn't expect that, did you? Do you think it's that easy for you to be with Fu Hongli?
Zhao Qingfeng said with a sneer. Lin Yang pretended to be depressed inside. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so difficult.
Zhao Qingfeng, how much do you hate me that you brought so many people to beat me? That's right, I hate you, Lin Yang. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have created a group.
There are 20 people in the group now, all of whom come from rich and powerful families.
Our goal is the same, which is to beat you until you break up with Fu Hongli.
Zhao Qingfeng said proudly. Lin Yang's heart was beating like thunder.
But not because of fear, but because of excitement. 20 people, 20,000 each, that's 400,000. Lin Yang couldn't help but be excited.
Seeing Lin Yang's unpredictable expression, Zhao Qingfeng thought that Lin Yang was afraid, and he became even more proud.
Boy, if you don't want to get beaten, break up with Fu Hongli right away. As we are classmates, we will spare your life. Otherwise, just wait to be beaten by us.
Zhao Qingfeng said coldly.
Hit me, please, hit me.
Lin Yang shouted in his heart.
He really wanted these people to beat him.
They are not hitting themselves at all, they are clearly giving money to themselves.
However, even though Lin Yang thought so in his heart, he said unconvincedly, Fu Hongli and I are truly in love, and we are all classmates, can't you let us go? That's right, Lin Yang was deliberately provoking Zhao Qingfeng. Let you go? Are you daydreaming? Why should your love be built on our pain? Zhao Qingfeng roared. Sure enough, he was stimulated.
These words immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, but Zhao Qingfeng didn't care at all.
Lin Yang pretended to be terrified and asked, Are you still going to fight today? There's no need for me to take action today. There are plenty of people who want to beat you up.
Zhao Qingfeng said with a sneer.
As soon as the words fell, an unhappy voice came into Lin Yang's ears. That's right, I, Xia Kuan, will beat you today.
As soon as the voice reached Lin Yang's ears, he saw Xia Kuan standing on the stage. At this moment, he was wearing the protective gear and boxing gloves that Li Haotian had just worn. Lin Yang also has to wear protective gear and boxing gloves.
But Zhao Qingfeng smiled sinisterly and said, Mr. Xia, there is a very pleasant way to vent, do you want to try it? What method? Xia Kuan asked quickly.
If you're willing to spend some money, this guy can take off his protective gear and let you hit him directly.
Believe me, it's really fun.
Zhao Qingfeng said with a flattering look on his face. When Zhao Qingfeng thought about how he beat Lin Yang yesterday afternoon, his breathing became rapid with pleasure.
Xia Kuan laughed sinisterly. He wished it were so. If Fu Hongli hadn't suddenly appeared in the morning, I would have beaten that trash Lin Yang long ago. To Xia Kuan, money is just a bunch of numbers.
His family is in the real estate business, and he is the only son in the family. His parents dote on him extremely and always give him millions of dollars each time. From childhood to adulthood, there was nothing that Xia Kuan wanted that he could not get. But he failed with Fu Hongli. He had liked Fu Hongli for 2 years, but someone else got there first. He hated Lin Yang to death.
Lin Yang, name your price. I'm going to beat you until I'm satisfied today. Xia Kuan said with a grin. Xia Kuan, is it necessary?
Lin Yang said in pretended fear.
Damn it, let us spread some bait first and lure him to bite the hook. Xia Kuan thought Lin Yang was really scared. He became even more excited.
Lin Yang, since you dare to be with Fu Hongli, you must be prepared to bear all the consequences.
Name your price. Xia Kuan urged. Xia Kuan, we are all classmates.
I am just in a relationship with Fu Hongli.
I don't think you should be so cruel to me, right?
Lin Yang continued to add fuel to the fire.
Shut up. I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Open the payment code. Xia Kuan shouted. He couldn't wait to beat Lin Yang up. Lin Yang continued to pretend to be scared and quickly opened his payment code. Xia Kuan snorted coldly and quickly transferred 50,000 yuan to Lin Yang. As soon as Lin Yang clicked the payment button, Xia Kuan punched him hard on the head. Well, it doesn't hurt. Ruan Ni is such a good person.
Her specially made boxing gloves are a real treasure. Xia Kuan's punch was obviously very powerful, but when it hit Lin Yang's head, Lin Yang felt as if he was hit on the head by a 1-year-old baby's little hand.
There was no pain at all.
But Lin Yang knew that it was time for him to perform. He screamed deliberately, and then his body fell straight onto the ring as if he had been hit by a huge force.
This scene instantly stimulated Xia Kuan. He was so happy that his soul almost left his body. Chapter 25 I'm fine. Xia Kuan was so happy that he felt like he was on heaven's surface.
He felt that the 50,000 yuan was well worth it. Seeing Lin Yang still lying on the ground, Xia Kuan pounced on him without saying a word, and his huge fist landed hard on Lin Yang's head again.
This guy is really cruel.
But unfortunately, his boxing gloves were specially customized, so even though he hit hard, he did not cause any harm to Lin Yang.
But Lin Yang still pretended to be hurt.
He screamed and protected his head with both hands.
He let Xia Kuan punch him on the head again and again.
After throwing more than 20 punches in a row, Xia Kuan was tired and panting, but he laughed heartily.
Xia Kuan really felt refreshed.
The anger that was pent up in his heart was completely vented out by these 20 or so punches. Lin Yang was still curled up on the ground, looking like he was beaten badly.
Of course he was acting. The more than 20 punches that Xia Kuan threw just now were just like tickling to Lin Yang.
Although he was curled up on the ground at this moment, he had already started thinking about his plan to make money. In just over a day, he had earned 220,000 yuan, which was something he had never dared to imagine before.
It must be said that Fu Hongli is really his lucky star.
Ever since I started dating her, my luck has improved. I must thank her very much when I get back.
Mr. Xia, are you satisfied?
Zhao Qingfeng asked with a flattering smile.
Although Zhao Qingfeng is a prominent figure in Jiang University and his family has some money, compared with Xia Kuan, it is nothing. So in front of Xia Kuan, Zhao Qingfeng was servile and acted like a pug.
It's so cool, so fucking cool, Zhao Qingfeng, you idiot did a good thing.
Xia Kuan scolded with a smile.
Zhao Qingfeng smiled even more flatteringly.
Xia Xiao, as long as you feel good, why are you still beating this garbage? Hit me, I haven't had enough fun yet. Xia Kuan said with a grin.
This rubbish deserves a beating.
Damn it, why did he have to find Fu Hongli when there are so many other people to find? Didn't he know that Fu Hongli is the person that young Master Xia likes?
Zhao Qingfeng found that watching Lin Yang being beaten by Xia Kuan was more enjoyable than beating him himself.
He wanted Xia Kuan to continue beating Lin Yang, so he started to fan the flames.
Lin Yang didn't take Zhao Qingfeng's words to heart at all.
If they want to fight, just fight.
It won't hurt them anyway.
Not only will it not hurt, but they can also make money. There is no better deal in the world.
The anger that Xia Kuan had finally vented was successfully ignited again by Zhao Qingfeng's words. He took a deep breath, grabbed Lin Yang's clothes with one hand, and started hitting Lin Yang's head with the other hand. Lin Yang felt that he had it too difficult. He had to act frightened and also show that he was really hurt by Xia Kuan's beating.
Fortunately, Xia Kuan was only focused on fighting and didn't pay attention to Lin Yang's expression.
After discovering this, Lin Yang began to scream.
Those screams of agony made Xia Kuan feel great again.
After he excitedly threw more than 10 punches, he was too tired to continue.
Boxing is really an extremely physically demanding activity. Xia Koan pushed Lin Yang away and collapsed to the ground.
Mr. Xia, if you are tired, how about I continue fighting for you? Zhao Qingfeng said with a smile on his face.
Xia Koan rolled his eyes at him and said, I paid for it.
If you want to fight, pay for it yourself.
Zhao Qingfeng was very unhappy.
He had heard that Xia Koan was a stingy guy. When he saw him today, he found that his reputation was true. But he dared not speak out. Ruanmi had been standing in the audience, looking at Lin Yang with her watery eyes filled with great worry. At this moment, Lin Yang was curled up on the ring, motionless, and no one knew what was going on. Although Ruanmi had absolute confidence in the boxing glove she had specifically reminded me of, Lin Yang's condition really made her worried. As he was watching, Lin Yang's head suddenly moved, and then he glanced at Ruanmi. Seeing Ruanmi's beautiful face full of worry, Lin Yang grinned at her and said silently, I'm fine.
Ruanmi was amused by Lin Yang's behavior. Her seductive look made those clear-eyed and stupid guys stare in amazement.
One or two people who had not given up on Fu Hongli suddenly felt that the beautiful girl in front of them was actually quite good. Not only does she look as good as Fu Hongli, but her figure is also comparable to Fu Hongli's. The most important thing is that she is not as cold as Fu Hongli.
Her charming temperament is far more attractive than Fu Hongli's.
After their thoughts changed like this, their gazes began to revolve around Fu Hongli, and the matter of beating Lin Yang was also put behind their minds. Lin Yang, who was lying on the ring, didn't notice these things, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would vomit blood.
You know, these people are your own gods of wealth. If they don't beat me, where can I make money?
Xia Koan rested for a while, then took off his boxing gloves and squatted in front of Lin Yang.
Boy, I'll give you two choices. Either break up with Fu Hongli, or let me beat you up every day.
Oh, by the way, today is just an appetizer.
If I beat you up in the future, your fate will definitely be even more miserable than today.
What?
Beat yourself up every day? Lin Yang was instantly overjoyed.
Although Lin Yang didn't know Xia Koan at all, he didn't know what his family background was. But this guy was wearing expensive luxury goods, and he was extremely generous with his money, so he must have a wealthy family.
If he could really beat me up every day, wouldn't I be rich?
When he thought of this, Lin Yang deliberately made his voice very hoarse and said, Xia Koan, you should just give up on this idea. Fu Hongli and I are truly in love, and no one can separate us.
Xia Koan was so angry that he laughed at Lin Yang's words. Fuck, you bastard, you want to get beaten, right? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Tomorrow, I'll be here again, and I'll let you have a taste of pain. Also, if you dare to tell Xiao Yur about what happened today, I'll kill you. After leaving these words, Xia Koan turned over and walked off the stage. When the group saw Xia Koan was about to leave, they quickly chased after him. Zhao Qingfeng was not willing to be outdone, so he quickly turned over and got off the stage. After watching these people leave, Lin Yang stood up with a somersault. He stretched comfortably. Are you okay? Ruanmi stood beside Lin Yang without knowing when, and she asked softly. It's okay, I'm fine.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Ruanmi's heart was at ease.
She smiled charmingly and said, Little rascal, you haven't answered my previous question yet.
What's the problem?
Ruanmi gave Lin Yang a coquettish look with her watery eyes. She said coquettishly, Humph, pretend with me.
Let me ask you, do you agree to pretend to be my boyfriend? Chapter 26, Sunshine After the Rain. Lin Yang had a headache.
I thought this matter was over even though Xia Koan and the others had arrived. But who would have thought that Ruanmi would still hold on to it?
To be honest, Lin Yang didn't want to agree to Ruanmi.
He was short of money, and he also knew that Ruanmi wanted to help him in this way. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Yang didn't want to agree to her. Because in Lin Yang's heart, Ruanmi is both his boss and his friend.
He didn't want to turn their relationship into a money relationship.
Facing Ruanmi's expectant eyes, Lin Yang smiled helplessly and said, Sister Me, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
I don't intend to agree to you.
Ruanmi was indeed very disappointed. The light of expectation in her watery eyes began to dim little by little, until it was completely extinguished.
Ruanmi wanted to cry.
She felt so sad. She felt as if someone was holding her heart tightly, and the pain almost suffocated her. But she was still smiling, but it was a forced smile.
Why?
Ruanmi asked, forcing a smile on her face.
It's very simple, Sister Me. In my heart, you are my friend. You also know that I don't have many friends. I don't want our relationship to be mixed with any money. Ruan Mi was stunned for a moment.
She thought that Lin Yang refused her request because he liked the girl named Fu Hongli. But I didn't expect Lin Yang to say such a thing. Lin Yang continued, Fu Hongli is just a stranger to me. The reason why I agreed to her is because she has this need, and I just happen to be short of money.
To some extent, we each get what we need. But Sister Me, you are different. Do you understand what I mean? Ruan Mi seemed to understand but not quite.
However, she vaguely heard that her status in Lin Yang's mind seemed to be higher than that of the girl named Fu Hongli.
She really wanted to ask Lin Yang if what she heard was correct. But I couldn't bring myself to say it.
Lin Yang continued, Sister Me, I know you have a lot of suitors. If you need my help, like Li Haotian today, I will definitely help you.
But helping you is something I am willing to do. Even if you don't give me money, I will help you. Do you understand? Ruan Mi understood now.
Her mood, which had just been a little sad, suddenly became brighter.
The sky cleared up after the rain.
Ruan Mi smiled, and her watery eyes revealed a seductive charm.
Humph, you little rascal, you have some conscience, but I'm going to tell you this today. If you need money, you must tell me.
Since you call me Sister Me, I will definitely not sit idly by and watch your affairs go by. Lin Yang felt warm in his heart, and he smiled and nodded. After talking it out, not only Ruan Mi was in a good mood, but Lin Yang also felt much better. While they were chatting, Lin Yang's cell phone rang.
The call was from Ding Baochang and Lin Yang picked up the phone. Son of a bitch, I'm at the door of your club.
Ding Baochang said excitedly.
Well, just come in, I'm right inside. Okay. They hung up the phone. Why, do you want to hit me again? Ruan Mijiao asked with a smile. No, it's someone from my dormitory, he wants to meet you. Ruan Mi was stunned for a moment. Know me? Why?
Lin Yang said a little embarrassedly, when you called me this morning, he happened to hear it.
He thought your voice was nice, so he promised me that you were the one.
I said you were also very beautiful, and then that grandson wanted to meet you. As he spoke, Lin Yang was afraid that Ruan Mi would think too much, so he explained, Sister Me, I really don't mean to introduce you to a boyfriend. He wants to meet you, and I just want to introduce you to each other.
Seeing Lin Yang's anxious look, Ruan Mi burst out laughing.
You little rascal, why are you so nervous? I didn't say you were introducing me to a boyfriend.
Since you can introduce him to me, it means you have a good relationship with him. So what's wrong with getting to know him?
Ruan Mi comforted him with a smile. Seeing that she was not angry, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
Well, Sister Me, you are right. He and I do have a good relationship.
In fact, the 3 boys in the dormitory are all very nice to me.
We have a good relationship.
Ruan Mi was amused again by the words Lin Yang mentioned about his 3 sons.
Then I have to thank them very much. As he was speaking, Lin Yang saw Ding Baochang, who was dressed extremely fashionably. This grandson is wearing a formal suit in the middle of summer.
You know, he usually wears a vest, shorts and flip-flops, and does whatever is comfortable for him.
Lin Yang was speechless. Damn, I was just introducing a friend to him, why did he have to dress so flashy?
Ding Baochang also saw Lin Yang. He said with a smile, My dear son, do you miss your dad? Before he could finish his words, the smile on Ding Baochang's face froze. Not only did his smile freeze, but he couldn't even speak. Because he saw Ruan Mi. Yes, he was shocked by Ruan Mi's beauty. Before coming to the club, Ding Baochang had fantasized about what Ruan Mi looked like. He even had the faces of many big stars in his mind, but when he really saw Ruan Mi's beautiful face, Ding Baochang suddenly felt that none of the female stars in the entertainment industry could compare to Ruan Mi in terms of appearance. Only Fu Hongli can compete with Ruan Mi in terms of appearance. But Ding Baochang thinks Ruan Mi is better.
It's not that Ruan Mi is prettier than Fu Hongli.
In fact, if we only talk about appearance, Fu Hongli is better, but she is too cold, like an iceberg, keeping people at a distance.
But Ruan Mi is different.
She is as beautiful as a rose, bright and flamboyant.
The alluring aura she exuded was a fatal attraction to Ding Baochang.
This is also why, as soon as he heard Ruan Mi's voice, he begged Lin Yang to introduce her to him. Because when Ding Baochang heard Ruan Mi's voice, he felt that she must be a girl who looked like this. Ding Baochang only felt his heart beating wildly and his mouth was extremely dry. He didn't know where to put his hands.
Ruanmi smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Ruanmi.
I heard from Lin Yang that you are his roommate and you usually take good care of him."
"Thank you for taking care of him."
Ding Baocheng came back to his senses, and he quickly said, hello, my name is Ding Baocheng, Lin Yang is our roommate, it is our responsibility to take care of him, and he is actually very nice to us."
Because he was too excited, Ding Baocheng's voice was a little stuttering.
Seeing Ding Baocheng being so cowardly, Lin Yang was just about to take the opportunity to laugh at him. But his cell phone suddenly rang. The call was actually from Fu Hongli.
Lin Yang answered the phone in shock.
However, the call was connected and Lin Yang had no time to speak. Fu Hongli's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. However, there was a slight tremor in her cold voice.
"Can you come home for a bit?" Chapter 27 Of course. What happened? Lin Yang asked quickly. "Someone just pried open my door." Lin Yang was stunned.
No wonder she sounded so nervous when she spoke just now. Come to think of it, although she looks very cold and like an iceberg that keeps people at a distance, after all, she is just a girl in her 20s. She had never experienced such a thing before, so it would be strange if she wasn't terrified.
"I understand, lock the door and I'll go back now."
"Okay, I'll wait for you." Lin Yang hung up the phone quickly.
"What happened?" Ruanmi asked with concern.
"It's okay, I'll go back."
"Where are you going?"
"I'll take you there."
Ruanmi said quickly.
"Sister Mi, go ahead and do your work, I can just take a taxi." Ruanmi wanted to say something, but Lin Yang had already turned over and walked down from the boxing ring, quickly walking outside. Lin Yang knew that Fu Hongli must have been at a point where he had no other choice, which was why he called him. As her financial sponsor, she is now in a state of extreme panic, so Lin Yang naturally cannot just sit back and watch.
Besides, how could Lin Yang miss such a great opportunity to show off?
He didn't want Fu Hongli to lose confidence in him and kick him out because of his improper handling.
If that happens, it will be a huge loss to me.
After all, Fu Hongli gives himself 100,000 yuan every month.
After Lin Yang left, Ruanmi smiled at Ding Baocheng. "Sister Mi, well, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going back to school too."
Ding Baocheng said stutteringly. There was no way, he was really nervous when facing Ruanmi.
Ruanmi smiled and said, "Since you are here, sit for a while. By the way, do you know Fu Hongli?" "Yes, I know him. We were high school classmates." Ding Baocheng responded quickly. Ruanmi said with a smile, "Then can you tell me about Fu Hongli?"
"Of course."
Ding Baocheng said quickly. Ruanmi smiled and said, "Let's go to my office and talk."
Ding Baocheng nodded excitedly.
It took Lin Yang less than half an hour to reach Fu Hongli's apartment.
The elevator required a card swipe, and Lin Yang couldn't get in, so he called Fu Hongli.
"I'm here," Lin Yang said.
Fu Hongli's panicked heart inexplicably became much more at ease because of Lin Yang's words.
"I'll press the elevator for you." Fu Hongli's voice was somewhat excited. Lin Yang responded and entered the elevator. After a while, the elevator reached Fu Hongli's floor.
Standing at the door of Fu Hongli's house, Lin Yang knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and Fu Hongli's beautiful face that made people feel amorous came into Lin Yang's eyes. She was obviously frightened, and her originally fair face now had a sickly paleness. It made her look delicate and weak. Moreover, the sickly paleness also weakened the coldness that kept people at a distance in her. It made her look even more charming than usual. When he saw Lin Yang, Fu Hongli's heart, which had been a little panicked, completely calmed down. Even she herself didn't know why.
"Fu Hongli, are you okay?"
Lin Yang asked with concern.
"There's nothing I can do, this is my financial sponsor."
Lin Yang was afraid that she would suffer any injustice.
"Not bad,"
Fu Hongli said in a calm voice.
"Have you called the police?"
Fu Hongli shook his head and said, "No, I didn't even see who it was. I just called the housekeeper and he ran down the stairwell."
Lin Yang frowned slightly. "Looks like I need to reinstall a surveillance camera." "That's exactly what I was thinking. Can you go buy it with me?" Fu Hongli said. Lin Yang nodded and said, "Of course, but now it is also very convenient to order online. I will buy it for you online."
Fu Hongli had just experienced a fright, and Lin Yang believed that she didn't want to go out at the moment, so he planned to buy one online.
Fu Hongli really didn't want to go out.
After Lin Yang came back, her panicked heart calmed down a lot. But when Fu Hongli thought about the experience of having his door pried open just now, he was still frightened.
Okay, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. No need, I have money.
Lin Yang said generously.
Fu Hongli did not insist either. Lin Yang started buying online.
After finishing it, Lin Yang saw that Fu Hongli's face was still a little pale, probably because he was frightened just now. Lin Yang was about to say a few words to comfort her, but suddenly he saw a steaming cup of noodles on the dining table. Lin Yang frowned slightly.
You haven't eaten yet? No. After Fu Hongli came back at noon, she took a nap first.
Lin Yang's sudden joining last night made her unable to get a good rest. After waking up, Fu Hongli took a bath and prepared to go out to find food. But before he could even go out, he heard the sound of the door being pried open. Fu Hongli, still in shock, called Lin Yang, and then called the housekeeper. When Lin Yang came over, Fu Hongli felt a little hungry, so he made some instant noodles. But before we could eat, Lin Yang arrived.
What nutritional value does eating instant noodles have? Do you have the ingredients at home? I'll make something simple for you. Lin Yang said.
Having said that, without waiting for Fu Hongli to reply, he went into the kitchen. The kitchen is large and fully equipped with pots, pans, and utensils. The refrigerator is also very big, but it is empty and there is no food in it.
Lin Yang was speechless. A good cook cannot cook without rice. What's the use of his good cooking skills?
Suddenly, Lin Yang remembered that there was a raw seafood supermarket next to the apartment.
Wait for me at home for a while, I'll go buy some food. Can you cook?
Fu Hongli's charming peach blossom eyes were full of doubt.
Lin Yang smiled and said, the word chef isn't written on the chef's face. Wait, I'll be back soon.
Having said that, Lin Yang was about to go out.
Wait a minute. Fu Hongli called out to Lin Yang. Lin Yang asked, what do you want? Fu Hongli did not answer Lin Yang, she handed over a card. Access card.
Fu Hongli explained in a cold voice. Lin Yang took it with a smile. With the access card, Lin Yang's mentality has changed. He swaggered into the fresh food supermarket. I took a quick look and found that the things here are quite complete, but the prices are sky high. A pound of pork ribs costs more than 70 yuan.
Damn, is it made of gold?
However, Lin Yang bought it with reluctance and bought 1 kilogram.
There is no other way. This is the meal he cooked for his sponsor.
Even if it hurts, Lin Yang has to endure it. You must serve your financial sponsor well. After buying the spare ribs, Lin Yang saw the seafood and reluctantly bought a red melon seed. After buying the fish, he also bought some vegetables and some seasonings. Before leaving, Lin Yang was afraid that Fu Hongli's family might not have rice, so he bought some rice.
In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yang returned to the apartment carrying 2 large bags full of things. Chapter 28, Ancestor, I was wrong.
When Fu Hongli saw the 2 large bags full of food, he was a little confused. There was no way, she really had no confidence in Lin Yang's cooking skills. After all, he doesn't look like someone who can cook.
But Fu Hongli didn't say much.
Although she was a little cold, she was not someone who liked to spoil the fun. After Lin Yang put the ingredients in the kitchen, he did not start eating immediately. Instead, he handed her 2 bags of snacks that he had bought specially for Fu Hongli.
I don't eat snacks.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, I know. You should eat something first. I'm afraid you'll be starving.
Fu Hongli hesitated for a moment, then took the snacks handed to him by Lin Yang.
Fu Hongli really doesn't like snacks.
It's not that she is born dislikes eating, but her family has been extremely strict since she was a child. Not to mention snacks, even greasy food is not allowed to eat. But to be honest, Lin Yang's action did cause Fu Hongli to have a slight change in his perception of him.
Thanks.
Lin Yang smiled and said, you're welcome.
You can take a rest first. The food will be ready in an hour.
After saying this, Lin Yang turned into the kitchen and started to get busy.
Fu Hongli, who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks, looked at Lin Yang, who was busy in the kitchen.
She always felt something strange in her heart. We just met yesterday, but today he was already cooking for me at my home.
The fate between people is really strange. Lin Yang didn't think much about it.
He was cooking seriously. While blanching the ribs, Lin Yang processed the red melon seeds. He planned to make sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed red melon seeds, stir-fried shrimps, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. By the time the ribs were blanched, Lin Yang had already prepared all the side dishes for the sweet and sour ribs. After blanching, Lin Yang washed the ribs again with warm water. After everything was ready, he started to stir-fry the ribs. However, before frying the spare ribs, Lin Yang fried the sugar color first. The sugar color was fried quickly, and Lin Yang poured the blanched ribs into the pot. The originally whitish ribs were instantly coated with a layer of golden coating, which looked very tempting. After working for a few minutes, Lin Yang stewed the spare ribs. Soon, Fu Hongli, who was sitting in the living room, smelled the aroma of stewed meat. Her stomach began to growl. Fu Hongli subconsciously glanced at Lin Yang, who was still busy in the kitchen, and inexplicably felt that everything in front of her was so unreal. But the sounds of pots and pans coming from the kitchen told Fu Hongli that all this was true. After stewing the spare ribs, Lin Yang began to wash the rice. After the rice was cooked, he started peeling the shrimps. It must be said that although the things in the supermarket below are expensive, the quality is quite good. Both the meat and vegetables are of good quality. Just as I finished peeling the shrimps, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yang knew that the surveillance camera he bought had arrived, so he quickly walked out of the kitchen. Fu Hongli was faster and she had already opened the door. What a careless girl! She was scared to death just now, but now she dares to open the door directly. Ms. Fu, here are the things you bought. The speaker was the apartment's housekeeper. No wonder she dared to open the door directly. Yes, thank you. Fu Hongli took the things and then closed the door. Is the surveillance back? Lin Yang asked. Fu Hongli nodded. Okay, just put it there first. I'll install it for you after I finish cooking. Fu Hongli responded. Lin Yang went back to the kitchen and continued to work. After cleaning the seasonal vegetables, Lin Yang saw that the ribs were almost cooked, so he started to steam the fish. While steaming the fish, Lin Yang made a sauce for the steamed fish. After finishing, Lin Yang started to stir-fry shrimps and seasonal vegetables. About an hour later, 4 beautifully presented dishes and a bowl of steaming rice were served on the table. Although Fu Hongli has not tasted the dishes yet, the presentation and color of the dishes alone make him very hungry. However, Fu Hongli did not pick up his chopsticks immediately. Why? Are you afraid that I will poison you? Lin Yang asked with a smile. Fu Hongli glanced at Lin Yang coldly. Why, don't you want to make money? Lin Yang immediately backed down. Ancestor, I was wrong, eat quickly. Aren't you going to eat with us? Fu Hongli asked coldly. I'm having lunch. Fu Hongli nodded and picked up a piece of red pork ribs. The moment the stewed ribs, which were not particularly soft, were put into Fu Hongli's mouth, a sour and sweet taste quickly spread in his mouth. Honestly, it tastes amazing. Fu Hongli really didn't expect that Lin Yang had such skills. Without exaggerating, his sweet and sour pork ribs are better than those in many restaurants outside. Lin Yang saw Fu Hongli take a bite of the pork ribs with her snow-white teeth, and then there was no movement. He asked suspiciously, not tasty? It's so-so. Fu Hongli responded indifferently. She didn't want to tell Lin Yang that the ribs were delicious. What if this guy got proud? Lin Yang was not surprised by Fu Hongli's answer. She was so rich and must have eaten countless delicacies from land and sea. It was not surprising that she felt so-so. But I have to say, the way Fu Hongli eats is really a feast to the eyes. Not only is she elegant, but she is also extremely charming. Especially when he saw the food continuously entering her moist and soft red lips, Lin Yang swallowed his saliva several times for no apparent reason. He didn't dare to stay with Fu Hongli for too long, so he took advantage of Fu Hongli's meal break. Lin Yang started to install surveillance for her. This time, Lin Yang bought a surveillance camera that was installed on a cat's eye, which was extremely easy to install. First, remove the peephole, and then install the surveillance camera. After finishing it, Lin Yang returned to Fu Hongli. Fu Hongli was still eating. She ate very slowly and elegantly. Give me your phone. Lin Yang said. What are you doing? Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang warily. Although her feelings towards Lin Yang have changed a little, Fu Hongli doesn't dare to show Lin Yang something as private as a cell phone easily. After all, there are too many secrets in there, and it would be terrible if he saw them. Lin Yang smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I don't want to spy on your privacy. I just want to install an app for you so that you can watch the surveillance on your phone. If you are worried, just download it yourself. I will set it up for you later. Fu Hongli's pretty face turned red, and she misunderstood Lin Yang again. But despite the misunderstanding, Fu Hongli still downloaded the app himself. She doesn't like others looking at her phone. After taking care of everything, Fu Hongli continued to eat. Soon, the bowl of rice was finished and Fu Hongli put down his chopsticks.
Are you full?
Lin Yang handed over a cup of warm water at the right time. Fu Hongli was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Yang to be so attentive. For the first time, she felt that spending 100,000 yuan every month seemed worth it.
Chapter 29, Ecstasy.
After taking a few sips of water, Fu Hongli put down the cup.
Her charming peach blossom eyes looked straight at Lin Yang.
Lin Yang felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. There was no way, her eyes were too bright, as if countless stars were moving in her eyes.
Let's discuss something,
Fu Hongli said in a calm voice.
Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Damn, it's not because the food is not tasty that you want me to get out.
Damn, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have cooked this meal.
Lin Yang regretted it so much.
From now on, you can cook dinner, and I will pay you the corresponding expenses.
Fu Hongli's voice was as cold as ever.
But she was a little nervous inside because she was afraid that Lin Yang would reject her.
To be honest, Fu Hongli did not make this decision on impulse.
Instead, it was Lin Yang's cooking skills that conquered her stomach. Fu Hongli has basically no friends at school. It's not that she doesn't want to make friends. It might be because of the extremely strict education she received since childhood that made her character a bit withdrawn and she doesn't know how to deal with people. In addition, she often looks cold and aloof, which makes people afraid to approach her easily. Of course, not everyone was afraid to approach her, but basically all those who approached her were men, and Fu Hongli didn't want to deal with those boys. Over time, Fu Hongli became a loner. Although this situation did not make Fu Hongli feel lonely, eating became the most bothersome thing for her. It's not that her family didn't have servants to take care of her daily life, but Fu Hongli was used to being alone, and she didn't like others invading her space. Later, her family arranged for the best restaurant in Jiangcheng to deliver meals to her. There was no problem at first, but later the young man who delivered the food took the opportunity to confess his love to Fu Hongli. Fu Hongli had only been in college for half a year at that time, and she was scared. Later, restaurants were not allowed to deliver meals. So during his 2 years in college, the biggest problem that troubled Fu Hongli was eating. It was okay during the day, as Fu Hongli could go around looking for food, but at night Fu Hongli didn't dare go out. She knew that she was very beautiful, and she also knew that going out at night was extremely dangerous. So after eating the meal cooked by Lin Yang, Fu Hongli came up with this plan. Firstly, he is a good cook. Secondly, he is a shield that he hired with his own money and is also an alumnus, so he is relatively safer.
Lin Yang was confused, completely confused. So, it's not about getting yourself out? Lin Yang's heart suddenly settled down. Damn it, as long as I don't get kicked out, cooking is nothing.
No problem, tell me what you want to eat in advance, and I will prepare it for you carefully, but
what? Fu Hongli asked coldly.
She kind of hated this sudden change of tone.
After all, don't you just want money? I just said that I would give him the corresponding fees. But he was still not satisfied. How greedy. But, do you only eat dinner? How do you deal with breakfast and lunch? Lin Yang asked curiously.
Fu Hongli was stunned for a moment.
So, he is just concerned about how to solve his breakfast and lunch? So, he wasn't taking the opportunity to ask for money? So I misunderstood him?
A feeling of guilt grew in Fu Hongli's heart.
Facing Lin Yang's gaze, Fu Hongli said coldly, I will have breakfast in the school cafeteria, and lunch will be eaten outside. The implication is that you don't have to worry. Lin Yang said seriously, it's like this. The stall I work at in the second canteen is going to be sold, and I plan to take over. This stall only sold breakfast before, but after taking over, I plan to sell breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. If you like, I can cook breakfast and lunch for you, and I'll come back to make dinner for you. Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang in surprise. What surprised her was not that Lin Yang was going to contract the school cafeteria, but that he was actually working in the school cafeteria. Does he work because he likes money, or does he work because he lacks money? However, Fu Hongli did not ask about it, because this was Lin Yang's private matter, and his relationship with him was not yet to the point where he could ask about these things. After all, he was just a shield that he had paid for. Fu Hongli, you have seen my cooking skills. Just tell me what you want to eat for every meal. I will definitely make it to your satisfaction. Lin Yang added, fearing that she would not agree. Lin Yang has absolute confidence in cooking. Firstly, his family used to run a restaurant, and secondly, he is quite talented in cooking. Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't have cultivated my cooking skills since I was a child. However, to be honest, Lin Yang really acts a bit like a bootlicker at this moment. But there was no way, this woman was his financial sponsor, and he just wanted to serve her well and let her employ him for a while longer. Lin Yang really wants to pay off his foreign debts. He is really fed up with the humiliation of having people come to his house to collect debts. Are you sure you can contract the canteen? Fu Hongli asked coldly. Although Fu Hongli has not yet entered society, it does not mean that she is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. In fact, thanks to his family being in business, Fu Hongli knew some of the operating rules of this society when he was very young. She knew that it was not an easy task to contract the school cafeteria. After all, the school cafeteria is like a tempting piece of fat meat to many people. Lin Yang nodded and said, the bosses of the stall where I work are 2 retired teachers from our school. I have been with them for 2 years and we have a good relationship. They promised to talk to the school for me. Moreover, the teacher in charge of logistics is their student, so there shouldn't be any problem. Fu Hongli thought about it and said, okay, if you can take over the contract, I will go to your place for dinner. Lin Yang was delighted. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Fu Hongli. Fu Hongli felt a little puzzled. She had clearly taken advantage of him, but he said thank you to her. The two were talking. Lin Yang's cell phone rang. The call was from Teacher He, and Lin Yang quickly picked up the phone. Shaolin, yes, Teacher He. Teacher He, I know, I saved your phone number. Lin Yang said with a smile. However, although he looked very relaxed, he was actually very nervous inside. Because he knew that Teacher He's call must be about something related to the school cafeteria. Yes, Lin Yang was afraid of hearing bad news. Teacher He on the other end of the phone smiled and said, I have called Teacher Shui from the logistics department, and he is willing to hand over the cafeteria to you. Please go back and find him to handle the relevant procedures. Lin Yang was instantly overjoyed. He said excitedly, Teacher He, thank you, and Teacher Sun, thank you so much. Chapter 30 Gratitude. Lin Yang was really excited. He really didn't expect that Teacher He could help him solve everything so quickly. But he was more grateful to Teacher He. They are not only our relatives, but also our benefactors. Teacher He smiled and said, what are you talking about, kid? Oh, by the way, the annual cost of contracting this canteen is 300,000 yuan. Lin Yang, if you don't have this money, Teacher Sun and I will advance it for you. 300,000? To be honest, the price is really not expensive. The stall next door is not as big as the stall where Lin Yang works, but it costs 500,000 yuan a year. Lin Yang knew that this price must have been obtained by Teacher He for him. Not only did she get herself the best price, she also paid for it herself. For a moment, Lin Yang was so moved that he didn't know what to say, and even his eyes were red. Teacher He, thank you, and Teacher Sun, thank you so much. You don't have to worry about the money, I will take care of it. Lin Yang's voice was a little choked. Okay, feel free to tell us if you have any difficulties. Teacher Sun and I really treat you as our own child. Teacher He said with a smile. She likes Lin Yang from the bottom of her heart. Yes, I will, Mr. He. Okay, then hurry up and find Teacher Shui and get this matter handled as soon as possible. Well, I'll go find Teacher Shui later. Teacher He gave them a few words of advice and they both hung up the phone. Although the phone was hung up, Lin Yang couldn't recover for a long time. I thought this matter would not be settled so quickly, but unexpectedly, after I talked to Teacher He in the morning, she got it done in the afternoon. The speed was so fast that it was beyond Lin Yang's imagination. So, it's done? Fu Hongli suddenly asked in a cold voice. Lin Yang came back to his senses. Well, it's done. I'll go find Teacher Shui. I'll go with you. I also want to go to the library. Fu Hongli said in a calm voice. Good. Lin Yang simply cleaned up the table and went out with Fu Hongli. After getting on the elevator, Fu Hongli directly pressed the button for the second floor below ground. Her car was parked in the basement. Lin Yang pressed the button for the first floor. Fu Hongli was stunned for a moment. Then he asked coldly, why, you won't come with me? I can just ride a shared bike,
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Fu Hongli was inexplicably angry.
I said I would go back to school with him, implying that he could ride in my own car. But now he has to take the bus.
What's the meaning? Do you dislike yourself or your car? It's up to you,
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang noticed that Fu Hongli was angry.
But Lin Yang was a little confused.
Because he didn't know why Fu Hongli was angry.
Lin Yang really wanted to ask her why she was angry, but he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that after he asked, Fu Hongli would become even angrier.
Soon, they arrived at the first floor and Lin Yang was the first to get out of the elevator. Fu Hongli's pretty face was cold and she didn't even look at Lin Yang.
After Lin Yang left the apartment, he scanned a shared bicycle and rode it quickly towards the school.
Soon, we arrived at school. While walking towards the logistics department, Lin Yang called Bai Jiqian.
I promised her yesterday afternoon that I would go to teach her today to make up for the half class I missed yesterday. But given the current situation, he might not be able to go, so Lin Yang wanted to ask her for leave.
Bai Jiqian quickly answered the phone. Teacher Lin, when will you come over?
Bai Jiqian's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lin Yang said apologetically, Xian, I have something to do today and can't come over. Is tomorrow okay?
When Bai Jiqian heard Lin Yang say he couldn't come, she felt a little disappointed. In order to welcome Lin Yang's arrival, she even changed into her favorite little skirt, but Lin Yang said he couldn't come.
But Bai Jiqian is not a willful and spoiled person.
She knows that Lin Yang is not a man who goes back on his word.
In other words, he must have something to do, so he can't come. After thinking this through, Bai Jiqian suppressed her feelings of loss.
She smiled sweetly and said, It's okay, Teacher Lin.
If you have something to do, just go ahead and do your thing first. When you have time, come and teach me. Bai Jiqian's understanding made Lin Yang feel warm in his heart. Well, I'll teach you when I have time. Okay,
Bai Jiqian said with a sweet smile. Lin Yang smiled, chatted for a while, and then they hung up the phone.
The logistics department just happened to arrive. Standing at the door of the logistics director's office, Lin Yang knocked gently. Come in. A hearty voice came out. Lin Yang pushed the door open and walked in.
In the huge office, a middle-aged man in his 40s was writing furiously, but no one knew what he was writing. This person is Xue Changfeng, the director of the logistics department of Jiangda.
Lin Yang walked in front of him. Xue Changfeng looked up at Lin Yang, smiled and asked, Lin Yang? Lin Yang nodded. Hello, Mr. Xue. Mister, he asked me to come and see you.
Xue Changfeng responded and said, Please sit down for a while.
I'll be done soon. Okay, you go ahead.
Lin Yang said respectfully.
Xue Changfeng continued to concentrate on writing the actions.
After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Xue Changfeng closed his pen.
He stood up and walked to the filing cabinet nearby and took out a document. I have prepared the contract for you. The money is 300,000, payable annually. After the payment, the position between teacher's son and teacher he will be yours.
Xue Changfeng said with a smile.
Teacher Xue, can I pay 100,000 yuan first? I will pay the remaining 200,000 yuan within 3 days. Is that okay with you?
Although Lin Yang earned 220,000 yuan in less than 2 days, he had already paid back 115,000 yuan of the 120,000 yuan he earned yesterday, and he only had more than 104,000 yuan in his card now.
Xue Changfeng looked embarrassed. Lin Yang, teacher, he is my mentor. She has personally informed me. I should handle this matter for you. But you also know that our school has its own rules. I can't change these rules just because of you. Do you understand what I mean?
Lin Yang nodded and said, Teacher Xue, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through.
How about this, I'll go and raise the money right now. Can you give me a day? Xue Changfeng smiled and said, Okay.
Then Mr. Xue, I'm going to raise money, you're busy.
Xue Changfeng nodded. Lin Yang quickly disappeared.
After coming out of the administrative building, Lin Yang began to think about where to get the remaining 200,000 yuan.
Ruan Ni's figure appeared in his mind. But it was quickly rejected by Lin Yang.
People have helped me enough, I shouldn't cause any more trouble for them. Just as he was thinking, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Lin Yang's sight. Who else could it be but Fu Hongli? At this moment, she was walking towards the library. After seeing her, Lin Yang made up his mind and quickly walked towards Fu Hongli.
Chapter 31 is amazing. Yes, Lin Yang plans to borrow money from Fu Hongli.
Although Lin Yang knew that there was a high chance that he would be rejected, he still wanted to give it a try. There was no way, he really wanted to contract the canteen. Lin Yang believed that with his cooking skills, if he could find a few good-looking girls who needed to work and study to serve meals, the cafeteria would definitely become popular. Of course Fu Hongli saw Lin Yang walking towards him. But she was still angry, so she pretended not to see him.
Yes, Fu Hongli didn't want to pay attention to Lin Yang. Who made him so ungrateful? But Lin Yang was very fast.
Just when Fu Hongli stepped onto the stairs of the library, Lin Yang blocked her way.
Ancestor, are you still angry?
Lin Yang asked with a smile.
Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang coldly. Humph, I don't have an unfilial descendant like you. The implication is that I am not your ancestor. Lin Yang smiled and said, we just got together yesterday, and we're having a conflict today. Who knows what people in school will think? Then I will publicly announce that we have broken up.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Damn it.
Lin Yang was stimulated by these words.
Fu Hongli, did I do something wrong to make you angry? Lin Yang asked cautiously.
In the apartment elevator, Lin Yang knew that Fu Hongli was angry, but to be honest, he really didn't know how he had offended Fu Hongli.
Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang's cautious appearance and became even more angry. Are you a monster? Why does he always look so servile?
Fu Hongli snorted coldly and said, I clearly told you that I would go with you, but you insisted on riding a shared bike back to school by yourself.
Let me ask you, what do you mean by this? Ah? Lin Yang's eyes widened in shock.
He really didn't expect that Fu Hongli's words of going together meant taking him to school.
So, she was angry because I didn't take her car? No wonder Fu Hongli became unhappy after he pressed the button on the first floor.
I thought when you said we were going together, you meant we were going our separate ways.
Lin Yang explained quickly.
Frankly speaking, it's not Lin Yang's fault for misunderstanding this matter. He knew that Fu Hongli was very wary of him, and when she didn't explicitly express her willingness to give him a ride, Lin Yang certainly didn't dare to act rashly. Fu Hongli then realized that it was because he had not explained clearly that Lin Yang did not dare to act rashly.
It looks like this guy has been wronged again.
After she realized this, she was full of anger, and her anger gradually subsided.
I misunderstood you.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, well, I forgive you. Fu Hongli gave Lin Yang a coquettish look. I really didn't realize that this guy is actually a bit shameless. What do you mean I forgive you? It's as if I really did something wrong. However, Fu Hongli was too lazy to argue with Lin Yang about these things. What? The canteen has been contracted? Fu Hongli asked coldly.
Fu Hongli was still very curious about this matter. She was curious about how Lin Yang planned to run the cafeteria.
Lin Yang smiled awkwardly and said, not yet. Didn't you say that teacher he has already arranged everything for you? Fu Hongli couldn't help but ask.
Lin Yang said depressedly, I have arranged everything, but I am short of money.
Fu Hongli immediately looked at Lin Yang warily. Hey, girlfriend, you don't have to be so wary of me, right?
Lin Yang said with a wry smile.
Don't borrow money from me. I have money, but we just got together yesterday. Besides, I've already given you 100,000. Besides, you're not my real boyfriend.
Lin Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. I was rejected before I even opened my mouth.
No, do you really want to borrow money from me? Fu Hongli asked coldly.
Lin Yang nodded and said depressedly, I did have such a plan just now, but I didn't expect you to be so smart and see through my idea at a glance.
No.
Fu Hongli said bluntly.
Lin Yang knew that he should leave.
After all, Fu Hongli had clearly rejected him. But now, apart from her, it seems that there is no one else I can borrow money from.
Lin Yang was unwilling to let the matter go.
Looking at Fu Hongli's stunningly beautiful face, Lin Yang made up his mind and suddenly grabbed her slender arm, saying pitifully, my dear, my girlfriend, please lend me 200,000 yuan. I promise to pay you back as soon as possible, and I can pay you interest.
Fu Hongli was speechless. Is this guy acting like a spoiled brat to me?
Fu Hongli felt that he should be disgusted. After all, this is too disgusting. But for some reason, looking at Lin Yang's pitiful appearance, Fu Hongli did not feel the slightest bit of disgust in his heart.
Instead, I had the urge to lend it to him.
Fu Hongli was severely shocked by the thought that emerged in his mind.
No way, when did I become so soft-hearted? Didn't he just help me a few times? Isn't it just making a meal for yourself? Isn't it just that she looks okay? Forget it, just lend it to him. 200,000 is not a lot for me anyway.
When he thought of this, Fu Hongli said coldly, I can lend it to you, but...
Hold the grass. What a sudden turn of events.
Without waiting for Fu Hongli to finish his words, Lin Yang excitedly hugged Fu Hongli into his arms, then started spinning around in circles.
There's no way, he's too excited.
He really didn't expect that Fu Hongli would actually agree to lend him money. In Lin Yang's opinion, Fu Hongli was not borrowing money at all, she was clearly saving her own life. Whether it is playing with Ruanmi in her club or teaching by Jiqian piano, for Lin Yang, it is not his career after all.
Besides, no one can guarantee when he will be unemployed. But contracting a canteen is different. That's my own business. I don't have to worry about unemployment and I can make money every day. To put it bluntly, this is equivalent to Lin Yang's life.
And now Fu Hongli is willing to lend him money to contract the canteen, which is equivalent to saving Lin Yang's life.
Fu Hongli was confused, completely confused.
The moment Lin Yang unexpectedly held him in his arms, Fu Hongli's mind went blank.
This was her first time hugging a member of the opposite sex. After coming to his senses, Fu Hongli thought he would be very angry and would teach Lin Yang, the bastard, a lesson. However, Fu Hongli was not angry.
Not only was she not angry, she even felt a warmth she had never felt before. This is a very wonderful feeling, and Fu Hongli doesn't know why he has such a feeling. Her heart was clearly beating very fast, but she felt inexplicably at ease.
It's an amazing feeling. Chapter 32 Female Bodhisattva. Fu Hongli, you are truly a female bodhisattva.
Lin Yang said excitedly. He was so excited that he didn't notice anything unusual about Fu Hongli. But his words instantly awakened Fu Hongli. She pushed Lin Yang away with a blushing face. He took several deep breaths and finally suppressed his turbulent emotions.
Asshole, who told you to hug me? Fu Hongli said angrily. To be honest, Fu Hongli is not angry now.
But she felt that she should act angry and teach this guy a lesson. Who knows, if he dares to hug me today, he will dare to kiss me tomorrow.
Fu Hongli doesn't want this to happen.
After all, Fu Hongli felt that his body and mind belonged to that person. Looking at Fu Hongli's embarrassed and angry expression, Lin Yang realized how stupid he had just done. He apologized quickly with a sad face. Fu Hongli, I'm sorry, I was just too excited, really, I was just too excited, I didn't mean to molest you, I really didn't mean it, if you're angry, just hit me a few times. Damn it, Lin Yang doesn't want to be so cowardly.
But I did do something wrong. Moreover, Lin Yang really couldn't afford the cost of angering Fu Hongli.
After all, he was counting on her to help him now.
Looking at Lin Yang's flustered expression, Fu Hongli found it inexplicably funny.
But she held back.
Forget it this time.
If you dare to do something out of line like this again next time, I will end our relationship with you in a minute. Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang's heart suddenly settled down.
He nodded frantically and said, Don't worry, there won't be a next time.
You're smart.
As he spoke, Fu Hongli took out his mobile phone and started operating it. After a while, Lin Yang received the 200,000 yuan she transferred to him on WeChat. Looking at the pile of numbers, Lin Yang was so excited that he wanted to cry. If Fu Hongli had not just warned him, Lin Yang would have been so excited that he wanted to hug her and spin around a few times.
Fu Hongli, you are really a female bodhisattva.
Don't worry, I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Lin Yang said excitedly.
Don't you dare try again. Lin Yang smiled and said, repay it.
Don't worry, I will pay you back first when I make money.
Fu Hongli snorted coldly and walked towards the library. Lin Yang turned and ran towards Xue Changfeng's office. Xue Changfeng was a little surprised that Lin Yang came back. Lin Yang, have you raised the money? Xue Changfeng asked with a smile. Lin Yang nodded. Well, Mr. Xue, I have raised the money. I will transfer it to you right away. Okay, just transfer the money, and then we can sign the contract.
Lin Yang started transferring money excitedly.
In less than a minute, 300,000 disappeared from Lin Yang's WeChat.
Although it hurt a bit, Lin Yang did not regret it. Because he knew that this canteen was the starting point of his career, and one day, he would earn 300,000. He has confidence in himself. After the transfer was completed, Lin Yang signed the contract under the guidance of Shui Changfeng. "Teacher Shui, please come to the cafeteria and try my cooking when you have time," Lin Yang said with a smile. Shui Changfeng smiled and said, "Okay, teacher, he said that you are good at cooking. I'll go and try it someday when I have time."
"Okay, I'll make arrangements for you then." Shui Changfeng laughed heartily.
After chatting for some time, Lin Yang stood up and said goodbye with the contract.
In fact, to be honest, Lin Yang wanted to invite Shui Changfeng to dinner.
After all, he would need his help in a lot of areas in the future. The reason why he didn't speak now was because Lin Yang wanted to wait until Teacher Sun was discharged from the hospital before making proper arrangements.
This is one of them.
Second, after Lin Yang transferred the money to the school, he only had more than 3,000 yuan in his WeChat account, and he had to use this money to buy food.
If I invite Shui Changfeng to dinner, I will have no money to buy ingredients. Lin Yang doesn't want to close the canteen just after taking over the contract.
After leaving the administrative building, Lin Yang called Shen Lizho directly.
"Now I have contracted the canteen myself, and I'm in urgent need of some pretty girls who are working and studying to help me. Shen Lizho might get to know some cool girls who are working and studying." The call was connected quickly. "Shen Lizho, I have contracted the canteen,"
Lin Yang said bluntly. Shen Lizho on the other end of the phone was delighted.
She was really happy.
When she thought that after Lin Yang contracted the canteen, she could work with Lin Yang every day, Shen Lizho felt very happy.
"Lin Yang, congratulations,"
Shen Lizho said with a smile.
"Hey, Shen Lizho, thank you, but I'm calling you because I want to ask you for help." "Tell me, what's the matter?" "It's like this. Didn't the cafeteria only sell breakfast before?
Now I plan to sell lunch and dinner together, so I need two good-looking girls to serve food.
Do you know anyone who wants to work there and who is a good person?"
"Yes, there are several students in our class who work outside."
"Can I ask for you?" "Okay, ask for me. As for the salary, it's 1,200 per month at the beginning. Just find two people." "Okay, I'll go ask for you, and you wait for my news,"
Shen Lizho said in a very cheerful tone.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you." "You don't have to be polite to me, Lin Yang,"
Shen Lizho said seriously.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay, I won't be polite with you. Go ahead and ask. I'll treat you to a meal later." They hung up the phone. Lin Yang walked straight out of the school.
The cafeteria will officially open tomorrow, and he has to go buy some ingredients. At least I have to prepare the ingredients for steaming buns tomorrow morning. In order to save time, Lin Yang took a taxi and went straight to the vegetable market. When working for Teacher Sun and Teacher He, Lin Yang bought ingredients for them and knew where to find good and cheap ingredients.
After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at the vegetable market.
This vegetable market is a bit remote, but the prices are cheap and the quality of the vegetables is good. After Lin Yang entered the vegetable market, he went straight to a small stall inside. When he bought ingredients for the two teachers, he always bought them here. The owner of the stall is a middle-aged man in his 40s named Lu Xiuzhong.
He has a standard square face and looks honest. In fact, Lu Xiuzhong is indeed loyal and honest.
Lin Yang had dealt with him several times and had already gotten to know Qin Chu's character.
"Brother Lu, long time no see,"
Lin Yang said with a smile. When Lu Xiuzhong saw Lin Yang, he also grinned.
"It's been a while since we last met. Have you been busy with your studies recently?" "Not bad,"
Lin Yang said with a smile. The two exchanged a few simple greetings.
Lu Xiaozhong smiled and said, "Whatever you need to buy this time, I'll get it for you." "Brother Lu, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you,"
Lin Yang said seriously.
Chapter 33. Your dad is handsome and kind.
Lu Xiuzhong was stunned for a moment.
Cooperation? He looked at Lin Yang with suspicion. Lu Xiuzhong knew that Lin Yang was a student at Jiangnan University and that he worked in the school cafeteria.
After all, Lin Yang had come to buy vegetables several times, and the two of them were familiar with each other.
"Yes, cooperation, Brother Lu, it's like this. I have contracted a stall in the school cafeteria, and I will need a lot of dishes every day. I think your dishes are good, Brother Lu, so I want to cooperate with you." Lu Xiuzhong was ecstatic. The school cafeteria is a good business.
If I could reach a cooperation with Lin Yang, it would definitely be a great thing for me. After all, the business at the vegetable market where he works is not very good.
The couple can only earn a few thousand yuan a month. After deducting the rent and children's expenses, there is basically not much left.
Good boy, you've even contracted the canteen.
That's awesome.
Lu Xiaozhong said with a smile.
Brother Lu, stop teasing me.
You little brat, this is not a joke, I'm really happy for you.
Tell me how you want to cooperate. Brother Lu will definitely not treat you unfairly. It's very simple. If I need any food in the future, Brother Lu, just send it over.
Is it that simple?
Lu Xiaozhong asked in disbelief.
He thought Lin Yang was going to negotiate all kinds of harsh conditions with him.
But unexpectedly, Lin Yang's request was so simple. Lin Yang smiled and said, "It's not that simple at all. I have to deliver all the food I need for the day every morning. This is a test for you, Brother Lu."
Lu Xiaozhong smiled and said, "What kind of test is this?"
"You are clearly giving money to me, your Brother Lu." Lin Yang was amused by this. He never thought that one day he would become someone else's god of wealth. I have to say, this feeling is wonderful. Brother Lu, it's settled then. Starting tomorrow morning, you will deliver food to me. Okay, if you need anything, just tell me in advance and I'll deliver it to you on time. Lin Yang nodded excitedly.
After the discussion, Lin Yang bought the ingredients needed for tomorrow morning. He originally wanted to take a taxi to transport it back, but Lu Xiaozhong insisted on sending it back.
Moreover, it is euphemistically called going to learn the way. Lin Yang couldn't refuse, so he took Lu Xiaozhong's pickup truck back to school. "Brother, what kind of food are you planning to sell at this stall?" Lu Xiaozhong asked curiously on the way back.
"In the morning, I sell steamed buns and porridge. At noon, I sell stir-fried vegetables and rice. In the evening, I can also sell steamed buns and porridge, and add some stir-fried vegetables."
Lu Xiaozhong nodded and said, "Sure."
In fact, to be honest, when Lin Yang proposed cooperation and asked him to deliver food to him every day, Lu Xiaozhong was more or less worried that Lin Yang had set up a canteen on a whim.
But I didn't expect that Lin Yang had already planned everything. "By the way, Brother Lu, do you know anyone who can hold buns? I need a helper." Yes, Lin Yang plans to make more buns in the morning. Before, he was the only one who could make a few hundred dumplings every day. Now that he has contracted the canteen himself, he naturally wants to find a helper so that he can make more dumplings.
Lu Xiaozhong smiled and said, "Your sister-in-law knows how to do it.
If you don't mind, why don't you ask her to help you?" Lin Yang was delighted. It's really like finding something without any effort after searching for a long time.
I was just worrying about finding someone who could make dumplings, but I didn't expect that Lu Xiaozhong's wife could do it.
Lu Xiaozhong's wife Lin Yang has met him. She is a very simple middle-aged woman and is very nice to Lin Yang. Unfortunately, she is a person with a miserable life.
She had a lame leg when she was young and now can't find a good job. She sells vegetables with Lu Xiaozhong every day.
Brother Lu, that's great.
I'll give my sister-in-law 3,000 yuan a month for now.
What do you think?
Lin Yang also knew that 3,000 yuan was actually a bit too little, but there was nothing he could do as he couldn't offer a higher salary right now. Once the canteen is on track, Lin Yang will definitely be willing to give the other party a raise.
Lu Xiaozhong looked at Lin Yang excitedly. "Of course you can, bro."
3,000 yuan is not considered a high salary in Jiangcheng, but Lu Xiaozhong knows his wife's situation. Lin Yang is willing to pay 3,000 yuan per month, which is already a good treatment.
Lin Yang explained, "Brother Lu, this salary is temporary.
Don't worry, I will give my sister-in-law a raise once the canteen is back on track."
Lu Xiaozhong responded gratefully. "Thank you, brother. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the food to you." This is what Lu Xiaozhong said and thought. Lin Yang is a benefactor to me. Of course Lu Xiaozhong has to serve well. "Brother Lu, I believe in you, that's why I came to you the first time." Lu Xiaozhong felt a warm feeling in his heart and he nodded heavily. Soon, back to school.
Under Lin Yang's command, Lu Xiaozhong drove the car directly to the back door of the cafeteria. The two of them moved the ingredients into the stall together. After seeing Lu Xiaozhong off, Lin Yang returned to his own stall again. The stall area is not small, about 50 or 60 square meters, with a total of 3 windows. Looking at this familiar place, Lin Yang felt mixed emotions.
He never thought that he would become the owner of this stall one day. This feeling is particularly unreal. But Lin Yang knew that all this was true and he was really the boss of this stall. Running a stall is not a difficult task for Lin Yang. After all, his family used to be in the catering business, and he was well aware of the twists and turns of the catering industry. After looking at the stall for a while, Lin Yang took out his mobile phone and started to keep accounts. He owes Fu Hongli 200,000 yuan. I owe teacher Sun and teacher He 100,000 yuan. The 100,000 yuan is some furniture and appliances for the cafeteria. These things were purchased by teacher Sun and teacher He. In fact, it would not cost 100,000 yuan, but Lin Yang planned to give the two teachers 100,000 yuan. Then the money for buying groceries today. After recording everything one by one, Lin Yang turned off his phone, got up and left the kitchen. He was going to go back to the dormitory to tell his three sons that he had contracted the cafeteria. Just as he walked downstairs to the dormitory, Lin Yang saw three little bastards walking out of the dormitory. "Fuck, son of a bitch. I was just about to call you," Lu Daong said excitedly. Lin Yang laughed and said, "Come back to see you three bastards." "Fuck, are you so kind?" Zhao Libo cursed with a smile. Lin Yang retorted, "Nonsense, your father is handsome and kind-hearted." This successfully made the three bastards laugh. "Dad, have you eaten? If not, let's go together. I'm going to take these two bastards to eat hot pot," Ding Baochang said with a smile. Ever since Lin Yang introduced him to Ruanmi in the afternoon, Ding Baochang regarded Lin Yang as his own father. "Fuck, Lao Ding, why are you calling Lin Yang, this son of a bitch, Dad?" Zhao Libo asked curiously. "Yes, why do you call him Dad?" Lu Daong also looked at Ding Baochang curiously. Ding Baochang said proudly, "You two know nothing, Dad, let's go and eat hot pot." "Okay, let's go, my dear sons. I also have something to tell you," Lin Yang said with a smile. Chapter 34. Dad is very pleased. We had hot pot near the school. As soon as the group of four entered the hot pot restaurant, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Moreover, most people's eyes were focused on Lin Yang. There's no way. First of all, this guy is really handsome. In this age where looks matter, being handsome will naturally attract some people's attention. Secondly, he is now Fu Hongli's boyfriend. With this title, when people see Lin Yang, they will naturally take a few more glances at him. After all, who wouldn't he be curious about Fu Hongli's boyfriend? Lin Yang didn't feel much about it. He even greeted some people with a smile. In the past 2 years, he has been tortured by life and has long thrown his dignity to the winds. Led by the waiter, the group of four sat against the wall. Damn, Lin Yang's popularity has skyrocketed since he became Fu Hongli's boyfriend, Lu Daong said with envy. Zhao Libo retorted, "Bullshit, before Lin Yang became Fu Hongli's boyfriend, he was also very famous. After all, this grandson is the recognized school idol of Jian University. He wasn't as famous as he is now. This grandson is now the most famous face in the entire Jian University besides Fu Hongli," Lu Daong said. Zhao Libo nodded and said, "That's true. Dad, don't you have something to tell us?" Ding Baochang asked with a flattering look on his face. "Ding Baochang, has that bastard Lin Yang caught anything against you? Look at your fawning look, it's really disgusting," Lu Daong said with disdain. "I, your father, am willing. What's it to you?" Ding Baochang retorted proudly. "Fuck." Lu Daong raised his middle finger. "You two don't have any shameful relationship, do you?" Zhao Libo asked with a coquettish smile. Ding Baochang laughed and scolded, "Get lost." Lin Yang smiled and said, "Could it be that my charm conquered this grandson of Ding Baochang? Come on, this bastard scolded you all night yesterday after he found out that you were with Fu Hongli," Lu Daong retorted. As soon as these words came out, Ding Baochang quickly retorted, "Bullshit, how could I possibly scold my father Lin? My admiration for my father Lin is evident to all the world." Lu Daong and Zhao Libo glanced at each other quickly. Then they all made a vomiting gesture. Ding Baochang was speechless. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let me tell you something serious. I have taken over the business of the stall where I worked before." The three people were suddenly shocked. "Oh my god, that son of a bitch, so awesome," Lu Daong said. Zhao Libo laughed and said, "You son of a bitch, you really made your father proud." Dad, why did you think of contracting the canteen? Ding Baochang asked curiously.
Lin Yang explained, teacher son and teacher he didn't want to do it anymore. I thought that stall was good, so I took it over.
Awesome. Lu Daong gave a thumbs up. Zhao Libo said, Dad is very pleased.
Dad, it must cost a lot of money to contract a canteen.
Where do you get so much money? Ding Baochang asked curiously. Lin Yang nodded and said, it costs a lot of money. I borrowed it from Fu Hongli.
Just one sentence confused the three little sons.
Fuck, Fu Hongli lent it to you?
Zhao Libo asked with envy.
Nonsense, if you don't lend it to me, where can I find so much money? Damn it, you son of a bitch, I'm so jealous, just call me dad and make me happy.
Lu Daong suddenly said. Lin Yang laughed and scolded, get lost.
Ding Baochang then said, Dad, does your cafeteria need publicity? We need to publicize it.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Ding Baochang asked curiously, Dad, how are you going to promote it?
Lin Yang said with a smile, I am quite popular now. I plan to promote it on the forum after I finish teaching those young men in the evening. Ding Baochang gave a thumbs up.
Dad, I think so too. How about leaving this to me? Okay, then I'll leave it to you.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
By the way, Dad, do you know how many people have signed up to listen to your lecture now?
Ding Baochang asked with a smile.
How many? According to a rough estimate, there are already 700 or 800 people. We can take the opportunity to promote it. 300 yuan per person, and in one night, we estimate that we can earn 200,000 or 300,000.
Ding Baochang said proudly.
Hold the grass.
Lin Yang was shocked by Ding Baochang's words. I really don't know whether to say that people nowadays are boring. It's better to say that Fu Hongli is very charming. But these are no longer important. What is important is that if I can really earn so much in one night, my pockets will be filled instantly, which is a huge joy for me.
Damn, Ding Baochang, you are really a good son to your father. Lin Yang took the opportunity to praise him.
Ding Baochang grinned. Dad, please say a few nice words to me in front of Sister Me later. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment.
Why, you want to pursue Sister Me?
Ding Baochang nodded shyly.
Dad, don't tell Sister Me yet.
Let me contact her first and see if it works.
Lin Yang was speechless.
It's not that he doesn't support Ding Baochang's pursuit of Ruanmi. But I'm afraid Ruanmi won't be attracted to Ding Baochang. What Lin Yang is worried about now is that if Ding Baochang gets too deeply involved, he will definitely get hurt.
But he didn't know how to persuade Ding Baochang.
Ding Baochang saw Lin Yang's worry, he smiled and said, Dad, don't worry, I know Sister Me has high standards. I also said, just to get in touch with her, if she really has no interest in me in this regard, then I will definitely not continue to pursue her. After all, feelings are the last thing you can force.
Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Son of a bitch, I'm glad you think this way. Based on my understanding of Sister Me, you really shouldn't get too deep into this. Ding Baochang smiled and nodded. As the two were talking, Zhao Libo suddenly grabbed Ding Baochang's neck. Tell me the truth, son of a bitch. Who is Sister Me?
Ding Baochang laughed and said, I won't tell you, you slut.
Damn it, who is this? Haven't you always liked Fu Hongli? When did you change your mind? I, your father, am willing. It's none of your business.
Ding Baochang retorted.
Fuck, tell me or not. Lin Yang smiled and said, Sister Me is the boss of my club. She is a beautiful and kind girl.
Zhao Libo released Ding Baochang.
Damn it, I want to meet Sister Me too, Father Lin, please take me to meet her. That's right, Father Lin. They are all your sons. You can't just favor that bastard Ding Baochang. Lu Daong grinned. Lin Yang was speechless. Chapter 35 Don't be nervous.
Lin Yang felt extremely depressed during this meal. Damn it, if Lin Yang had known that they would be interested in Ruanmi, he would never have introduced that bastard Ding Baochang to Ruanmi.
But it's too late to say anything now.
It's not that Lin Yang was reluctant to introduce Ruanmi to them. What he was worried about was that if he introduced too many friends to Ruanmi, she would get upset. Dads, let me give Sister Me a call tonight and see what she thinks. If she thinks it's okay, I'll take you to meet her. But if she thinks it's troublesome to make a phone call, then Dad can only say sorry to you too. Lin Yang said depressedly.
Lu Daong and Zhao Libo nodded quickly. The two of them laughed frivolously and said in unison, Thank you, Dad Lin.
Although they were a little mean, they were not weird people. They knew that the initiative in this matter was in Wan Mi's hands. If people don't want to know each other, then Lu Daong and Zhao Libo can be understood. Looking at the two people with smirks on their faces, Lin Yang raised his middle finger. After the meal, Lin Yang paid the bill. He now has only more than 2,000 yuan left in his pocket, but fortunately this meal only costs more than 300 yuan. However, even though it only cost more than 300, Lin Yang still felt the pain.
There's nothing we can do about it, it's because he's poor now. To be honest, Lin Yang is not a stingy person.
He is willing to spend money on his friends. But the current situation is special, and Lin Yang feels painful every penny he spends. After the group of four left the hot pot restaurant, they headed towards the school.
Dad Lin, you're going to go on stage soon. Are you nervous? Lu Daong asked curiously. Not bad,
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Having said that, Lin Yang felt inexplicably uneasy.
The main reason is that he has never been in a relationship since he was a child. Now we have to teach others how to fall in love, which really sounds ridiculous.
But the arrow is on the string and must be shot.
Even though he was nervous and lacked confidence, Lin Yang knew that things had come to this point and he had to bite the bullet.
Dad Lin, don't be nervous, just fool him,
Zhao Libo said with a smile.
Lin Yang nodded.
Ding Baocheng said, actually, Father Lin, those who are willing to spend money today may not really want to learn some dating skills from you. Most people are probably just curious about how you managed to win over Fu Hongli.
Lin Yang nodded and said, I know. As they were talking, the four of them walked to the school gate.
Lin Yang saw at a glance that Fu Hongli's dazzling Porsche 911 was still parked at the school gate.
I thought she would have gone home by this time.
But what I never expected was that Fu Hongli hadn't left yet.
Damn, I'm a little envious of Dad Lin again.
If I weren't in the same dormitory with Dad Lin, I would also like to spend money to listen to how Dad Lin pursued Fu Hongli,
Lu Daong said as he looked at Fu Hongli's sports car with envy.
Most of the students at Jiangnan University know that this Porsche 911 belongs to Fu Hongli.
There's nothing we can do about it, since Fu Hongli is so famous in school.
Fuck, stop talking. When I think about the fact that this bastard Lin Dad not only owns the beauty, but also has the right to use the supercar, I feel so envious that I want to cry.
Dad Lin, when will you take us for a ride?
Zhao Libo said depressedly.
Lin Yang said, why should I be envious? It's not mine. What's the difference?
Fu Hongli is your girlfriend now anyway, so everything about her is yours.
Even if it's not yours, you at least have the right to use it, Lu Daong retorted unconvinced. Lin Yang was speechless. Ding Baocheng laughed at this time. You two dirty bastards, is my father Lin this kind of person?
If Father Lin really wants to drive a sports car, he will definitely drive the one he bought himself, not someone else's.
That's true, Lu Daong agreed.
Zhao Libo also nodded and said, Dad Lin is definitely not the kind of person who likes to take advantage. Dad, remember to ask Sister Mi later.
I'm really curious about her.
Lin Yang was even more speechless. As they were talking, a group of four entered the school.
It was just after dinner and the school was very lively.
Lin Yang is so famous now that many people look at him with a sidelong glance.
Fortunately, Lin Yang is thick-skinned enough, otherwise it would be embarrassing.
When we arrived at the small auditorium, there were already quite a few people standing outside.
Judging by visual observation, there are at least several hundred people.
Lin Yang thought that many people would come, but when he saw so many people, he was still stimulated.
No, are they really that curious about how they managed to pursue Fu Hongli?
Lin Yang is a little confused about the young people nowadays. After a simple wave and greeting to everyone, Lin Yang was the first to enter the small auditorium.
A banner has been hung directly above the stage in the auditorium.
Lin Yang took a look and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although he was extremely thick-skinned, he was still irritated by the words on the banner. Love Saint Lin Yang will teach you how to chase the school beauty step by step. Hold. Lin Yang felt like a social death. Over there, Ding Baocheng, Lu Daong, Zhao Libo and several students who came to help had already begun to organize everyone to enter the venue in an orderly manner. Lin Yang stood alone on the stage, looking at the crowd that kept pouring in a daze.
At the same time,
Fu Hongli, who was far away in the library, felt inexplicably anxious. At this time in the past, she would have returned to the apartment.
But today she doesn't want to go back.
Or to be more precise, she didn't want to go back so early. Fu Hongli knew that Lin Yang must be in the small auditorium at this time. To be honest, Fu Hongli also wanted to go and see it for some unknown reason. She was a little curious about how Lin Yang was going to sell his love.
But Fu Hongli felt that if he went, it would definitely cause a sensation. Moreover, his presence in the auditorium would be interpreted as supporting Lin Yang. Fu Hongli didn't want to support Lin Yang.
In her opinion, Lin Yang was a guy who was obsessed with money.
She hates people who reek of money.
Thinking of this, Fu Hongli decided to go home.
Out of sight, out of mind.
She quickly gathered her things and walked out of the library with brisk steps.
Walking towards the school gate, Fu Hongli heard several girls whispering about Lin Yang. Xiao Chang, let's go to the second auditorium.
I heard that Lin Yang is teaching everyone how to fall in love there.
Is this true or false? Really? This is the hottest thing in Jiangda today.
Come to think of it, I really don't know why Lin Yang would fall for Fu Hongli, that iceberg.
That's right, aren't soft girls like us attractive?
Ha ha ha, Xiaoqing, you're right, let's go quickly. I heard this is extremely popular. If we go too late, I'm afraid there won't be any seats left.
Let's go, maybe Lin Yang will fall in love with me and break up with Fu Hongli.
Fu Hongli was speechless. She had originally planned to go home, but suddenly changed her mind.
Chapter 36 Don't Be a Dog. The small auditorium can accommodate nearly 2,000 people at the same time.
It's now 1/3 full.
Moreover, more people continue to pour in. Looking at the people in the audience, Lin Yang was speechless.
Because he discovered that more than half of the people who came tonight were girls.
Hold. What is going on? Do girls also need others to teach them how to fall in love? Just as I was doubting, Lin Yang's WeChat message rang. Ding Baocheng sent a message to Lin Yang. Dad Lin, your frown is so tight that it can kill a fly. Don't doubt it, these girls are here for you. Lin Yang sent Ding Baocheng a question mark. Dad Lin, don't you know how charming you are? You are the most popular boy in Jiang University. Do you think I'm kidding? There are messages confessing their love for you everywhere on the walls of the school and on the internet. Lin Yang was speechless.
I have been in college for more than 2 years.
I have been in school for such a short time. How did these people make me the so-called school idol? Dad Lin, you'd better get ready.
I estimate that the number of people tonight will exceed 1,000.
Ding Baocheng sent another message. That's enough.
If there are too many people, it might cause unnecessary chaos.
Lin Yang warned.
Don't worry, I've arranged everything. The class will officially start in 15 minutes.
Okay. Lin Yang put away his phone. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock. More than half of the seats in the huge auditorium are already occupied. Looking at the dense crowd below the stage, Lin Yang's originally nervous mood inexplicably became at ease. He took a deep breath, took the microphone handed to him by Zhao Libo, bowed deeply to the audience, and then said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Yang." As soon as these words came out, the sound of applause was like a tsunami, echoing in the huge auditorium. With the help of the light, Lin Yang clearly saw the girls sitting in front of him looking at him with shining eyes. Their little hands were so excited that they almost clapped. Lin Yang smiled and continued, "The reason why there is such a class today is, to put it bluntly, I'm short of money." As soon as the words fell, suddenly, someone shouted at the top of his voice, "Lin Yang, you are lying. Your girlfriend Fu Hongli is the little princess of the Beijing circle. She has so much money that she can't spend it all in several lifetimes. How can you be short of money? You are obviously trying to give us, the lost lambs in love, some advice." Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yang also laughed. "Damn, this grandson Ding Baocheng is such a good son. That's right, that shot just now was made by Ding Baocheng." Seeing that everyone had almost finished laughing, Lin Yang continued to smile and said, "Actually, the first thing I want to say about love is that it has a lot to do with money." Everyone stared at Lin Yang intently. The huge auditorium suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Obviously, they were attracted by the topic raised by Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled and continued, "However, before I talk about this topic, I actually want to ask everyone, what is love?" This seems to have stirred up a hornet's nest. The people in the audience began to talk at once. The whole scene suddenly became chaotic. Lin Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone stopped talking out of respect. At this moment, a girl in the front row suddenly stood up and said loudly, "I feel that love is like air. Without it, I simply cannot live.
Lin Yang gave a thumbs up. As soon as the girl who had just spoken finished her speech, someone else stood up. I think love can be summed up in one line of poetry: I wish to be a pair of wings in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground. As soon as these words came out,
everyone applauded immediately. Lin Yang smiled and nodded.
I think love is a poison, an addictive poison.
Before you touch it, you will be healthy, but once you touch it, you will be worse off than dead.
This statement also attracted a lot of people's agreement. Lin Yang smiled and said, "This brother seems to have a lot of stories." The other party smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Lin Yang continued, "Actually, what you said is all right, but in my opinion, love is actually bullshit."
As soon as these words were spoken, the auditorium, which had been a little noisy just a moment ago, became quiet again so that you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone looked at Lin Yang in amazement.
No one dared to believe that Lin Yang would say such a thing.
Lin Yang, you are a fool man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Now that you have Fu Hongli, you can say whatever you want. But what about those of us who can only treat her hands as our girlfriends every day? Someone asked, unconvinced. Boom! Everyone burst into laughter.
Lin Yang also smiled and said, "Brother, don't get excited.
Let me continue." This successfully quieted everyone down.
Lin Yang then said, "What I mean is that love is of course important, but it should not be everything in your life.
Let's go back to the topic I just talked about money.
I know that when many brothers see beautiful women, they can't help but be tempted, and they can't help but start to pursue them crazily, and even become their licking dogs."
Lin Yang's expression began to become serious. Of course, everyone has the right to pursue love, but if you torture yourself to death for the sake of so-called love, or even go into debt, then it's not worth it. In order to give gifts to the so-called goddess, many brothers often borrow money and even go hungry. In my opinion, this is no longer pursuing love, this is torturing yourself. The people in the audience became even quieter.
Lin Yang's eyes slowly swept over the crowd. He smiled and said, "I don't mean to tell you that poor people don't deserve to be in a relationship.
What I mean is that a healthy relationship shouldn't be like this. So, the first thing I want to tell you in this class today is that you must not be a bootlicker. There is an interesting saying on the internet: a bootlicker keeps bootlicking until he ends up with nothing." The crowd in the audience grew quieter. Because no matter whether you are a boy or a girl, you will meet someone you like. In order to pursue the so-called person you like, you make yourself extremely humble, even without any dignity.
Although Lin Yang has never been in a relationship, he feels that this kind of relationship is unhealthy.
A healthy relationship shouldn't be like this. Lin Yang, let me ask you, are you Fu Hongli's bootlicker? Someone suddenly asked loudly. No.
Lin Yang said simply. Having said that, Lin Yang added another sentence in his heart.
Damn it, Fu Hongli is my sponsor. Can I lick my sponsor? Then how did you catch up with Fu Hongli?
The voice continued to ask.
We love each other.
Lin Yang said with a smile. Damn it, Lin Yang felt that he was becoming more and more shameless.
You're talking nonsense. You and Fu Hongli are not boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Someone suddenly shouted.
As soon as these words came out, the huge auditorium suddenly became noisy.
Chapter 37: Making Trouble. Damn, I knew this troublemaker would come.
That is right, the person who asked Lin Yang questions one after another just now was none other than Zhao Qingfeng. At this moment, he was standing in the stage, looking at Lin Yang triumphantly. It seemed like he was waiting for Lin Yang to embarrass himself. But Lin Yang did not do as he wished. Lin Yang smiled and started to complain first.
Zhao Qingfeng, right? I know you. I know why you are so angry.
It's because you confessed your feelings to my girlfriend Fu Hongli and she rejected you. So you hold a grudge and come here to make trouble on purpose. As soon as these words came out,
the crowd in the audience went wild instantly. Everyone quickly looked at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was furious. Lin Yang, you are talking bullshit.
It was Fu Hongli who first offered me 20,000 yuan a month to be her boyfriend.
After I rejected her, she found a piece of trash like you. The noise from the audience grew louder. Everyone looked at Lin Yang inquiringly. Lin Yang, is what Zhao Qingfeng said true? Someone asked loudly. Lin Yang, so, you are Fu Hongli's paid boyfriend? Lin Yang, why did Fu Hongli pay you to be her boyfriend? Didn't you just say that you two were in love?
Damn it, I have to say it, this trash Zhao Qingfeng's words are quite hurtful.
I underestimated him a bit. Lin Yang was about to speak.
Suddenly, a cool and noble voice sounded in the huge auditorium.
I, Fu Hongli, have not yet reached the point where I need to pay others to be my boyfriend.
Although this cold voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone. The noisy auditorium suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone quickly went to look for the person who spoke. Lin Yang is also looking for it.
Soon, Lin Yang found it.
In the corner of the last row of the audience, there stood a slender figure. Because of the dim light, Lin Yang couldn't see the other person's face clearly.
But Lin Yang knew that the person who spoke just now was Fu Hongli. That's right, the person who spoke was indeed Fu Hongli. Amid the surprised gazes of the crowd, Fu Hongli strode towards the stage.
She has taken off her mask. That stunningly beautiful face was completely exposed to everyone's sight. The already quiet auditorium became even quieter at this moment. But the way everyone looked at Fu Hongli was full of passion and excitement. Of course, except Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng's face looked as if he had eaten a piece of shit, it was as ugly as it could be.
He thought that after he exposed the so-called romance between Lin Yang and Fu Hongli, he would definitely put Lin Yang on the pillar of shame and make him a laughingstock to everyone in Jian University. But Zhao Qingfeng never dreamed that Fu Hongli would appear here.
Moreover, he even said something that confused right and wrong. Lin Yang didn't expect Fu Hongli to say such a thing. However, Lin Yang never expected that Fu Hongli would actually appear in the small auditorium.
Fu Hongli quickly stood on the stage. When everyone saw Fu Hongli's stunningly beautiful face, they went completely crazy. The huge auditorium suddenly became noisy.
Many people began to ask questions frantically. Unfortunately, there were too many people asking questions and Lin Yang didn't hear any of them clearly. In fact, even if there were not many people asking questions, Lin Yang would not be able to hear them clearly.
Because he didn't have time to listen. The moment Fu Hongli came on stage, Lin Yang took the initiative to extend his hand.
That means holding Fu Hongli's hand.
A hint of hesitation flashed across Fu Hongli's beautiful peach blossom eyes, but quickly disappeared. She took the initiative to hold Lin Yang's hand. This scene made the people in the audience even more crazy. Lin Yang looked at Fu Hongli with some guilt. But Fu Hongli was very calm, and her charming face was still filled with a cold and indifferent expression that kept strangers away.
Zhao Qingfeng quit.
He walked towards the stage angrily. Seeing this, Lin Yang was about to stop it, but it was too late. Soon, Zhao Qingfeng came on stage. Looking at Lin Yang and Fu Hongli's tightly clasped hands, Zhao Qingfeng pointed at Fu Hongli and asked angrily, "Fu Hongli, do you dare to say that you didn't ask me to be your boyfriend for 20,000 yuan a month at the school gate yesterday at noon?"
Lin Yang was about to speak.
Fu Hongli said coldly, "Are you worth it?" As soon as these words came out, the audience, which had been quiet just a moment ago, was in an uproar again. Zhao Qingfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But Fu Hongli's words made him at a loss as to how to refute.
Obviously, all of this is true. But I have no evidence to prove it. Now I feel like a psychopath who can't get the love he wants.
Fuck, Fu Hongli, you are so cruel. After saying this, Zhao Qingfeng turned around and left angrily. However, before leaving, he glared at Lin Yang fiercely again.
Through Zhao Qingfeng's vicious eyes, Lin Yang seemed to smell the scent of money.
He could no longer suppress the smile on his face.
Fu Hongli watched Zhao Qingfeng's departing back and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Fu Hongli is not a person who likes to lie. Neither her past family education nor her character allowed her to lie.
But when seeing Lin Yang being questioned, Fu Hongli didn't know why, but he just wanted to help him.
After solving Zhao Qingfeng's problem, Fu Hongli handed the microphone to Lin Yang and asked casually, "Do you need me to wait for you to go home together?"
As God is my God, Fu Hongli just wanted to ask Lin Yang if he wanted to take him home. After all, Lin Yang can barely be considered her bodyguard now. It would be safer for Fu Hongli to go back together.
But when other people hear these words, the meaning is different.
The people in the audience were stunned by Fu Hongli's words.
But soon, astonishment turned into envy and jealousy.
Who would believe that the two of them just got together yesterday and they are already living together so quickly?
That is Fu Hongli. The goddess that so many people in Jian University couldn't get now belongs to Lin Yang alone. It's really enviable.
How about you find a place to sit for a while, and then we'll go together when we're done?
Lin Yang asked. Neither he nor Fu Hongli thought much about it. After all, they both knew each other's identities.
Lin Yang also knew that the reason why Fu Hongli wanted to go home with him was, to put it bluntly, because he was a little scared. The reason why Lin Yang wanted to go home with Fu Hongli was that he wanted to better protect her.
Fu Hongli didn't think much about it.
She nodded casually and turned to leave the stage. Seeing Fu Hongli sitting in the corner of the last row again, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Come on, let's continue to discuss what love is." As soon as these words came out,
suddenly someone asked loudly, "Lin Yang, do you think you are worthy of Fu Hongli?" Chapter 38, Not Good Enough. Another acquaintance. That's right, the person speaking was Xia Kuan. This guy is really his own god of wealth.
He just gave himself 50,000 yuan in the afternoon, and he came to support me again in the evening. If there weren't so many people present, Lin Yang would really like to kowtow to him.
Not worthy,
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Xia Kuan in the audience snorted in disdain.
Since you know you are not worthy of Fu Hongli, then you might as well break up with her.
Lin Yang retorted, "My dear classmate, don't get me wrong. I just said that out of modesty. In my opinion, love is equal.
There is no such thing as who is worthy of whom and who is not worthy of whom.
If love really requires some material conditions, then it is not love, it is a transaction."
For thousands of years, people have praised and yearned for love because love is free of any impurities and has nothing to do with any material conditions.
Xia Kuan in the audience sneered disdainfully. It's easy for you to say that. You can be with Fu Hongli because she likes you. Otherwise, with your ability, you won't be able to be with a goddess like Fu Hongli in your next life. Lin Yang smiled. This classmate's words illustrate my point very well.
Fu Hongli is indeed beautiful, and it is said that her family background is also quite powerful.
But why can we be together? It is because we like each other.
So, back to the point I just made, everyone is equal in front of love. As soon as these words came out, the people in the audience suddenly began to applaud wildly.
Xia Kuan's face looked extremely ugly.
The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yang became more and more resentful.
Lin Yang's heart was filled with ecstasy. It looks like tomorrow's income will not be less.
Lin Yang's eyes slowly swept over the people in the audience, and then he changed the subject and continued, "Back to the point I made earlier, if I say love is shit, many people may sneer at me, and some may complain that I am talking without any pain in my waist.
But in fact, what I want to express is that there are many things to do in life, and love should not be everything in your life.
When we don't have enough ability to love someone well, what we should do is to improve ourselves as much as possible and make ourselves better people.
I also know that many people yearn for love. Don't worry, brother. Listen to me. On the road to improving yourself to be excellent enough, you will meet many like-minded people of the opposite sex. They may be the ones who can spend the rest of your life with you." The audience did not applaud this time. Everyone looked at Lin Yang in shock. Seeing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but secretly said, "Are they pretending too much?
Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I should have found some inspirational stories online to feed them."
The thought just flashed through my mind.
Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out from the audience.
Hold. What the hell? It's so scary.
After everyone finished clapping, Lin Yang continued, "Actually, I only have a vague understanding of love, so there's not much I can say.
Next, brothers, you can ask questions, and I'll try my best to answer your questions."
As soon as these words came out, someone stood up and said, "Lin Yang, I like a junior school girl very much. I have been pursuing her for half a year, but she has never given in. Whenever I am tired of pursuing her and want to give up, she will give me a little sweet treat."
Do you think I am being kept as a fish? You already know the answer, so why ask? Lin Yang said. I see. Thank you.
As soon as the other party sat down, many people stood up. "Lin Yang, I have just been with my boyfriend for a week and he wanted to take me to a hotel. I refused him and he got very angry and wanted to break up with me, saying that I didn't love him.
What do you think I should do?" A girl asked loudly.
"It's obvious that the other person is after your body, so just break up."
Damn, I want to have sex after only being together for a week.
After being rejected, he threatened to break up.
What a piece of garbage. But I like him a little bit, and I don't want to break up with him.
The other party said depressedly.
Hold. These words made Lin Yang's CPU smoke.
However, Lin Yang still said with a stiff upper lip, "He's just a scumbag who's after your body."
Do you believe that even if you go to a hotel with him, he will still break up with you after a while? Why? Because I'm bored. Lin Yang said. The audience burst into laughter instantly.
Lin Yang waved his hand and asked everyone to be quiet. He continued, "Don't think my words are harsh. The other party is obviously after your body and has no feelings for you at all. After a long time, he will definitely get tired of it, just like you like to eat something, but if you eat it too many times, you will get tired of it." The girl fell into deep thought. Lin Yang added, "I think the most precious thing in love is your sincerity, so don't be foolish and give your sincerity to the other person before you see clearly whether the other person is sincere or not, otherwise, you will be deeply hurt."
Lin Yang, you know so much, is it because you have been hurt? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. Lin Yang smiled and said, "I have been single for 20 years. My relationship with Fu Hongli is my first love, so I'm sorry, I didn't give others the opportunity to hurt me." When Fu Hongli, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly heard Lin Yang say that he was her first love, she felt an inexplicable strange emotion spreading in her heart. Joy? No. Excited? Not really. Fu Hongli himself couldn't explain what that emotion was. Everyone burst into laughter again, obviously amused by Lin Yang's words.
"Lin Yang, tell us how you pursued Fu Hongli."
"We really want to know how you pursued her."
Lin Yang smiled and continued to make up stories.
"My acquaintance with Fu Hongli was accidental, or rather, it started with a very vulgar accident. Last fall, I came out of the library and it was raining. I didn't bring an umbrella with me, and was about to go back to the dormitory in the rain, but Fu Hongli suddenly appeared and lent me her umbrella. Everyone knows that Fu Hongli is a kind-hearted girl, and this move was just a piece of cake for her, but for me, it was simply love at first sight. Of course, you can also say that I was attracted by her beauty, but it doesn't matter. After I returned the umbrella to her, I began to pursue her. Of course, pursuing her is not an easy thing. There are too many people pursuing her. As time goes by, Fu Hongli gradually has me in her heart. Yesterday, I took the opportunity to confess my love to her, and then she agreed." Everyone looked at Lin Yang with envy again. "Fuck, after all this talk, it's all because you're handsome. I've been pursuing Fu Hongli for more than a year, but why doesn't she have me in her heart?" Someone retorted unhappily. Lin Yang smiled and said, "I don't deny that appearance is indeed very important in the early stages of love, but it is not the most important thing." "Then what is the most important thing?" The person who spoke just now continued to ask. Chapter 39. You are the most important. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Nothing else matters, your happiness is the most important." Lin Yang's words confused the guy who asked the question just now. He thought Lin Yang would talk about a lot of big principles, such as material things, fate, and so on. But who would have thought that he would actually say this? Lin Yang continued, "It is everyone's right and freedom to pursue someone they like, but if you don't get a response from the other person, then you have to consider whether the other person is really worth your time, energy, money, etc. to pursue her. For example, the brother just now said that you have been pursuing Fu Hongli for a year, but brother, let me ask you, does Fu Hongli know of your existence?" This question made the other party even more confused. Lin Yang had already gotten the answer he wanted from his reaction. "Okay, even if Fu Hongli knows about your existence, you keep saying that you have been pursuing Fu Hongli for a year, so I would like to ask, how did you pursue her during this year?" The other party continued to remain silent. Lin Yang said seriously, "Brother, those words I just said are not meant to discourage you, but to tell other brothers a truth through your case. When pursuing a girl, don't do things that move yourself. You can pursue her vigorously or quietly, but the premise is that you have to let the other party know your feelings. Like this brother just now, he has been pursuing her for a year, but Fu Hongli didn't even know he existed. There is no point in pursuing her like this." Everyone in the audience was silent. I believe many people have encountered such a thing. Lin Yang's eyes slowly swept over the crowd. Finally it fell on Fu Hongli, who was sitting in the corner. The light in the corner was dim, and Lin Yang couldn't see the expression on Fu Hongli's face at the moment. However, Lin Yang didn't look at her to see her face, but was worried that Fu Hongli would be angry because of what he had just said. "Lin Yang, I understand. I will tell Fu Hongli right now that I like her and I will start pursuing her openly," said the brother who spoke just now excitedly. "Hold." Lin Yang was speechless. "Damn, why do I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot? Wait." Seeing that the other party was about to walk towards Fu Hongli, Lin Yang quickly stopped him. The other party turned around and looked at Lin Yang with suspicion. Lin Yang, do you want to stop me? Damn it, what you said is nonsense. Fu Hongli is my girlfriend now.
You pursue my girlfriend in front of me.
Do you think I am blind? Lin Yang asked unhappily. Damn, Fu Hongli is his financial sponsor.
She paid herself to be her shield. If she was really harassed by the other party, her job would be over.
Of course Lin Yang would never let this happen.
The people in the audience burst into laughter at Lin Yang's words. Lin Yang waved his hand and asked everyone to be quiet. His eyes swept across the crowd, and then he said in a deep voice, "There's nothing wrong with pursuing someone you like, but the day before yesterday, that person didn't have a boyfriend or a husband. If you know that someone has a boyfriend or a husband, and you still harass them, then that's not pursuing them, that's being a hooligan. So, what I want to say is, don't be the third party in love, and don't tell me that only those who are not loved are the third party. Remember, if someone really loves you, he will never be willing to let you be the third party." As Lin Yang's words came to fruition, the huge auditorium was once again so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Lin Yang continued, "Okay, keep asking questions." An hour and a half later, Lin Yang announced with a dry mouth that the course sales were over.
I thought it would be easy to earn this money, but Lin Yang never dreamed that it would be so tiring.
It's more tiring than playing boxing with others.
Fortunately, the effect is quite good. Lin Yang believed that after today's class, there would definitely be many people in Jiangda who wanted to continue pursuing Fu Hongli.
Everyone began to leave in an orderly manner. Lin Yang walked towards Fu Hongli immediately.
But after getting off the stage, Lin Yang saw that Trash Xia Koan was leading 5 or 6 people and walking quickly towards Fu Hongli.
Lin Yang's intuition told him that Xia Koan was definitely going to do something. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Yang quickly ran towards the corner where Fu Hongli was. Lin Yang guessed correctly, Xia Koan was indeed going to do something.
Although Fu Hongli was dazzling and beautiful like the bright moon in the sky, it was time for her to leave the stage and the scene was chaotic so no one might notice her.
Xia Koan was planning to take advantage of the chaos to teach Hongli himself.
Frankly speaking, he had wanted to kiss Fu Hongli in person for a long time.
I dream about it.
I used to think that I could just pursue her slowly. After all, I had 4 years in college and plenty of time.
Although there were many people pursuing Fu Hongli, Xia Koan never took them to heart.
Therefore, even if Xia Koan had evil thoughts, he did not dare to reveal them. He disguised himself very well.
But now it's different. Now Lin Yang has become Fu Hongli's boyfriend, and he quickly lives with Fu Hongli. Maybe Fu Hongli has already lost her virginity. When he thought of this, Xia Koan gritted his teeth in hatred.
So he began to think about learning from Hongli himself.
This is what he thought and this is what he did.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Xia Koan signaled to a few of his men, and they quickly surrounded Fu Hongli. Anyway, the lights were dim and the scene was noisy, so even if he kissed her, Fu Hongli wouldn't know. Moreover, Xia Koan's heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his chest at the thought of kissing Fu Hongli's moist and soft red lips.
Xia Koan was very fast.
In an instant, he and 5 or 6 of his men had quickly approached Fu Hongli's group.
A few guys seemed to have the same idea as Xia Koan.
They did not go outside after the show but approached Fu Hongli without making any noise.
Xia Koan sneered in his heart.
He silently gave a look to those guys who wanted to get close to Fu Hongli.
Those guys were immediately frightened and quickly left in disgrace. There is no way. Anyone who has been to Jiangda knows that Xia Koan is not someone to be trifled with. Fu Hongli, who was sitting in his seat waiting for Lin Yang to pick him up, felt a sense of danger. Years of being alone have made her more vigilant than her peers, and more aware of dangers in the outside world. Fu Hongli glanced around calmly. In the crowd, Fu Hongli saw Xia Koan walking towards him.
He didn't leave after the show, but walked towards me.
Even a fool knows what he is thinking. What's more, Fu Hongli is not a fool.
Her stunningly beautiful face was instantly covered with a biting coldness.
Of course Fu Hongli is not afraid of Xia Koan. In fact, Fu Hongli didn't take Xia Koan seriously at all. Fu Hongli knew that Xia Koan was a native of Jiangcheng, and that his family was in the real estate business.
After all, he had boasted about this more than once. Such an identity and background might be incredible in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Fu Hongli, it is nothing.
Xia Koan saw that Fu Hongli was wary of him.
He realized that Fu Hongli had seen through his plan.
He quickly changed tack. Xiao Yuer, there are too many people here. Let me take you out. Xia Koan said with a smile.
Fu Hongli was about to refuse coldly. But at this moment, a strong hand suddenly pulled Fu Hongli into the other's arms.
Chapter 40, Shortage of People? I can help.
When Fu Hongli felt the firmness and heat of the other's chest, he was suddenly shocked.
I thought the danger I just sensed came from Xie Kuan, but I didn't expect it was someone else. Moreover, the other party was so bold that he even dared to hug me by force. Fu Hongli was so ashamed and angry that he was about to elbow his opponent.
But at this moment, a familiar voice came into Fu Hongli's ears.
I appreciate Xie's kindness, but I will take good care of my girlfriend, so I won't bother Xie for help.
Lin Yang's voice was neither salty nor bland. Only then did Fu Hongli realize that it was Lin Yang who had hugged her in his arms just now.
After learning this information, all the shame and anger in Fu Hongli's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant.
Because Fu Hongli knew that Lin Yang did this just to help him out. However, as he held her in his arms so unscrupulously, Fu Hongli's heart beat inexplicably faster.
The look in Xie Kuan's eyes when he looked at Lin Yang was almost spitting fire. If Fu Hongli hadn't been present, Xie Kuan would have really wanted to teach Lin Yang a lesson right now. Damn it, why on earth could he hold Fu Hongli in his arms?
The jealous rage completely burned out Xie Kuan's sanity, and he vowed to go to the fighting club tomorrow to teach Lin Yang a lesson.
Let go of the bad feelings I had tonight. After making up his mind, Xie Kuan glared at Lin Yang fiercely, then turned and left.
Lin Yang let go of Fu Hongli immediately.
You weren't bullied, were you?
Fu Hongli shook his head.
He said coldly, he wouldn't dare to do that even if he had the guts.
Lin Yang smiled and gave a thumbs up.
That's amazing. You are very powerful. You always say that this is your first love, but your speech tonight makes me feel that you are lying.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang was dumbfounded.
Fu Hongli, I learned all those speeches from novels. To be honest, when I was in high school, I became addicted to reading novels.
Later. I have no interest in your past. Do you want to go back? Fu Hongli interrupted Lin Yang.
Hold.
Lin Yang was speechless.
But he is our financial sponsor, and we cannot afford to offend him.
He quickly said, of course, let's go.
Fu Hongli snorted coldly, stood up and walked outside.
Lin Yang followed closely behind.
As soon as he left the auditorium, Lin Yang saw the three bastards in the dormitory. They seemed to be waiting for Lin Yang. When he saw Lin Yang, he walked over quickly.
Fu Hongli, wait for me a moment. I want to chat with those three bastards in the dormitory.
Lin Yang said with a smile. Fu Hongli said indifferently, hurry up. Although her voice still sounded very cold, Lin Yang knew that these were the gentlest words she had ever said.
Lin Yang nodded quickly. Son of a bitch, tell me the truth, how many romances have you had? Zhao Libo said, hooking his arms around Lin Yang's neck.
Damn it, we were in a relationship before, I already said Fu Hongli was your dad's and my first love.
Zhao Libo smiled and said, I don't believe it.
If she is your first love, then where did you get all the lessons you told me about picking up girls tonight?
Of course I learned it from you. Lin Yang complained. Zhao Libo was speechless and quickly let go of Lin Yang. Ding Baocheng smiled and said, alright, stop fighting. Didn't you see Fu Hongli is still waiting for Father Lin? I'll tell Father Lin about what happened today, and then we'll go home. It won't be too late to make Father Lin kneel in the dormitory and interrogate him tomorrow. This bastard.
Lin Yang originally wanted to praise him for his sense of justice. But who would have thought that he almost broke Lin Yang's waist when he turned this corner?
That makes sense, I agree. Lu Daong grinned. Zhao Libo said, okay, I agree too. Lin Yang was speechless.
Ding Baocheng took the opportunity to pull Lin Yang aside and whispered, Dad Lin, a total of 1,137 people spent money tonight.
Lin Yang was startled.
He was stimulated by the number.
There are actually more than 1,100 people. I really don't know whether to say that everyone is too rich. Or should we say that Fu Hongli's charm is really too great?
Seeing that Lin Yang was stimulated, Ding Baocheng smiled and continued, excluding the cost of renting the small auditorium and some miscellaneous expenses, there is a surplus of about 300,000 yuan.
I will transfer it to you later. No, let's divide it equally.
You guys have put in a lot of effort.
In comparison, I have contributed the least.
Lin Yang said seriously. He was very short of money, and 300,000 was a huge sum of money that would make his life much easier.
But Lin Yang is not someone who likes to eat alone. Ding Baocheng smiled and said, I knew you would do this.
In fact, I have already asked those two bastards about this matter.
They all said that the money is yours. If you give it to them, you are slapping them in the face. Lin Yang was speechless.
But his heart was warm.
So, Dad Lin, take it. We know your situation and we know that you've had a hard time these years.
Ding Baocheng patted Lin Yang's shoulder and said,
Fuck, stop being so sentimental. Remember to transfer the money to me.
Also, help me sort out the list of more than 1,100 people.
Thank you.
After saying this, Lin Yang turned and walked towards Fu Hongli. Although he still had a lot to talk about with those three sons of bitches, Fu Hongli was still waiting for him.
Lin Yang didn't dare to make this ancestor unhappy.
Ding Baocheng was shocked by Lin Yang's words. He has known Lin Yang for more than 2 years and knows Lin Yang's character clearly. In other words, Ding Baocheng knew that Lin Yang would not ask him to compile a list of those who spent money tonight for no reason.
Could it be that this guy wants to wait until he turns things around before paying back everyone's money one by one?
Ding Baocheng was shocked by the thought that popped into his head. He quickly shook his head and threw this unrealistic idea out of his mind.
Unless Lin Yang is a fool. Otherwise, there is no way he would be able to pay back the money. Lin Yang didn't know what Ding Baocheng was thinking, and he was too lazy to know.
At this moment, he was walking with Fu Hongli in the quiet university campus.
Lin Yang was in a good mood.
It was not only because he was unaware that the person standing next to him was Fu Hongli, the campus belle of Jiang University, and it was not only because he made money, but more because Lin Yang clearly felt for the first time that his hand had grasped the edge of the abyss. It seemed as if he exerted a little more effort, he could climb out of the dark abyss.
What are you thinking about?
Fu Hongli suddenly asked in a cold voice. Lin Yang came back to his senses, he smiled and said, I'm thinking about the cafeteria.
What happened to the cafeteria? The cafeteria is fine, it's just that it's still short of staff.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
After calling Shen Lizhou in the afternoon, she said she would help ask.
But until now, there is still no news from Shen Lizhou. Lin Yang was indeed a little worried about this.
After all, the stall would be open morning, noon and evening tomorrow. Lack of people? I can consider helping you.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
What?
Lin Yang stopped abruptly after hearing these words.
Chapter 41, Make a Lot of Money.
Lin Yang stopped in his tracks after being stimulated by Fu Hongli's words. He is not a man who has not seen the world. It is just that Fu Hongli's words just now were too provocative. Damn it, the campus belle of Jiangnan University actually has to help me sell food in the cafeteria. If this were to get out, many people would be shocked.
Lin Yang looked at Fu Hongli in a daze.
Fu Hongli looked so beautiful under the moonlight that it seemed unreal. A stunning face, soft and moist red lips, and a pair of incredibly beautiful peach blossom eyes. He was not interested in what Fu Hongli had just said, but was curious about why Fu Hongli did this.
What are you looking at me for? Fu Hongli asked coldly. Lin Yang came back to his senses. I'm just curious why you're helping me. What? Do you think I'm just a delicate young lady? Fu Hongli asked coldly. Lin Yang quickly shook his head. I don't think so.
Fu Hongli said coldly, although you are the shield I hired, you are also my boyfriend in name. If my friend wants to start a business and I am not there, some people will inevitably doubt our relationship.
But you don't have to work so hard.
In fact, the shortage of staff can be solved quickly.
Lin Yang said quickly.
To be honest, Lin Yang really didn't dare to let this ancestor go to the cafeteria to help.
Mainly because it's too hard.
It would be terrible if she couldn't bear the hardship and took her anger out on me.
Fu Hongli said coldly, I didn't say how long I would help you. Once you find someone, I will leave.
Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, okay, since my girlfriend is so understanding, it would be unmanly of me to keep on procrastinating. However, I want to make it clear in advance that if you feel tired, you can leave at any time, don't force yourself.
I'm not that stupid, and you haven't reached the point where I'm willing to give everything for you. Fu Hongli responded coldly.
Lin Yang was a little depressed. For some reason, he felt a little envious of the guy who was far away abroad.
Why can he take away Fu Hongli's heart? Okay, then come to the second cafeteria after school tomorrow at noon. My stall is at number 9.
Lin Yang said calmly.
Fu Hongli asked back, won't the door be opened in the morning?
Yes,
but it's too early in the morning and I'm afraid you won't be able to get up. What time is it? I have to be at school at 5. Fu Hongli was silent.
At this point in time, she really couldn't get up.
Of course, it's not that I really can't get up.
But Lin Yang was not worth her getting up so early.
Just as you said, I'll go to the cafeteria to find you after school.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay. After leaving school, the two got into Fu Hongli's sports car one after the other. Fu Hongli stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly drove towards the apartment.
Can you drive? Fu Hongli suddenly asked when the journey was halfway through.
No. Lin Yang said apologetically.
After the college entrance examination, he actually made an appointment with a few friends to take a driver's license test.
Unfortunately, before I had the chance to put it into action, I received the bad news that my family had gone bankrupt.
Fu Hongli didn't say anything either. Soon, we arrived at the apartment. Are you hungry?
Lin Yang suddenly asked.
Fu Hongli had dinner around 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
It was almost 10 o'clock now, and Lin Yang was worried that she was a little hungry.
Why, are you hungry? Fu Hongli asked coldly. No, I had dinner. I thought you had dinner around 4 in the afternoon. It's almost 10 o'clock now. I was afraid you might be a little hungry. I don't have the habit of eating midnight snacks.
Fu Hongli said in a calm voice.
Lin Yang smiled and said, I understand. After all, girls all hope to be thinner. What? You know girls very well? Fu Hongli asked coldly.
Even her charming peach blossom eyes had a hint of indifference.
Damn, did I say the wrong thing again?
Lin Yang didn't dare to say a word.
This ancestor's temper is really unpredictable.
Soon, the car stopped in the basement. After all, it is a luxury apartment, and even the basement is designed to be very luxurious. They got out of the car one after another. Fu Hongli walked in front and Lin Yang followed closely behind.
Unconsciously, Lin Yang's eyes fell on Fu Hongli's delicate body. Fu Hongli is undoubtedly charming tonight. The tight black suspender skirt perfectly outlines her hot figure. With the pair of high-heeled shoes on her feet, she looks particularly cool and sexy. Fu Hongli discovered that Lin Yang was looking at her body after getting on the elevator.
There is no way, the walls inside the elevator are as smooth as mirrors and can reflect light. However, this guy's eyes were full of amazement, not as dirty and obscene as the way other people looked at him. A feeling of pride grew in Fu Hongli's heart.
Yes, she was a little proud.
Even Fu Hongli himself didn't know why he was so proud. After getting out of the elevator, Fu Hongli turned around to open the door, but Lin Yang walked to the door leading to the corridor.
He put his hand on the door handle and pushed it down, and the door to the stairwell opened.
Lin Yang stuck his head out to look at the corridor, then retracted his head and locked the door to the stairwell.
Fu Hongli saw everything Lin Yang did. An inexplicable sense of security emerged in her heart. They entered the living room one after another, and Lin Yang locked the door.
Although he is very confident in himself, he is always prepared for the worst. Fu Hongli is now his major financial sponsor, and Lin Yang dare not let her encounter any danger.
Fu Hongli was very satisfied with Lin Yang's operation.
You should go to bed early.
I'm going to take a shower.
Also, if you want to take a shower, go buy some toiletries yourself.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, No need, I have already taken a shower outside during the day, so I won't cause you any trouble.
Of course this is false.
I had originally planned to take a shower at Ruan Mi's club in the afternoon, but my plan was disrupted by a call from Fu Hongli.
It's not that Lin Yang doesn't want to take a shower. He just didn't want to take a bath here with Fu Hongli. Lin Yang could see that Fu Hongli was very wary of him. Besides, she doesn't like using her things. So, Lin Yang could only bear it. Lying on the sofa, Lin Yang couldn't sleep.
Ding Baochang has already transferred the 300,000 yuan.
Lin Yang also accepted it.
After receiving it, he first paid back 150,000 yuan to his previous creditors in installments.
There is still 150,000 yuan in the card, and Lin Yang plans to give 100,000 yuan to teacher Sun and teacher He. After all the facilities in the kitchen were purchased by the two teachers. Lin Yang plans to use the remaining 50,000 yuan as startup capital for the canteen. As for the 200,000 yuan borrowed from Fu Hongli, Lin Yang did not plan to pay it back now.
Although he had already paid back 250,000 yuan in 2 days, it was still more than he had paid back last year. But Lin Yang still felt that the money was too little and not enough to spend. He wants to make money, he wants to make a lot of money, he wants to make a lot of money. Lin Yang is afraid of being poor.
Chapter 42 Real Name Envy.
After paying back the money in batches, Lin Yang began to plan the food to be sold for lunch tomorrow. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yang made a list and sent it to Lu Xiaozhong.
Lu Xiaozhong looked at the list sent by Lin Yang.
He took a quick look and found that they were all things that were easy to buy, so he quickly replied to Lin Yang.
Got it. I'll send it to you at 8 a.m. at the latest. Brother Lu, thank you. Don't be polite to me, kid. Besides, if anyone wants to say thank you, I should be the one to say it to you.
Lin Yang smiled and continued to recover. Brother Lu, let's not do these empty things.
When you buy things, remember to get the invoice, and I will transfer the money directly to you. Okay, no problem. After chatting with Lu Xiaozhong, Lin Yang started to keep accounts. The notepad in his phone already has dozens of pages.
Lin Yang recorded every external account, every penny earned, every penny spent, etc. clearly. After finishing all this, Lin Yang put away his phone and prepared to go to bed. It's already 10:30, and I have to get up at 4:30 tomorrow morning.
At most I can only sleep 6 hours.
But just as she closed her eyes, Fu Hongli's soft voice came from her room.
No, don't worry, you are the only one in my heart, you are the one I like.
He's okay, he does what he does, but he's greedy and likes money.
Very greedy and love money? Is this talking about me? Lin Yang couldn't help but say in his heart. I guess he's talking about me.
Lin Yang smiled self-deprecatingly.
It seems that I didn't leave a good impression on the financial sponsor. However, Lin Yang didn't care. Anyway, the relationship between me and Fu Hongli is just a transaction. As long as you give money, the sponsor can say whatever he wants.
Lin Yang gave up the idea of continuing to listen and fell asleep almost in a second. There's no way, he's too tired. Not knowing how long he had slept, Lin Yang suddenly felt someone pushing him. Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, someone was leaning over and pushing him.
Lin Yang was severely frightened. A stress reaction directly pulled the other person onto the sofa. However, not only did he turn over and ride on the other person, he also grabbed the other person's neck with one hand. The reason why Lin Yang had such a stress reaction was because he was forced by those debt collectors. There were several times when the debt collectors came to Lin Yang's door in the middle of the night and grabbed his neck to demand that he pay back the money. He had just reached adulthood at that time. The first time I was treated like this, I was scared to death. It was at that time that Lin Yang developed this reaction. The man under his crotch began to struggle, and while struggling, he said in a hoarse voice, "You bastard, you, let me go."
Fu Hongli?
Lin Yang was startled and quickly got off the sofa.
Fu Hongli?
Why are you pushing me in the middle of the night? Lin Yang asked curiously.
Shut up, someone is trying to pry the door open. Fu Hongli said coldly. At this moment, she was both ashamed and angry.
The embarrassing thing is that this bastard just now actually pressed me under him.
What made him angry was that this bastard grabbed his neck without asking any questions and almost broke it. But now is not the time to worry about these things. After all, it seemed like someone was trying to pry the door open.
The most urgent task is to resolve this matter first. Go back to your room and lock the door. I won't let you out. Don't come out. After saying this, Lin Yang quickly walked towards the door.
Listening to Lin Yang's calm voice and his decisive style of doing things, Fu Hongli once again felt that the $100,000 was well spent.
Lin Yang took 2 steps at a time and walked to the door, and he quickly opened it.
But there was no one outside. Lin Yang walked to the corridor and turned the door handle. The door that was originally locked was opened. Sure enough, he came in from the stairwell. Lin Yang sneered and turned back to the house. But he did not go to find Fu Hongli immediately, but turned on the surveillance footage. The footage clearly showed that the stairwell door was pushed open 20 minutes ago.
A burly man wearing a hat quickly came to Fu Hongli's door.
Then the surveillance screen went black. I guess the other party blocked the surveillance screen with his hand. Lin Yang closed the video and returned to the sofa.
Fu Hongli sat on the sofa.
At this moment, she was wearing a creamy white silk nightgown.
The texture of that nightgown is really good.
It fits tightly against her delicate body. It perfectly outlines her delicate and curvy figure.
Damn, so sexy. Lin Yang swallowed hard.
He looked up and was about to speak, but suddenly found that Fu Hongli's fair face was now tinged with an alluring blush. Lin Yang suddenly remembered that he had pressed Fu Hongli under his crotch due to a stress reaction.
Thinking of this, Lin Yang's face instantly turned red and hot. Where are the people? He must have heard the noise and ran away.
Humph, he runs fast. Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang nodded and took the opportunity to say, Fu Hongli, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I thought it was a bad guy who came in. If I had known it was you, I would never have dared to do this even if I was beaten to death. Fu Hongli said coldly, Humph, you'd better forget what happened just now. If you listen carefully, you can definitely hear a slight tremor in her voice.
This is enough to show that Fu Hongli's heart is far from being as cold as he appears. How do you know someone is trying to pry open the door? Lin Yang asked curiously.
Humph, after your phone is linked to this monitoring device, the app will send you a message once someone approaches.
Do you think I'm sleeping like a pig like you? So that's how it is. Is the person here tonight the same person as the one a few days ago? Lin Yang asked.
They are somewhat similar in body shape, but he wore a hat both times, so we couldn't see his appearance clearly. Fu Hongli said coldly.
Okay, I get it. Let's give him another chance.
If he dares to knock on the door again next time, call the police and let them handle it.
Fu Hongli said coldly, I think so too.
Okay, go to sleep, I'll take care of everything. Lin Yang said with a smile.
Humph, it's easy for you to talk, but you sleep like a pig.
I'm afraid you don't even know when a bad guy comes in.
Fu Hongli complained mercilessly. Impossible. I'm actually a very light sleeper. I can sense the slightest movement. Come on, I called you for almost a minute and it took me almost a minute to wake you up.
Fu Hongli's eyes were full of disgust.
But this beauty is a beauty. Even if you dislike it, it still looks so pleasing to the eye.
Lin Yang began to envy the brother who could take away Fu Hongli's heart.
Chapter 43 A Glimpse. After coaxing Fu Hongli back to the room, Lin Yang was no longer sleepy.
His sleep quality has been poor in the past 2 years.
Traumatized by the debt collectors, Lin Yang often suffers from nightmares, and he often wakes up from them in the middle of the night.
But the strange thing is that since moving into Fu Hongli's apartment, Lin Yang has never had a nightmare again.
Moreover, he slept frankly and soundly. This is also why it took Fu Hongli almost a minute to wake him up.
Under normal circumstances, Lin Yang would wake up when Fu Hongli got close to him.
After no longer feeling sleepy, Lin Yang still lay on the sofa. He closed his eyes and thought about his next move in his mind.
It seems that since I met Fu Hongli, my luck has improved a lot.
Many things also went smoothly.
However, Lin Yang did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that the current situation was hard won and he must cherish it. I must run the canteen well, do the club's work well, and teach Bai Jichin piano well. Of course, the most important thing is to serve Fu Hongli, the financial sponsor, well. After thinking for a while, Lin Yang felt sleepy and fell asleep again.
At 4:30, Lin Yang opened his eyes on time. His biological clock has been like this for the past 2 years.
Even though he is very sleepy, when it comes to this time, Lin Yang can no longer fall asleep. Lin Yang got off the sofa and was about to tiptoe towards the entrance.
But I just started.
The door of Fu Hongli's bedroom suddenly opened. Under the light, Lin Yang saw Fu Hongli appeared in front of him, fully dressed.
Fu Hongli's dress is extremely simple.
The upper body is a white t-shirt and the lower body is a pair of light gray sweatpants. But even such a simple dress makes her look particularly charming.
Did I wake you up? Lin Yang asked embarrassedly.
Fu Hongli said coldly, No, I'm not asleep.
Can't sleep? I guess so. Are you going back to school? Lin Yang nodded and said, Yes, I have to go back and prepare breakfast.
I'll go with you.
I can't sleep anyway, so it's a good opportunity to kill some time.
Fu Hongli said in a calm voice.
But there was an irrefutable authority in her tone. A warm feeling flashed through Lin Yang's heart.
She could have continued to rest in the luxurious apartment, but now she had to go to the cafeteria with him to help. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved.
Thank you,
Lin Yang said with a smile. His tone was more serious than ever before.
Fu Hongli glanced at Lin Yang indifferently and walked towards the entrance first.
The two changed their shoes and left the apartment one after the other. After getting on the elevator, Lin Yang thought of what happened last night and said, Fu Hongli, talk to the housekeeper today and ask them to change the lock on the corridor door. I suspect that the guy who knocked on the door last night has the key to your corridor door.
Are you sure? Fu Hongli asked coldly. Lin Yang nodded. After we came back last night, I checked the door and locked it.
Then when someone knocked on the door, I went out to check. The door was already open. I looked and saw no signs of being pried open, which means the other party had the key.
Okay, I got it. I'll tell the housekeeper. Lin Yang responded and said, actually, there's nothing wrong with my sleep.
I just don't know why, but since I moved into your apartment, I've been sleeping so soundly that I don't even dream.
It's a magical feeling. As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang with vigilance.
I'm telling you, don't think about staying in my apartment.
Once this matter is resolved, you have to move out.
Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ancestor, don't worry, I don't plan to stay in your apartment.
I just told you about my feelings after moving in.
Once the bad guys are dealt with, I will definitely move out as soon as possible. Only then did Fu Hongli breathe a sigh of relief.
You'd better keep your word.
Lin Yang nodded vigorously and said, don't worry, I always keep my word.
Besides, I also know my identity and won't have any improper thoughts about you. Fu Hongli's heart finally settled down. Just then, we arrived at the basement.
The two got into the car one after the other. Fu Hongli stepped on the accelerator and the dazzling sports car rushed towards Jiangde.
This supercar is awesome. It took less than 10 minutes to arrive at Jiangda. Fu Hongli followed Lin Yang into the cafeteria from the back.
Shen Lizhou was already busy at the stall. She doesn't know how to make stuffing, but she can help Lin Yang cut the meat and vegetables first. Shen Lizhou was still dressed as usual, completely sealing off his divine appearance. When he saw Lin Yang, a dazzling bright color flashed in Shen Lizhou's eyes.
She was about to say hello to Lin Yang. But when she saw the dazzlingly beautiful Fu Hongli, Shen Lizhou quickly lowered her head. She has low self-esteem.
She felt deeply inferior. She knew that the stunningly beautiful girl next to Lin Yang was the school belle Fu Hongli.
Lin Yang didn't notice all this.
He simply introduced Fu Hongli and Shen Lizhou to each other, and then immersed himself in preparing the dishes. Just when I finished preparing the filling for the buns, Lu Xiaozhong's wife arrived.
Sister-in-law, you are finally here.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Lu Xiaozhong's wife is a simple middle-aged woman. She quickly greeted Lin Yang with a smile.
Lin Yang introduced Fu Hongli and Shen Lizhou to her. Then he called Mrs. Lu to start making dumplings together. There are only two kinds of fillings for buns, one is leek and egg, the other is pork and green onion.
Mrs. Lu was very efficient at making the dumplings.
Although she couldn't make a dumpling with 24 folds, it was still acceptable.
While Lin Yang and Mrs. Lu were making dumplings, Shen Lizhou had already started cooking porridge.
There are only two kinds of porridge, one is white rice porridge and the other is pumpkin millet porridge.
Although Shen Lizhou is thin, he is very efficient at his work. Fu Hongli watched her busying herself expertly, and couldn't help but ask, is there anything I can help with?
Fu Hongli comes from an extraordinary family, but she doesn't have the slightest airs of a young lady. Shen Lizhou, who was cutting pumpkin, suddenly panicked. She quickly said, no, you don't have to do anything, I'll do it.
The panic-stricken tone made Fu Hongli's heart tremble slightly.
Although she had only known Shen Lizhou for less than 20 minutes, Fu Hongli could see that she was a girl with low self-esteem.
Fu Hongli didn't know what to say.
She planned to go find Lin Yang to see if there was anything she could do to help. But at this moment, Shen Lizhou suddenly used her hand to push aside the hair that was blocking her view.
So,
in a quick glance, Fu Hongli saw a face of unparalleled beauty.
Chapter 44, Queuing, Purchase Limits.
That incredibly beautiful face flashed by. When Fu Hongli looked carefully, Shen Lizhou had already continued to be busy. It seemed that he had no idea what had just happened. But inexplicably, a huge wave of shock arose in Fu Hongli's heart. She really didn't expect that this plain-looking girl in front of her actually had a face that was as pretty as her own. Fu Hongli couldn't help but look at Shen Lizhou a few more times. She found that Shen Lizhou's hands were also very beautiful.
The fingers are slender and long.
Her neck is so white and thin, and the perfect length.
So, does Lin Yang know that Shen Lizhou is so beautiful?
He should know after all, they work together every day.
Does Lin Yang like Shen Lizhou?
So many questions popped up in Fu Hongli's mind for no apparent reason. Especially when the last question came up, Fu Hongli felt inexplicably irritated. She took a deep breath and suppressed her irritability. Then he walked up to Lin Yang.
Is there anything I can do? Fu Hongli asked coldly.
Lin Yang, who was wrapping dumplings seriously, looked up at Fu Hongli, smiled and said, "No, if you are bored, play with your phone." As he spoke, Lin Yang continued to make dumplings with his head down.
Fu Hongli didn't say anything else.
She watched with interest as Lin Yang started making dumplings.
Because she found it very pleasing to watch Lin Yang making dumplings.
Lin Yang's fingers are very long, and the bun skin keeps turning in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a beautifully shaped bun was wrapped. It was clearly making buns, but Fu Hongli inexplicably felt as if he was creating a piece of art. Lin Yang discovered that Fu Hongli was watching him making dumplings, so he wanted to show off his skills. He simply wrapped a bun with 24 folds and handed it to Fu Hongli.
Does it look good?
Lin Yang asked with a smile.
Fu Hongli nodded. It looks good, better than the ones made by pastry chefs in many top restaurants.
Really?
I learned it when I was 12.
Lin Yang said boastfully.
Fu Hongli asked, "Why, is your family in the catering business?"
Well, I did it for a few years. Lin Yang stopped smiling. He buried his head and started making buns seriously.
Why not do it? Fu Hongli asked again. In fact, Fu Hongli also knew that these things had nothing to do with him.
But she was inexplicably curious. Even she herself didn't know why.
The catering business is not easy,
Lin Yang said with a smile.
But Fu Hongli did not see the gloom that flashed across Lin Yang's eyes.
Fu Hongli nodded in agreement.
Catering is indeed not an easy job. With the addition of Lu Xiaozhong's wife, the speed of making dumplings was obviously much faster than yesterday.
At 6:30, all the 1,000 buns had been wrapped.
This is 1/3 more than usual. On the first day of officially taking over the stall, Lin Yang didn't dare to pack too many orders.
At exactly 7 o'clock, all the buns were out of the steamer. Lin Yang personally made a pork and green onion bun for Fu Hongli.
He smiled and said, "Try it." Fu Hongli was not actually that hungry.
She didn't get enough rest last night, so her appetite was not very good. But when faced with the bun handed to him by Lin Yang, Fu Hongli still took it. She had eaten Lin Yang's cooking and knew that he was a good cook. But when she really took the first bite of the bun, Fu Hongli was still a little surprised.
Tasty.
It's really delicious. No, it's fragrant, a special fragrance. Fu Hongli, who originally had no appetite, finished the bun as quickly as possible, and then looked at Lin Yang eagerly.
She wasn't very hungry before, but now she is a little hungry.
Lin Yang smiled, made her another bun, and also gave her a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge.
Fu Hongli sat by the window and started eating. "Sister-in-law, Shen Lizho, what are you doing standing there? Eat too."
Seeing the two of them sitting there indifferently, Lin Yang said quickly.
"Lin Yang, I'm not hungry now. I'll eat after I'm done with my work,"
Shen Lizho said in a low voice. In the past, when she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Lin Yang a few times.
But today, she didn't even look at Lin Yang when she spoke.
Because Shen Lizho was afraid that Fu Hongli would misunderstand.
Because Shen Lizho knew that Fu Hongli was Lin Yang's girlfriend.
"Lin Yang, sister-in-law is not hungry now, let's eat with Xiaoshen later," Lu Xiaozhong's wife said with a smile.
"Okay, just eat when you're hungry, don't put yourself in a difficult position," Lin Yang said.
They both nodded in unison.
After a brief chat, people started to come in to buy breakfast.
Lin Yang and Shen Lizho became busy again.
Fu Hongli was originally eating, but when she saw the scene, she quickly put the bun in her hand on the plate and then joined the sales team. "Have you finished eating?"
Lin Yang asked with a smile when he saw Fu Hongli. Fu Hongli shook his head and said calmly, "Not yet, but I said I'm here to help, it won't be too late to eat after I'm done."
"Actually, there's no rush. It's not the peak period yet. It won't be too late to help after you finish eating," Lin Yang persuaded.
Fu Hongli glanced at Shen Lizho, who was busy standing beside Lin Yang, and suddenly said in a cold voice, "None of your business."
Unhappy again? Lin Yang really couldn't figure this ancestor out. "Why did you get angry when you said that?"
However, Lin Yang didn't have time to think about these things. Seeing that the peak dining time had arrived, he began to get busy. After watching Lin Yang's operations for a while, Fu Hongli became completely familiar with the entire process.
You are Fu Hongli?
Fu Hongli just handed a steaming hot bun to a classmate. The other party asked in surprise.
Fu Hongli didn't think much about it and nodded. Unexpectedly, Fu Hongli just nodded.
The other party suddenly shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, come and see, Fu Hongli is selling breakfast here."
After this shout,
the whole cafeteria was instantly in an uproar.
More than a dozen people quickly surrounded them.
Everyone looked at Fu Hongli with great excitement, as if they were looking at an alien.
Fu Hongli, I want 10 meat buns. Fu Hongli, I want 20. Fu Hongli, hurry up and give me 30. I'm starving. Fu Hongli, can you pack 50 buns for me yourself? Fu Hongli, can you feed me 100 buns?
Well, Lin Yang was speechless. He looked at these old perverts in front of him with a mixture of laughter and tears.
It must be said that Fu Hongli's influence in Jiangnan University is not exaggerated.
Lin Yang originally thought that Fu Hongli would be embarrassed and at a loss when facing these old perverts.
But Lin Yang was wrong.
Fu Hongli was not shy at all, nor was she at a loss. Her voice was as cold and noble as ever.
Get in line, each person is limited to 5. Chapter 45 Another Day of Envy for Father Lin.
In less than 20 minutes, all the buns were sold out, and even the rice porridge and pumpkin porridge were sold out. Lin Yang knew that Fu Hongli was very famous in Jiang University, but Lin Yang did not expect that her appeal was so terrifying. He originally wanted to find a few pretty girls to act as salesmen to attract young men to come and buy food. But now it seems that Fu Hongli alone is enough. Moreover, Lin Yang believed that it would not be long before his stall would become completely popular because of Fu Hongli.
Boss, can't you prepare more?
That's right, we haven't bought it yet.
Really? We have to go to class on an empty stomach. If we can't buy it tomorrow, we'll go to the school to complain.
Yes, complaint.
Looking at the students surrounding the stall. Listen to their complaints.
Lin Yang felt helpless. But I also secretly made up my mind to try to get more food tomorrow morning. Making money, how wonderful it is. After the breakfast was sold out, Shen Lizho and Mrs. Liu began to clean up the stall. Fu Hongli was also helping.
She doesn't have the bearing of a young lady at all. Lin Yang is settling accounts. I didn't know this until I calculated it.
In just one morning, we made nearly $3,000 in sales. Excluding the costs, the net profit was more than half.
Of course, this half does not actually deduct the annual rent for the stall.
However, even so, it was enough to make Lin Yang excited.
You can earn so much in just one morning.
If you add the money earned at noon and in the evening, the number will definitely be considerable. He was originally a little tired, but in an instant he was full of fighting spirit.
Okay, let's stop cleaning up and have breakfast first. Lin Yang said to Fu Hongli and the other two. Fu, classmate Fu, you go have breakfast, we will clean up.
Shen Lizho said cautiously.
She certainly wasn't stuttering. It's just that Fu Hongli's aura is too strong. Moreover, she is the famous campus beauty of Jiangnan University.
Shen Lizho felt an inexplicable fear of her.
Fu Hongli said indifferently, no need, we eat together and clean up together. Shen Lizho lowered her head and stuck out her tongue, not daring to say anything more.
This young lady is a little difficult to talk to. Soon, the stall was cleaned up. The three of them were finally able to eat. I specially saved some of the buns and porridge for Fu Hongli and the others. Although Fu Hongli had already eaten half of the meal, he inexplicably felt hungry again.
Fu Hongli chose a leek and egg bun and took a bite. Wow, yummy.
She really felt that Lin Yang's cooking skills were a little bit extraordinary. However, after taking a few bites, Fu Hongli suddenly saw Lin Yang sitting there without eating breakfast.
Then he asked coldly, why don't you eat? Lin Yang smiled and said, I'm not very hungry yet, you guys eat. What kind of food are you planning to sell at noon? Fu Hongli asked again. Cook some dishes and make some rice. What's the dish? Why, are you looking forward to it?
Lin Yang asked with a smile. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through by Lin Yang, Fu Hongli's fair face instantly turned a seductive blush.
But she pretended to be indifferent and said, why, I can't expect it. Well, this ancestor is angry again.
Lin Yang quickly said, sure, just kidding, I plan to make fish-flavored pork shreds, kung pao chicken, spicy pepper pork shreds and braised pork for lunch.
The school cafeteria is actually very simple.
As long as the dishes are delicious, cheaper, and the quantity is larger, students will definitely come to support them.
Naturally, you can make money. Unfortunately, many bosses don't understand this.
Not only are the dishes they cook extremely unpalatable, but they are also some dark dishes.
I really don't know what they are thinking. Accompanied by Lin Yang announcing the names of the dishes. For some reason, some saliva began to secrete from Fu Hongli's mouth.
In fact, her eating habits have always been light.
But after eating the meal cooked by Lin Yang, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation in her heart.
She had even begun to fantasize about putting the rosy-colored braised pork on the rice and eating one mouthful of rice and another of the meat. There was more and more saliva in Fu Hongli's mouth.
No, I can't fantasize anymore. Seeing that Fu Hongli didn't say anything, Lin Yang thought she didn't like it, so he quickly said, "Oh, by the way, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it for you."
"No need, the dish you just mentioned will also be fine," Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang thought Fu Hongli was embarrassed to bother him, so he said seriously, "Fu Hongli, you don't have to be embarrassed.
Anyway, no matter what you want to eat, as long as I can cook it, I will definitely make it for you. Even if I can't cook it, I will learn to make it for you."
Fu Hongli's mood suddenly became a little cheerful. She took a big bite of the bun in her hand, but snorted deliberately. The voice is very arrogant. Shin Lizho, who was eating silently not far away, looked even gloomier after hearing what Lin Yang and Fu Hongli said. Even the buns that she always liked didn't taste so good at this moment.
Chatting with Fu Hongli. Lin Yang's WeChat suddenly rang. It was those three bastards in the dormitory who were sending messages in the group.
"Dad Lin, has Fu Hongli gone to your stall to help you sell breakfast?"
"Father Lin, how dare you?"
Dad Lin, you are so awesome. I watched those three bastards send out 50 or 60 messages." Lin Yang smiled and replied, "I didn't want her to come, but she insisted on coming."
This is the truth. When Lin Yang left in the morning, he did try to persuade Fu Hongli.
But Fu Hongli insisted on coming.
"Fuck, Dad Lin, you really are my dad. Teach me, how did you manage to make Fu Hongli so bewitched?
She is the little princess of the Beijing Circle.
Do you think you are teasing her?
You don't even know how rich her family is. Such a goddess is actually willing to help you sell breakfast." Ding Baocheng sent a voice message, and his voice was full of grief.
Fortunately, the volume of Lin Yang's phone was very low and Fu Hongli didn't hear it.
Lin Yang replied pretentiously, "No way, we are true love."
Damn, this is more than true love. Fu Hongli is simply a female bodhisattva.
"I originally wanted to promote your stall on the forum, but now that Fu Hongli is here, there is no point in promoting it."
Ding Baocheng replied.
Lu Daong replied, "Fuck, if Fu Hongli took the initiative to help Lin Dad, then she is definitely a female bodhisattva. She is not helping Lin Dad with work, she is obviously trying to promote his stall to Lin Dad." Now Lin Dad's stall has become popular on the campus network of Jiangda.
Damn, who doesn't want Fu Hongli to make meals for them personally? Damn it, it's another day of envying Father Lin. Father Lin, I'm going to reincarnate now, and you will be my real father.
Watching the three bastards chatting enthusiastically in the group,
Lin Yang was stunned. So, the real purpose of Fu Hongli coming to help him was to use her fame in Jiangnan University to promote this stall? Chapter 46. You provoked me.
Lin Yang got goosebumps all over his body at this thought. If this is true, then Fu Hongli is a little too good to me.
Lin Yang's eyes couldn't help but fall on Fu Hongli's stunningly beautiful face.
Fu Hongli was eating in small bites.
Elegant as always.
I don't know if it's because she is so beautiful that she has this halo, or if she is just such an elegant girl. In short, she looks really good when she eats. Perhaps feeling Lin Yang's gaze, Fu Hongli looked up at him.
The moment their eyes met, Fu Hongli's expression was as cold as ever. Their eyes met briefly, then quickly separated. It's as if nothing happened.
Frankly speaking, Lin Yang really wanted to ask Fu Hongli what his purpose was in helping him.
I really just want to help myself with some work.
Or just like what those three bastards in the dormitory said, they wanted to help promote their stall. The sudden ringing of the cell phone made Lin Yang forget this idea.
The call was from Lu Xiuzhong.
Lin Yang picked up the phone quickly.
Brother, I've brought you some food.
Lu Xiuzhong's cheerful voice came from the phone.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be out soon." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yang quickly got up and walked out of the cafeteria's back door.
Lu Xiuzhong was already waiting for Lin Yang at the back door.
The pickup truck was loaded with half a load of food.
When he saw Lin Yang, Lu Xiaozhong greeted him with a smile.
"Brother Lu, have you bought everything?" Lu Xiaozhong nodded and said, "Yes, I have bought everything."
"Brother, here are the receipts. Take a look." As he spoke, Lu Xiaozhong handed a stack of bills to Lin Yang.
As soon as Lin Yang took it, Lu Xiaozhong started to move the ingredients into the cafeteria.
Lin Yang put away the bills and was about to help.
Lu Xiaozhong quickly stopped Lin Yang.
"Brother, you don't have to do these things, just look at the bills and I'll move them."
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Brother Lu, we don't have to be so polite."
Having said that, without giving Lu Xiaozhong a chance to continue speaking, Lin Yang directly picked up a basket of vegetables. Seeing this, Lu Xiaozhong secretly gave Lin Yang a thumbs up in his heart. Just for this reason, Lu Xiaozhong felt that Lin Yang would definitely achieve great things in the future. There are many college students, but not many are as down to earth as Lin Yang. The two of them moved the ingredients back and forth several times and finally moved all the ingredients into the cafeteria. While Lu Xiaozhong was taking a break, Lin Yang looked at the bills. There were more than 20 receipts, which clearly recorded what vegetables were bought and how much money was spent. Lin Yang was very sensitive to numbers. He simply looked over the bill and figured out how much money it was.
Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Yang directly transferred the money to Lu Xiaozhong.
After Lu Xiaozhong received the money, he was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly said, "Brother, you don't have to be so anxious to give me the money.
I know you just opened your business and you must not be that wealthy. It won't be too late to give me the money when you have more money." Lin Yang smiled and said, "Brother Lu, it's not easy for everyone. I know the price you gave me is already the lowest price. If I keep asking you to pay for the goods, it would be a bit unfair."
Lu Xiaozhong scratched his head and smiled innocently.
"Okay, I'll take it." "Well, take it. By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, right?
There are still a few buns left from the sale.
If you don't mind, would you like to have some?"
Lu Xiaozhong quickly said, "Brother, how could I dislike what you said?"
"Okay, sister-in-law, get some for Brother Lu."
Mrs. Lu quickly brought 2 buns stuffed with leeks and eggs to Lu Xiaozhong. In fact, there were still a few meat buns, but Mrs. Lu thought that they should be left for Lin Yang, as he was so thin that it was a pity. Lu Xiaozhong took a bite of the bun stuffed with leeks and eggs, and his eyes immediately lit up.
"Brother, it's delicious." Lin Yang smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more."
"No, brother, I really didn't lie to you, it's really delicious. Tell your sister-in-law how to make it and ask her to cook it for me when she gets home," Lu Xiaozhong said excitedly.
"Okay,"
Lin Yang said with a smile.
We chatted for a while. "It's time for class, Fu Hongli and Shen Lizhou are going to class."
Lin Yang escorted the two of them out of the cafeteria. "I'll come early after I have no classes," Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay." Fu Hongli nodded, turned and left.
After walking a dozen steps, Fu Hongli subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Lin Yang. But he saw Shen Lizhou still standing there. She was lowering her head and was talking to Lin Yang about something.
When I think of Shen Lizhou's stunningly beautiful face, Fu Hongli stopped completely.
Lin Yang was indeed chatting with Shen Lizhou.
They were talking about asking Shen Lizhou to find someone yesterday. They feel that the cafeteria is a bit too tiring, so they don't really want to come. Shen Lizhou said with his head down.
There was a slight tremor in her voice.
It sounded like he was about to cry.
To be honest, Shen Lizhou felt very sad. She felt that she had let Lin Yang down. He had finally found a few people, but he couldn't even do such a small thing. Lin Yang frowned slightly. He heard the trembling in Shen Lizhou's voice.
I also felt her panic at the moment.
Shen Lizhou's reaction made Lin Yang suddenly realize that it was inappropriate for him to leave the task of recruiting to her. She is kind-hearted, but sensitive and has low self-esteem. If she fails to do this well, she will definitely feel extremely guilty and blame herself. When he thought of this, Lin Yang quickly comforted him, "It's not a big deal.
If you don't want to come, then don't come. I'll just hire someone else." You're not angry?"
Shen Lizhou raised his head and looked at Lin Yang with tears in his eyes. Her scarlet, heartbreaking eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame.
"Idiot, it's not a big deal, why should I be angry?"
Lin Yang was amused by Shen Lizhou's words.
How could she say such a thing? Do you usually seem to be very angry? But
Shen Lizhou's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something.
Lin Yang interrupted her. There are not so many buts. Just go to class and don't think about anything. Do you hear me? If you keep thinking about it, I might really get angry.
These words are very damaging. Shin Lizho, who had tears in his eyes just now, suddenly became panic-stricken. She said incoherently, I won't let my imagination run wild. I'm going to class now. After saying this, Shin Lizho ran towards the teaching building like a frightened rabbit. Lin Yang smiled and was about to go back to the cafeteria to explain some things to Mrs. Lu. But as soon as he turned around, he heard Fu Hongli's cold voice.
Stop. Lin Yang stopped.
As soon as he turned his head, he saw Fu Hongli looking at him coldly.
No way. Is this ancestor angry again? Ancestor, who provoked you? Why do you act like someone owes you money and won't pay it back?
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang with cold eyes. Humph, you provoke me. Chapter 47. You're smart.
Lin Yang was stunned by Fu Hongli's words.
When did I offend her?
Lin Yang said cautiously, Ancestor, please don't scare me, when did I provoke you?
Looking at Lin Yang's frightened expression, Fu Hongli's mood became worse and worse. Humph, do you remember what I told you the night before last? Lin Yang has always had a good memory. Of course he remembered every word Fu Hongli said the night before.
But Lin Yang thought about what she said the night before for a long time, but he couldn't figure out why Fu Hongli was angry at the moment. Looking at Fu Hongli's beautiful face that was as cold as ice, Lin Yang quickly showed weakness.
He scratched his head and said, Well, Fu Hongli, can you give me a hint? I'm actually a bit stupid.
Humph, have I ever told you that although I paid for you, in the eyes of outsiders, you are still my boyfriend, so please watch your words and actions?
Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang became even more depressed. What does it mean to pay attention to your words and actions? Have I done anything to let her down?
Suddenly, Lin Yang remembered what he had just talked about with Shin Lizho.
Hold the grass. Could it be that Fu Hongli is angry because of this? It's impossible. I was just talking to Shin Lizho about recruiting people. She wouldn't be angry, would she? But if it wasn't for this matter, why would she suddenly warn herself to be careful about her words and actions? The case is solved. Lin Yang looked at Fu Hongli with complicated eyes. I really don't know whether to say that she is face conscious. Or should I say that she is a bit possessive? However, this is the ancestor that Lin Yang cannot afford to offend. He quickly smiled and said, Okay, I get it. I'll pay attention. Actually, Fu Hongli, have you ever thought about this question?
Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang coldly with her watery eyes, waiting for Lin Yang's next words.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Even if I talk to other girls, no one will doubt that I will change my mind. After all, you are so beautiful and charming. Only a fool would give up on you and choose someone else. I am not a fool.
Fu Hongli was pleased by these words. The unhappiness in my heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. But she still had a cold face.
Humph, you're smart. After saying this, Fu Hongli turned and walked towards the teaching building. Her steps became much lighter.
Looking at Fu Hongli's graceful figure walking away, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
It is really like living with a tiger to serve the king. This ancestor is really hard to serve.
After turning around and returning to the cafeteria, Lu Xiaozhong and his wife were washing ingredients.
Seeing Lin Yang coming back, Mrs. Lu asked curiously, Lin Yang, what are you going to cook for lunch? Let me see if I can prepare the dishes in advance.
Sister-in-law, I plan to make shredded pork with spicy peppers, shredded pork with fish sauce, braised pork and kung pao chicken for lunch.
In fact, the reason why we made these 4 dishes is because they are home-cooked dishes and are relatively simple to make. Secondly, these dishes are delicious with rice, so they should be easier to sell. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, Okay, then I'll prepare the food for you first. Lin Yang nodded. Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. What are you talking about, kid? It's my honor that you are willing to employ your sister-in-law. Sister Lu said with a smile.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Sister-in-law, this is serious.
It is my honor that you can come to help. You kid. Lin Yang smiled and said, By the way, sister-in-law, do you have anyone around you who wants to work?
If so, you can introduce them to the cafeteria.
Yes, my neighbor's older sister told me about work a few days ago. She is 2 or 3 years older than me. She is a nice person and works efficiently.
Moreover, she can endure hardships.
If you think she can do it, let her come and try. Okay, sister-in-law, let her come over.
Lin Yang said happily. Now that we sell breakfast, lunch and lunch together, we must find some people who are efficient and hardworking.
Although hiring people costs money, Lin Yang is not granddad.
Although he is short of money and reluctant to spend it, he knows clearly that some money must be spent when it is time to spend it.
Mrs. Lu nodded. Then I'll call her right now. Lin Yang responded. After giving the instructions, Lin Yang prepared to go to the hospital.
He planned to go see Teacher Sun and give him the 100,000 yuan he was going to give them.
After leaving school, Lin Yang went straight to the nearby agricultural bank.
After successfully withdrawing the money, Lin Yang took a taxi and rushed to the hospital. I bought some more supplements at the supermarket near the hospital. In fact, he didn't have to buy these things, but Lin Yang was a grateful person. Teacher Sun and Teacher He were very nice to me, and Lin Yang kept all their kindness in his heart. As soon as I entered the ward with my things, I saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s serving breakfast to Teacher Sun. The middle-aged woman had a good temperament and was dressed very elegantly.
Teacher Sun saw Lin Yang at a glance.
His originally haggard look instantly became full of energy.
You little bastard, why are you here again? Teacher Sun frowned slightly.
But the smile in his eyes could no longer be hidden. It seemed that he knew Lin Yang had been here yesterday, and that Lin Yang's arrival made him very happy.
Lin Yang smiled and said, I came to see you. How are you feeling today? Not bad. Teacher Sun said with a smile.
Lin Yang put the things beside the bed and said with a smile, I also think that you look much better today than yesterday.
Little brat, have you eaten yet? Lin Yang nodded. I've eaten it. Teacher Sun responded and said to the middle-aged woman, Xiaoling, this is the Lin Yang I told you about.
He's a good guy and has helped me and your mother a lot.
The other party nodded at Lin Yang and said with a smile, Thank you, Lin Yang.
Sister, this is too polite. Teacher Sun and Teacher He are very nice to me, so it's my duty to do something for them. Lin Yang said in a familiar manner. The other person smiled. Lin Yang handed the bag in his hand to Teacher Sun.
What is it? Teacher Sun asked curiously.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Teacher Sun, today I came to see you and give you some money.
What do you mean, little brat? Do you want to bribe an old man like me? Teacher Sun asked with his eyes wide open. Teacher Sun, I don't have money to bribe you. This money is for the canteen equipment. Those equipment were purchased by you and Teacher He. Now that I have taken over the canteen, I naturally have to give you the money for the equipment.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Teacher Sun said unhappily, Get lost, it's not much money at all, just use it. Can. Lin Yang just opened his mouth. Teacher Sun interrupted him. But it's a bullshit. If you ask me for money again, get out of here right now. The old man glared at Lin Yang with his beard puffed. Lin Yang was speechless. Chapter 48 Be careful, sister will kiss you. Lin Yang was speechless.
But a surge of warmth involuntarily surged in my heart.
The warmth quickly spread throughout his body. Yes, Lin Yang was very touched. He was really touched.
Although he encountered a lot of bad things in the past 2 years and his life was a mess, Lin Yang also met a lot of people who were truly kind to him.
For example, Teacher Sun and Teacher He, Wan Ni and so on.
These people constantly encouraged him to have enough courage to keep going even when facing very difficult times. Lin Yang is not a child. He knows clearly that beneath Teacher Sun's seemingly fierce attitude, there is actually a warm heart that is kind to him.
Teacher Sun, don't be angry, I won't mention it.
Lin Yang said with a smile. The old man snorted arrogantly.
That's right. Why are you asking for money? They are just some junk. If you want to use them, just use them. Why are you being so polite? Lin Yang smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you.
The old man was now contented. After chatting for a while, Lin Yang stood up and said goodbye.
However, before leaving, Lin Yang quietly put the money under the bed.
Teacher Sun doesn't want it, because he is generous, but Lin Yang has to give it, because it is his bottom line.
Xiaolin, please send Lin Yang off. Teacher Sun said happily. Son Xiaolin responded. Sister Xiaolin, there's no need to send me off. Just stay with Teacher Sunday. I won't get lost either.
Lin Yang said with a smile. This made both Teacher Sun and Son Xiaolin laugh.
The two of them didn't insist on sending Lin Yang off. After watching Lin Yang leave, Teacher Sun said with some emotion, "What a pity for this child." "Dad, what's wrong with him?" Sun Xiaolin asked curiously.
He was Jiangqing's top student in science back then, and should have had a very bright future. Unfortunately, a huge change happened in his family, and now he can only work hard to make money to pay off his debts.
"His studies have been ruined," Teacher Sun said with a look of regret. Teacher Sun knew Lin Yang's situation, and Lin Yang had told him about it. Teacher Sun felt it was a pity at the time, but didn't say much. Everyone has his or her own path to walk, and Teacher Sun can do nothing to help. "That's a bit of a pity." Sun Xiaolin nodded and said.
Teacher Sun changed the subject and said, "Although his academic career has failed, I think this kid will achieve something in the future."
Sun Xiaolin laughed and said, "Dad, when did you learn how to tell fortunes?" "No, I'm not telling fortunes.
You may not know that he has been running the cafeteria your mother and I opened for the past 2 years. He is a very good cook and is a down-to-earth, hard-working, and willing to work. He has a flexible mind, but he is always scheming. His character is very rare."
Sun Xiaolin looked at her father in some surprise.
She had never heard her father praise someone so bluntly before. "You know, although my father is just a teacher, he holds a very important position in the financial circle. Over the years, he has seen too many amazingly talented people, so there are not many people who can catch his eye."
The father and daughter were chatting.
Sun Xiaolin suddenly saw the bag of money lying quietly under the bed. Just now when her father said that Lin Yang's character was very rare, Sun Xiaolin was actually skeptical. After all, this was her first time meeting Lin Yang. She had never dealt with him before, so naturally she didn't know what kind of person he was.
But now after seeing the money, Sun Xiaolin believes what her father said. "Dad, Lin Yang left the money,"
Sun Xiaolin said helplessly. The old man was instantly furious. But he could only sigh in frustration.
"That brat is just like that. He never likes to owe favors to anyone."
"Xiaolin, if you have a chance in the future, please help him." Sun Xiaolin was shocked by her father's words. "You know, my father has never said such words to anyone before."
"Okay, if he needs investment in the future, I can help him,"
Sun Xiaolin said with a smile. Lin Yang didn't know that the father and daughter talked so much about him after he left. At this moment, he was sitting on the bus back to Jiangda. Although taking a taxi is more comfortable. But Lin Yang really couldn't bear to spend that money. After all, a taxi trip costs 50 or 60 yuan.
When they were almost at Jiangda University, Lin Yang's cell phone rang. The call was from Ruanmi.
Lin Yang picked up the phone quickly.
"Sister Mi, what instructions?"
Lin Yang asked with a smile.
"Little rascal, are you busy?" Ruanmi's unique voice with a hint of charm came into Lin Yang's ears.
The charming voice made Lin Yang's ears feel numbing. He quickly moved the phone a little closer to his ear.
"I'm okay, Sister Mi, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Yang asked. Of course Lin Yang is busy. The reason why he had to rush back to school was that he had to prepare all the vegetables to be sold at noon before school was over. However, if Ruanmi has something to do, Lin Yang can consider closing the restaurant at noon. It's like this.
A close friend of mine recently took on a movie about fighting. She wants to find a good coach to teach her.
If you have time, you can teach her. As for the treatment, you will definitely not be disappointed," Ruanmi said with a smile. "Best friend? Accepted a play? Star? Sister Mi, is your best friend a celebrity?" Lin Yang asked curiously. Ruanmi smiled and said, "Yes, a star. Moreover, she is a big star. You must know her." "Who is it?"
Lin Yang became more and more curious.
"Keep it a secret. If you have time, we can have lunch together at noon and you can start teaching her in the afternoon," Ruanmi said with a smile on the other end of the phone. "Depend on. Sister Mi, how about this? I'll come to see you after lunch, is that okay?" "Why, what's wrong with you?"
"Well, I booked a stall at the school to sell lunch at noon, and I have to arrange everything,"
Lin Yang explained. "Wow, little rascal, you've made it big. You've even booked a stall in the cafeteria. Are you short of money?"
"Just tell your sister and you'll have as much as you want,"
Ruanmi said excitedly.
After hearing her words, Lin Yang felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Sister Mi, there is no shortage for now."
"Oomph, I tell you, little rascal, don't be polite to your sister, do you hear me? Ruanmi said fiercely.
Lin Yang smiled and said, Sister me, I won't be polite to you, I really don't need it.
Okay, see you in the afternoon. Ruanmi said with a smile. Well, see you this afternoon. They hung up the phone.
Lin Yang felt warm in his heart and was about to put away his phone. Suddenly, a notification sound came from WeChat.
Lin Yang opened it and took a look. Then I was speechless. The message was sent by Ruanmi. To be precise, not information. It's a transfer of $100,000.
There is also a voice message below the transfer.
Lin Yang clicked play. Ruanmi's charming voice reached Lin Yang's ears. Little rascal, you must accept the opening red envelope.
If you don't, when we meet in the afternoon, be careful or I'll kiss you.
Chapter 49 Unlimited Charm. Listen to what Ruanmi said.
Looking at the transfer of $100,000. Lin Yang felt a pang of pain in his heart.
He was both moved and a little frightened. What touched me was that Ruanmi was so nice to me. It was so good that Lin Yang felt that he was not worthy of her kindness to him. This is also what makes Lin Yang anxious. He didn't reply to Ruanmi. He did not accept the transfer. He just pretended he didn't see it. I have to go to the club in the afternoon anyway. Just explain it to her clearly when the time comes. After making up his mind, Zhang Da arrived and Lin Yang got off the bus quickly.
When I returned to the cafeteria, Lu Xiaozhong had already left. Mrs. Lu was cutting vegetables while chatting with a woman about her age. A large pot of braised pork has been cut out and blanched. Lin Yang felt a burst of joy in his heart. It seems that inviting Mrs. Lu over was the right thing to do. She really saved herself a lot of trouble. When she saw Lin Yang, Mrs. Lu quickly said, Lin Yang, this is the neighbor I told you about.
Lin Yang smiled and said to the father and daughter, Hello, my name is Lin Yang, what should I call you? Just call me Aunt Jean.
The other party said a little awkwardly.
It can be seen that she, like Mrs. Lu, is a very simple person. Lin Yang nodded and said, Okay, Aunt Jean, I'll tell you briefly. You've seen the situation in our cafeteria. It's a lot of work and it's very tiring. Lin Yang, I'm not afraid of being tired. Aunt Jean said quickly. Lin Yang smiled and said, That's fine.
As for the salary, it's the same as Mrs. Lu's, which is tentatively set at 3,000.
If there's no problem, then start working. No problem, no problem. Aunt Jean nodded repeatedly.
Lin Yang responded and started to work.
It's already 10 o'clock in the morning and time is a bit tight.
Lin Yang started to prepare the braised pork skillfully. Heat the oil in a pan, simply fry the sugar color, and pour the blanched braised pork into it.
As Lin Yang stirred it, the white pork belly was instantly coated with a charming brown color.
After stir-frying for a while, Lin Yang added seasonings, added boiling water, and started stewing.
After the braised pork was stewed, Lin Yang felt a lot more relaxed.
After all, this dish takes the most time.
At about 11 o'clock, Lin Yang put the rice into the steamer again.
While operating these elevators for cooking, Lin Yang couldn't help but want to thank Teacher Sun and Teacher He again. Thanks to them for providing such complete kitchen equipment, which saves me a lot of trouble.
After steaming the rice, Lin Yang started cooking.
Although there are still 40 or 50 minutes before lunchtime, students have already started to enter the cafeteria.
Cooking is extremely simple for Lin Yang.
Especially cooking these home-cooked meals, for Lin Yang, he can do it with his eyes closed. The only trouble is that it requires a lot of effort.
There's no way to see it, the cooking pot is a bit big.
Fortunately, after being tortured by life for 2 years, Lin Yang now has plenty of strength.
It was a little past 11:50 and all 4 dishes were ready.
Lin Yang was so tired that he sat on a chair to rest, while Mrs. Lu and Aunt Jean put the cooked dishes into the huge rice plate. While he was resting, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Lin Yang's eyes. Who else could it be but Fu Hongli? I don't know why, Lin Yang was obviously a little tired, but when he saw Fu Hongli, he instantly became a lot more energetic.
Is get out of class over?
Lin Yang asked with a smile.
Fu Hongli nodded expressionlessly. This is absolutely stunning. Even though there was no expression on his face, he even looked a little cold. But it's incredibly charming. Are you hungry? Lin Yang asked again. Fu Hongli said coldly, Not bad. Are you tired? Fu Hongli gave Lin Yang a coquettish look.
Obviously she was a little annoyed that he talked too much.
Lin Yang grinned.
How do you price your dishes? Lin Yang smiled and said, the prices of the dishes have been posted on the window where you get the food.
You can see them when you go over there. No.
As he spoke, Fu Hongli walked towards the window where food was served. There are already quite a few students queuing at the window.
But this is not the point.
The point is that after Fu Hongli saw the food in 5 or 6 huge plates, he inexplicably felt a little hungry even though he was not very hungry. Especially the rosy-colored braised pork, which made Fu Hongli's mouth constantly secrete sticky saliva.
She swallowed quietly.
As luck would have it, this scene was seen by Lin Yang, who was in the kitchen.
He couldn't help laughing.
I never thought that the cold and aloof Fu Hongli could be so cute at times.
Lin Yang also stood up and walked out of the kitchen, going to Fu Hongli's side. The two of them started to get busy.
Just after a while, Shen Lizho arrived.
She was running out of breath.
Lin Yang, yes, I'm sorry, I just finished class. Shen Lizho said with a look of great guilt.
Lin Yang smiled and said, it's okay, you take a rest first, Fu Hongli and I will be busy first.
No, it's okay, I'm not tired either.
Lin Yang was about to speak.
But he suddenly felt that the temperature around him seemed to be dropping rapidly.
Lin Yang couldn't help but glance at Fu Hongli.
But he saw her looking at him with cold eyes.
It was obvious that Fu Hongli was a little angry. Lin Yang was speechless.
I just said a few simple words to Shen Lizho.
She was angry?
I really don't know if she is afraid of losing face.
It's caused by possessiveness.
But these are not important. What is important is that Lin Yang can't afford to offend this ancestor.
So Lin Yang didn't waste any time and got busy. Fu Hongli and Lin Yang were responsible for serving the dishes, while Shen Lizho was responsible for making the rice.
The three of them worked together with unexpected tacit understanding. Fu Hongli's morning meal sales have become a big hit in Jiangda. Therefore, when seeing so many people queuing up at this moment, Lin Yang was not surprised at all. He just felt a little emotional. Fu Hongli's charm was really terrifying. But I have to say, Fu Hongli is really beautiful. She was dressed very simply, but even so, she was eye-catching when she stood there.
Lin Yang couldn't take his eyes away.
He didn't know how many times he had secretly glanced at Fu Hongli's slender waist.
The meal sold out very quickly and was sold out in less than an hour.
Even so, there are still many people who haven't bought it. So, the same complaints as in the morning kept ringing in Lin Yang's ears. Lin Yang felt helpless.
But behind the helplessness is excitement. He decided to cook some more dishes in the evening. After all, who doesn't want to make more money?
After the show was over, Lin Yang was exhausted. Shen Lizho went to the kitchen to help.
Fu Hongli was sitting next to Lin Yang.
Fu Hongli was also obviously a little tired. Not only was her pretty face flushed, but she was also sweating profusely. The whole person looks delicate.
Extremely charming.
Lin Yang just took a look and couldn't take his eyes away.
Chapter 50 I will be responsible.
Fu Hongli felt Lin Yang's gaze. She glanced at Lin Yang coldly. Lin Yang felt embarrassed as if he had been caught. He smiled awkwardly. Fu Hongli, I finally understand why so many people are obsessed with you.
Smooth talk.
Fu Hongli said coldly. Although she said this, she felt an inexplicable sweet feeling in her heart. This feeling startled Fu Hongli. This guy Lin Yang just praised himself.
Why do I feel this way? Have I become vain?
When he thought of this, Fu Hongli quickly shook his head.
The slight sweet feeling in my heart was instantly thrown away. Of course Lin Yang didn't know what Fu Hongli was thinking.
After hearing what Fu Hongli said, he smiled and said, Fu Hongli, you are really beautiful.
Fu Hongli gave Lin Yang a coquettish look.
She snorted coldly and said, don't think that I won't ask you to pay back the money just because you praised me a few times.
Puff.
Lin Yang burst into laughter at this remark. All the fatigue in my body was swept away in an instant.
I never thought that Fu Hongli would have such a humorous day.
Shen Lizho was helping to serve the rice.
But she always couldn't help but sneak a peek at Lin Yang.
Looking at Lin Yang and Fu Hongli sitting in front of the stall, talking and laughing. A strong feeling of sourness emerged in Shen Lizho's heart. This feeling stimulated her so much that she felt like crying. But she held back.
Fu Hongli, you do have a sense of humor.
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Fu Hongli snorted coldly and said, let me ask you, are you planning to cook the dishes yourself?
Lin Yang nodded and said, let's leave it at that for now.
Once things are completely on track, we'll hire a chef. But you will be very tired.
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you are tired, as long as you can save money.
Fu Hongli was speechless. In her entire life, she has never seen anyone who loves money so much.
But since this was Lin Yang's decision, Fu Hongli didn't intend to continue persuading him.
Anyway, in Fu Hongli's mind, Lin Yang was just a shield he had invited.
Such a relationship is not enough to make Fu Hongli care too much about Lin Yang.
While they were chatting, Shen Lizho called them to eat.
After cooking the dishes just now, Lin Yang deliberately kept some of each dish.
When Fu Hongli saw the braised pork, he couldn't help but start drooling. In fact, to be honest, Fu Hongli doesn't like to eat greasy food, but braised pork is an exception.
Because every time Fu Hongli sees braised pork, he will think of his grandmother. Fu Hongli's mother is from Jiangnan.
When he was a child, Fu Hongli would always go to his grandmother's house to live for a while during the summer vacation every year. And her grandparents would always make delicious braised pork for her. Unfortunately, the year she went to college, her grandparents passed away one after another, and she could never eat the braised pork they made again. So, rather than saying that Fu Hongli has a special liking for braised pork, it would be better to say that she is thinking about her grandparents. When Fu Hongli put a piece of tempting braised pork into his mouth, his eyes instantly became moist. To be honest, the braised pork made by Lin Yang is much more delicious than the one made by my grandparents in my memory. But she didn't cry because Lin Yang's cooking was delicious, but because she couldn't help but think of her grandparents.
I remembered those two lovely old people.
But Fu Hongli didn't want anyone to see her vulnerable side, so she added a few pieces of meat and some vegetables, then stood up and sat in front of the food window to eat. Lin Yang has always had a good eye, and he saw the crimson corners of Fu Hongli's eyes. After watching Fu Hongli carry the bowl to the window, Lin Yang also walked to Fu Hongli's side with a big bowl full of food. Lin Yang didn't say a word, but just buried his head and started eating.
Fu Hongli was a little sad at first, but when she saw Lin Yang eating so happily, her whole attention was attracted by the way Lin Yang ate.
When Fu Hongli had dinner with Lin Yang in the cafeteria the day before yesterday, she found that Lin Yang's eating manners were particularly appetizing. Unconsciously, Fu Hongli's appetite was completely aroused by Lin Yang's eating habits. She also began to eat elegantly. After finishing his meal, Lin Yang burped contentedly.
Fu Hongli hasn't finished eating yet.
Lin Yang stood up and poured her a glass of lemonade. By the time Fu Hongli finished his meal, the water temperature was just right for drinking.
Fu Hongli didn't hesitate and started drinking.
Although the food just now was delicious, for someone like Fu Hongli who has a light diet, eating too much would still be a bit greasy. The lemonade was just the right amount to relieve Fu Hongli's greasiness. After drinking half a glass of water in one breath, Fu Hongli said calmly, "Thank you."
Lin Yang leaned lazily against the wall,
looking at the stunningly beautiful Fu Hongli in front of him. He said with a smile, "You're welcome."
"Who did you learn cooking from?" Fu Hongli asked coldly.
"My grandfather, his father followed an imperial chef back then, and the chef taught him a lot of skills. Unfortunately, my grandfather's talent was not very high, and he only learned 60% to 70%. He originally wanted to pass it on to my father, but his talent was even worse, so he passed it on to me later," Lin Yang said frankly.
"So, you can cook a lot of complicated dishes?"
"It's almost the same, but they are all old dishes."
"Many restaurants nowadays focus on innovation, like putting caviar on steak. I can't make that."
"Innovation is more of a gimmick and may not taste good," Fu Hongli said coldly. "She is qualified to say such things. After all, I have been to so many top restaurants over the years.
I'm even a little tired of eating it."
Lin Yang smiled and said, "I agree with you. When opening a restaurant, taste is the most important thing. No matter whether it is a traditional dish or an innovative one, deliciousness is king."
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Fu Hongli, what you said is very right. If I can open a restaurant in the future, I will invite you to taste the dishes first.
Only if you think they are delicious, I will put them on the shelves for sale."
I'll remember what you said. If you can't do it by then, don't blame me for being angry with you."
Fu Hongli looked straight at Lin Yang with her charming eyes. Seeing her serious look, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, although I am unreliable sometimes, I will be responsible for every word I say to you."
You're such a smooth talker," said Fu Hongli. "I don't know if it's an illusion."
Lin Yang actually heard a hint of coquettishness in her voice.
"Hold. Illusion. It must be an illusion. How could Fu Hongli possibly act like a spoiled child to me?
But her heart is filled with someone who was far away on the other side of the ocean.
When I thought about these, Lin Yang became inexplicably depressed. Chapter 51. Who doesn't like this? The two chatted for a while.
Fu Hongli saw that Shen Lizhou and Mrs. Lu had already started cleaning up the kitchen.
She stood up and joined their team.
Lin Yang took the opportunity to calculate the sales amount for lunch.
You don't know until you calculate it. Once you calculate it, Lin Yang will be really shocked. In just one afternoon, they sold more than 6,000.
After deducting the cost, there can be a profit of at least 3,000. No wonder the cost of canteen contracting is so expensive, but there are still many people willing to do it.
That's a scary profit.
If I continue like this, after deducting all expenses, including the cost of contracting the canteen, I can earn at least 100,000 yuan per month. If the business is expanded further, the income will obviously be even more terrifying. Of course, Lin Yang also knew that the reason for such terrifying sales volume actually had a lot to do with Fu Hongli.
After all, most of the people who came to buy food wanted to see her.
But Lin Yang has absolute confidence that in the coming time, he will conquer the foodies at Jiangda University with his taste.
When thinking of this, Lin Yang's heart became excited. He couldn't help but be excited. After all, this is my real career. A career where you don't have to please others and don't have to worry about being fired. A career where you can do whatever you want.
And, most importantly, this career made Lin Yang feel that his life seemed to finally see a glimmer of light. However, Lin Yang is not a person who gets carried away by success. He knew clearly how difficult the current situation was. I must stick to my original intention, work hard, and strive to pay off all foreign debts as soon as possible to create a better living environment for my mother. After making up his mind, Lin Yang got up and went into the kitchen.
The kitchen is almost cleaned up.
Fu Hongli and Shen Lizhou were cleaning the kitchen utensils. Shen Lizhou wiped it very carefully.
Fu Hongli was not to be outdone.
No matter how Lin Yang looked at it, he had the illusion that the two of them were competing with each other.
Lin Yang, what dishes do you want to prepare for dinner? We will prepare them for you in the afternoon.
Mrs. Lu said with a smile. Tonight we have mapo tofu, shredded potatoes, tomato and eggs, plus a simple version of spicy chicken.
Sister-in-law, you can steam some rice while you're at it. Okay, then we'll prepare the dishes in the afternoon.
Mrs. Lu said with a smile. Lin Yang nodded and said, Sister-in-law, if you have enough time, you can make some porridge. I asked Brother Lu to buy more than 200 steamed buns this morning, and we can sell them together in the evening.
Well, I'll cook the porridge later.
Mrs. Lu said with a smile.
Okay, it's better to get up early.
After explaining everything, Lin Yang glanced at Fu Hongli.
He smiled and asked, Fu Hongli, are you going back to the apartment later, or will you continue to stay in school? If you want to go back to the apartment, I can take you back first. What's the matter? Do you have something to do this afternoon? Fu Hongli asked in a calm voice. Lin Yang nodded and said, well, I have something to do. I have to go to work in the afternoon.
Shen Lizhou, who had originally lowered his head due to inferiority complex, suddenly raised his head. Her charming eyes were filled with shock. Having known Lin Yang for such a long time, Shen Lizhou really didn't know that Lin Yang worked somewhere else besides working in the cafeteria. No wonder there are always red bloodshot in his eyes, no wonder he looks so thin, no wonder he is always so busy. When thinking about these things, Shen Lizhou felt sad. He was only 20 years old. For the first time, Shen Lizhou felt disgusted with her background. She was disgusted with why she was not born into a wealthy family. If that were the case, perhaps she could have helped Lin Yang. Instead of like now, hiding under his wings, living cautiously and humbly. A feeling of powerlessness as if his heart was being cut by a knife enveloped Shen Lizhou. Her charming eyes had turned scarlet without her knowing when. She quickly lowered her head and used work to disguise her sadness at the moment. She was really sad. I have never been sadder. Then please take me back to the apartment first. Fu Hongli said in a calm voice. Lin Yang smiled and said, okay, let's go, I'll take you back now. As he spoke, Lin Yang said hello to Shen Lizhou and the others, then took Fu Hongli out of the cafeteria. He said he was sending Fu Hongli back to the apartment, but it was Fu Hongli who was driving. What kind of work do you do this afternoon? After running for a while, Fu Hongli suddenly asked in a cold voice. Lin Yang said very frankly, I'm a sparring partner in a fighting club.
He doesn't think it's a shameful job.
In fact, Lin Yang not only did not feel that this job was shameful, but he felt that this job was really great. Before I met Fu Hongli, before I became Fu Hongli's shield, before I took over the school cafeteria. This job is Lin Yang's most important source of income, providing him with an income of 20,000 yuan every month. This money can not only help Lin Yang pay off his debts, but also allow himself and his mother to survive.
That's enough. As for being beaten, it's not important at all to Lin Yang. Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang in surprise.
She thought that with Lin Yang's looks, he should be able to find a relatively easy job that pays quickly, and Fu Hongli believed that he would definitely be able to find it.
But no one expected that he would just be there to play along.
Fu Hongli had never been to a fight club, but he knew that the so-called fighting companion meant being beaten by others. Seeing a hint of surprise in Fu Hongli's charming eyes, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Why, are you surprised?"
"A little bit,"
Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "It's just an ordinary job, nothing special." "How much per month?"
Fu Hongli suddenly asked.
"My salary?"
"What else?"
Fu Hongli asked back in a cold voice.
Lin Yang shrugged and said, "It's less than what you gave me, only 20,000 yuan.
Fu Hongli looked at Lin Yang coldly and asked, "Do you like money so much?"
Lin Yang smiled and said, "Who doesn't like this?"
Fu Hongli no longer had any feelings for Lin Yang. She doesn't like people who only think about money. "What do you want to eat tonight?"
Lin Yang asked with a smile. He could see the disgust for himself in Fu Hongli's eyes. But Lin Yang didn't care, and he was not qualified to care. After all, everyone's situation is different.
Different life situations will naturally create different personalities. "I'm not picky,"
Fu Hongli said indifferently.
Lin Yang nodded.
There was silence for a while.
Fu Hongli suddenly asked in a cold voice, "Where is your workplace?"
Lin Yang looked at Fu Hongli with some suspicion.
I don't understand why she suddenly asked this question. "Fu Hongli, you don't want to send me to work, do you?"
Lin Yang teased with a smile.
Fu Hongli gave Lin Yang a coquettish look. He asked coldly, "Is it not possible?" Chapter 52 My appearance fee is not cheap.
Lin Yang was a little confused.
No, what does Fu Hongli mean?
On the one hand, I despise myself for being obsessed with money, and on the other hand, I feel extremely disgusted with myself. But on the other hand, I have to take myself to work.
Address.
Seeing that Lin Yang didn't speak, Fu Hongli's voice became colder.
Lin Yang came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "To be honest, I wanted you to send me off.
After all, it feels really good to ride in this luxury car. But Fu Hongli, I'm a little worried about you going back to the apartment alone. I'm afraid that pervert will suddenly harass you and I'm not by your side. If something unexpected happens to you, I will never forgive myself in my life."
This is Lin Yang's true words.
By the time he reached the end, his expression had become extremely serious and earnest. Fu Hongli stared at Lin Yang with her watery eyes. Yes, she didn't expect Lin Yang to say such a thing.
An inexplicable warmth surged in her heart. The warm current quickly enveloped her entire body.
Except for that person who was far away on the other side of the ocean, Fu Hongli hadn't felt the feeling of being cared for a long time. Although she felt that the reason why Lin Yang cared about her was entirely because she was his financial sponsor. But Fu Hongli was still somewhat moved. Because no matter what purpose he has in caring about me, he is still caring about me.
I'll go back to school later and read in the library.
She gathered her thoughts and said lightly. No, don't change your plans just for me.
Stay in the apartment and get some sleep. You didn't sleep well last night.
These words made Fu Hongli feel warm in his heart again. She didn't expect that this guy still remembered that she didn't get enough rest last night. However, although Fu Hongli felt Lin Yang's concern and felt warm in her heart, since Lin Yang didn't allow her to send him off, Fu Hongli naturally would not insist. After all, in Fu Hongli's view, the relationship between him and Lin Yang was just an employment relationship. In other words, the relationship between the two has not yet reached the point where Fu Hongli has to send her off.
Whatever.
After saying this, Fu Hongli drove the car directly into the basement. After the two of them got into the elevator together, Lin Yang did not leave immediately, but went home with Fu Hongli.
While Fu Hongli was opening the door, Lin Yang checked the door at the stairs.
He found that the door to the corridor had a new lock. It must be said that the property management of luxury homes is very efficient. After watching Fu Hongli enter the house, Lin Yang leaned against the doorframe and warned, "No matter who knocks on the door later, don't open the door. I'm not a 3-year-old child." Fu Hongli glanced at Lin Yang and said in a rather arrogant tone, "Hey, quite rebellious." Lin Yang smiled and said, "Okay, I'm sorry for talking too much. I'm leaving now. After I finish my work this afternoon, I'll pick you up and take you to school together." "I know." Fu Hongli, who was changing shoes, said coldly. Lin Yang nodded and was about to close the door. Fu Hongli suddenly said in a cold voice, "Wait a minute. Ancestor, do you have any other instructions?" Lin Yang asked with a smile. Fu Hongli snorted coldly, then picked up something at the entrance and threw it directly at Lin Yang. Lin Yang took it in his hand and found that what Fu Hongli threw to him was actually an access card. To be honest, Lin Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Fu Hongli to give him the access card. You know, she is an extremely cautious person. But you know what, Lin Yang was quite touched. He smiled at Fu Hongli and was about to speak. Fu Hongli simply closed the door. Lin Yang smiled helplessly, turned and walked towards the elevator. It was around 3 in the afternoon when we arrived at the club. Lin Yang had just got out of the car and was about to enter the club when a dark shadow suddenly blocked his way. Looking closely, it turned out to be Xia Kuan. When he saw him, Lin Yang was immediately happy. Lin Yang was of course happy that the god of wealth came to his door. But Xia Kuan's mood was not so good. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Yang with a gloomy face. Of course Lin Yang could see his hatred towards him, but Lin Yang didn't care. "Mr. Xia, what advice do you have for me?" Lin Yang asked with a smile. Xia Kuan said angrily, "Lin Yang, you are so shameless. Mr. Xia, you really understand me." Lin Yang said with a smile. Lin Yang is certainly not a good-tempered person, but when facing his god of wealth, even if Lin Yang is angry, he will not talk back to his god of wealth. After all, the cost of talking back is losing money. Lin Yang is not that stupid. It's just a few scoldings, it won't cause any weight loss. Fuck, why the hell do you let Xiaoyer sell meals in the cafeteria? Xia Kuan asked angrily. "Oh, about this." Lin Yang sighed and said, "Mr. Xia, you misunderstood me. It's not that I wanted Fu Hongli to go to the cafeteria to sell food, but she insisted on going. I couldn't stop her. There was nothing I could do. She really liked me too much." Hold. Xia Kuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He really didn't know why Fu Hongli chose such a rubbish as her boyfriend. He is just a bit handsome. He's handsome, but he can't make a living. Seeing Xia Kuan was so angry that he looked like he wanted to eat him alive, Lin Yang knew that his goal had been achieved. That's right, the reason why he said that just now was entirely to provoke Xia Kuan. If I don't provoke him properly, how can he want to hit himself? If he doesn't beat himself, how can he make money? Mr. Xia, is there anything else? If not, I'll go get busy first. Lin Yang said with a smile. Fuck, there's something, of course there's something. I told you yesterday that I would come and beat you again today. Did you think I was just talking? Lin Yang pretended to be depressed inside. Master Xia, I know that you are very unhappy about me and Fu Hongli being together, but we are already together, and you can't change this fact even if you beat me 100 times. Tell me, you should forget Fu Hongli as soon as possible, otherwise, you will go even crazier watching us show our affection every day. I am saying all this for your own good. Lin Yang continued to add fuel to the fire. Hold. Xia Kuan grabbed Lin Yang's neck. Lin Yang, say that again, come on, follow me in. If I can't kill you today, I'll take your fucking surname. Xia Kuan roared. He was like an angry beast. Lin Yang shook off his wrist calmly. Okay, Mr. Xia, since you want to fight me, then I have no objection. However, my appearance fee today is not cheap. Xia Kuan sneered disdainfully. He looked at Lin Yang with contempt. Poor bastard, it's all about money. Money is all I have left now. Tell me, how much do you want? Chapter 53. Please spare me. 100,000. Lin Yang said bluntly. That's right, Lin Yang was blackmailing. But he knew that Xia Kuan would definitely give it to him. After all, he had completely aroused his emotions just now. Now I guess he is eager to kill himself. Xia Kuan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He was so angry that he laughed at Lin Yang's words. Because Xia Kuan never dreamed that Lin Yang would dare to ask for a high price of 100,000.
Lin Yang, you are really crazy because of poverty. You dare to say anything. 100,000, are you worth 100,000 yuan? Xia Kuan said with a sneer. Lin Yang was not angry at Xia Kuan's humiliation.
Frankly speaking, in Lin Yang's eyes, Xia Kuan is just a second-generation rich man with no brains.
Why get angry with such a person?
Besides, this is his god of wealth. Lin Yang certainly won't be angry with him. Lin Yang smiled and said, it's not worth it, let alone 100,000 yuan, even 10,000 yuan is not worth it.
However, if you want to fight me, this is the price. If you think it's not worth it, or if you can't afford it, then.
Fuck,
you said I can't afford to fight?
Lin Yang was rudely interrupted by Xia Kuan before he could finish his words.
Lin Yang was about to speak. Xia Kuan said arrogantly, fuck, open your payment code, I will let you see what a rich person is today. Lin Yang didn't waste any time and directly opened the QR code. Xia Kuan was so angry that his hands were shaking as he started to operate. Bite. Lin Yang received the transfer from Xia Kuan. Xia Kuan looked at Lin Yang with disdain. Poor bastard, do you see that? $100,000 to me is like a penny to a person like you. Lin Yang resisted the urge to laugh and nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right, Mr. Xia. I was too short-sighted. Please come in. Xia Kuan glanced at Lin Yang with disdain and walked into the club like a big boss.
When Ruanmi saw Lin Yang, her charming eyes were instantly filled with alluring spring water. She smiled charmingly. Ruanmi was about to speak, but suddenly saw Xia Kuan standing next to Lin Yang.
Of course Ruanmi knew Xia Kuan.
After all, he beat Lin Yang quite a bit yesterday afternoon. When she saw him, Ruanmi's eyes were instantly filled with a biting coldness. If Lin Yang hadn't forbidden her to interfere in this matter, Ruanmi really wanted to teach Xia Kuan a lesson. Sister Me, I'll play with young Master Xia for a while, and then we'll talk about your business. Lin Yang said with a smile.
Ruanmi looked at Lin Yang with some heartache.
She knew that Lin Yang was short of money, and she also knew that Lin Yang was making money. But his way of making money really made Ruanmi feel distressed. Although she customized special boxing gloves for Lin Yang so that he would not feel any pain when being beaten. But every time she saw Lin Yang being beaten wantonly in the boxing ring and his dignity being trampled upon unscrupulously, Ruanmi's heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife.
Lin Yang, you don't have to make money this way. Sister Me, it's okay.
Lin Yang interrupted her with a smile. Ruanmi sighed heavily in her heart. She knew that Lin Yang was a very opinionated person, and he would never easily change his decision. Moreover, he is also an extremely principled person and never likes to owe favors to anyone. He is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Xia Kuan, who was standing aside, felt even more hatred towards Lin Yang when he saw this extremely beautiful girl with a body as hot as a ripe peach caring so much about Lin Yang. This piece of trash is just a little handsome, how could he win the favor of so many top goddesses?
Stop talking nonsense. If you've taken my money, then get on the stage and let me vent my anger. Xia Kuan shouted with an unhappy look on his face.
Lin Yang smiled and said, thank you, master.
Please. Xia Kuan snorted coldly and quickly went onto the stage. He couldn't wait to vent.
Ruanmi knew that she could no longer stop it, and the only thing she could do now was to minimize Lin Yang's damage. She gave the waiter beside her a calm look. The waiter understood and quickly handed the boxing gloves that Ruanmi had specially customized for him to Xia Kuan. Lin Yang smiled at Ruanmi and climbed onto the stage. Before he could stand firm, Xia Kuan, wearing boxing gloves, hit Lin Yang hard on the head. Lin Yang knew that it was time for him to perform. When Xia Kuan's fist hit Lin Yang's head hard, Lin Yang first screamed, then did a backflip, and finally fell heavily on the ring. Just now, he seemed as if he had been hit by a force of 10,000 pounds. This was of course a performance. In fact, Xia Kuan's punch just now didn't hurt at all. But Lin Yang knew he had to act like he was in pain. Otherwise, the sponsor would obviously not feel happy.
Xia Kuan was delighted.
He was trembling with pleasure.
There was no other way.
Whenever he thought about how he had pursued Fu Hongli for so long but Lin Yang got there first, he wanted to kill Lin Yang. Although he couldn't really kill him, beating him up was also a very satisfying thing for Xia Kuan. This is what Xia Kuan thought and did. Without waiting for Lin Yang to get up, Xia Kuan quickly pounced on him. His fists and boxing gloves fell madly on Lin Yang's head like a rainstorm.
Punch after punch.
He seemed to want to vent all the anger in his heart. Lin Yang screamed continuously.
Moreover, in order to show that he was hurt and scared by the beating, Lin Yang even began to beg for mercy.
Master Xia, I was wrong, please forgive me. Lin Yang begged for mercy with all his heart. The voice was filled with fear, regret, and more.
There's no way, Xia Kuan gave too much.
Lin Yang felt that if he didn't perform with all his heart, it would be a waste of the money he paid. Ruanmi, standing under the boxing ring, frowned and looked solemn. Her beautiful face and watery eyes were filled with deep worry at this moment. Even though she knew that all this was fake, and even though she knew that her specially customized boxing gloves would protect Lin Yang, when she heard Lin Yang's words of begging for mercy, Ruanmi's heart still tightened.
Xia Kuan was so happy that he felt like he was on heaven's edge.
Even though he was already out of breath after throwing 20 or 30 punches in a row. But he felt happy in his heart. It was as if he was in the scorching hot summer and his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke, and suddenly he drank a can of iced cola, and he felt so refreshed that every pore in his body was clamoring. Lin Yang seemed to be really beaten up, and at this moment he was lying motionless on the boxing ring. Ruanmi became more and more worried. She was about to call a halt. But at this moment, a clear voice sounded in Ruanmi's ears.
Ni, long time no see. Ruanmi turned around quickly.
Then he saw a girl, who was wrapped up very tightly, standing in front of him. When she saw the other person, Ruanmi was delighted.
Yuan, are you done?
Yes, now that we are done, where is the fighting expert you introduced to me?
Ruanmi smiled and pointed at Lin Yang, who was lying on the boxing ring.
That? The other party asked.
The one lying on the stage.
Ruanmi said with affection. The other party was stunned for a moment.
What? Nini, this is the only thing you introduced to me? Chapter 54. Just give it a try.
After hearing what the other party said, Ruanmi was not angry. Because she knows her big star best friend well enough.
I know she is not the kind of person who looks down on others.
Ruanmi smiled and said, Yuan, believe me, he won't let you down.
But he's been beaten down now.
That's right, but I still say what I said just now, believe him and believe me.
Ruanmi said firmly.
After hearing this, the other party suddenly took off his sunglasses. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly appeared in Ruanmi's eyes.
You are so confident, Nini, are you attracted to him?
The other party joked. Ruanmi's beautiful face instantly flushed with an alluring blush, and not only that, her heartbeat also suddenly accelerated.
But she choked back. Song Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, are you anxious? Did I really get it right? Song Yuan asked with a smile.
Ruanmi became more and more embarrassed.
She stamped her feet and said, Song Yuan, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Song Yuan quickly hugged Ruanmi and said with a smile, All right, I won't tease you anymore.
As a recognized rich lady in Magic City, I believe in your vision.
Ruanmi snorted proudly. By the way, when are you going back to Shanghai?
Your grandfather has been gone for 2 years.
Why are you still sticking with his club? Song Yuan asked. Wait a little longer.
Ruanmi said softly. As she said this, her eyes fell on Lin Yang. Song Yuan followed Ruanmi's gaze and glanced at the boxing ring, then silently curled the corners of her mouth.
The two were talking. Xia Kuan, who was beating Lin Yang violently, finally stopped.
It's not that Xia Kuan doesn't want to fight anymore, he is just too exhausted.
He collapsed beside Lin Yang.
And Lin Yang was still lying on the boxing ring. The whole person was motionless, as if he was really beaten badly by Xia Kuan. When seeing this scene, even though Ruanmi knew that Lin Yang was acting, she couldn't help but feel a little worried.
Xia Kuan rested for a while and then stood up. He looked down at Lin Yang. Lin Yang, I'm warning you for the last time.
If you know what's best for you, break up with Xiao Yuer as soon as possible.
Otherwise, the next time I take action, it won't be so easy. Left behind such a sentence. Xia Kuan threw his boxing gloves on the ring and turned away. What's going on? Song Yuan asked in a low voice.
Ruanmi explained, the love rival wanted to beat Lin Yang to vent his anger.
Then let him fight in vain? He is so heartless? Song Yuan asked quite dissatisfiedly.
Don't talk nonsense, Lin Yang is not heartless, he is just making money.
Ruanmi felt very unhappy when she heard Song Yuanyuan's disparagement of Lin Yang. For money, he let the other party beat him so hard? He is really obsessed with money. Mimi, we are best friends. I will say it frankly. I don't like this kind of person. Song Yuanyuan's words were even more impolite. Ruanmi glared at Song Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, shut up and listen to me.
Lin Yang had no choice but to do this.
There are many things you don't know the inside story about, so don't make random comments, okay?
Seeing Ruanmi defending that guy named Lin Yang, she was a little angry.
Song Yuanyuan was inexplicably curious about Lin Yang.
She was curious about the background of this guy lying on the boxing ring, and how he could make Ruanmi protect her like this.
When she thought of this, Song Yuanyuan suddenly jumped onto the boxing ring.
Lin Yang was lying on the boxing ring to rest. He didn't feel tired, he was just thinking about something. Just as he was thinking, Lin Yang suddenly felt someone coming towards him.
He thought it was Ruanmi.
But when he looked up, he found that it was a strange woman. The other person was wearing a mask that covered half of her face. But those eyes are so beautiful. As beautiful as peach blossoms. At this moment, she was looking down at him. There was an unconcealable look of disgust in those beautiful eyes. Lin Yang quickly gathered his thoughts and sat up.
When Song Yuanyuan saw Lin Yang's face clearly, her heart skipped a beat.
She couldn't help but secretly said, "He's so handsome, with deep, sharp eyes, a straight nose, and a sharp face.
Even in the entertainment industry, he's one of the best-looking guys. No wonder Mimi is attracted to him."
Lin Yang was looking at the woman in front of him wearing a mask in the middle of summer with a look of suspicion. Just then, Ruanmi's voice came into his ears.
"Lin Yang, this is the friend I told you about." Lin Yang suddenly realized.
It turned out to be Ruanmi's big celebrity friend. No wonder she wrapped herself so tightly. This clearly shows that he is afraid of being recognized by others.
"Hello, my name is Lin Yang."
Lin Yang took the initiative to extend his hand. The other person's charming peach blossom eyes looked at Lin Yang with a scrutinizing look, but did not shake hands with Lin Yang.
Lin Yang didn't care either.
After all, the other party is a big star. He may be used to being high and mighty on weekdays, so it is normal for him to look down on me. Besides, Lin Yang took the initiative to extend his hand because the other party was Ruanmi's friend, not because he wanted to shake hands with a big star.
Song Yuanyuan.
Although there was no handshake, the other party still said her name. However, her tone was neither salty nor bland.
Lin Yang nodded.
To be honest, he didn't like the person in front of him named Song Yuanyuan.
She is too high up. However, I don't like it. But money still needs to be made.
After all, Ruanmi told her that the other party was a big star, so he must be generous.
Mimi said that you have good boxing skills and wants you to teach me. Come on and show me your skills. Song Yuanyuan said indifferently.
Lin Yang stood up and threw a few punches obediently. However, Lin Yang fought with a performance mentality, so it just looked good but had no lethality.
That's it? Song Yuanyuan looked at Ruanmi with disappointment. Yes, Song Yuanyuan was very disappointed. She was very disappointed with Lin Yang.
Before she came here, Ruanmi praised this person to the sky. In just 2 years, he has become the best boxer in the entire club. Even if several boxers in any club joined together, they would not be a match for him.
But what is the meaning of these fancy moves now?
Although Song Yuanyuan had never practiced boxing, after taking on this role, she spent some time cramming boxing knowledge on the internet.
She knows what is real skill and what is fancy moves. She even thought that Lin Yang was just a show-off. How could such a person be worthy of my best friend? Ruanmi asked with a smile, Yuanyuan, do you think you doubt Lin Yang's ability?
Song Yuanyuan knew what her best friend was thinking, and she didn't want to argue with her. No, Mimi, I just simply feel that Lin Yang is not suitable to be my boxing coach. After hearing this, Lin Yang felt a little regretful, as he knew that the other party didn't think highly of him.
However, although he felt regretful, Lin Yang was not depressed. After all, the choice is in their hands. He was about to speak.
Ruanmi said unhappily, whether it is suitable or not, you won't know until you try it.
Song Yuanyuan got angry instantly.
She felt that her best friend was in the late stage of love brain.
She needs to see the reality.
She must know that this embroidered pillow in front of her is not worthy of her at all.
Don't be fooled by the fact that Song Yuanyuan looks more feminine than any other woman.
But his character is extremely barbaric. There is no way I have the confidence given by my family background.
Song Yuanyuan's identity and background are not as simple as just a big star. Okay, let's give it a try. Someone come here. Chapter 55 Embroidered Pillow. Song Yuanyuan's words had just fallen.
A thin middle-aged man appeared from nowhere. He walked quickly to the edge of the boxing ring, grabbed the guardrail, jumped into the air, and stood steadily on the boxing ring. This man looks very thin, but his eyes are sharp and his movements are agile, and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person.
Miss, do you have any instructions? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Song Yuanyuan glanced at Lin Yang with contempt.
He said indifferently, "This man wants to teach me boxing. You can simply compete with him to test his skills and see if he is qualified to be my boxing coach."
Don't be too harsh. Lin Yang figured it out. Song Yuanyuan is trying to intimidate herself. What a simple comparison. What to try the depth? Don't be too harsh. How much you despise yourself. However, Lin Yang was not actually angry. Because if you look at the matter from Song Yuanyuan's perspective, there is nothing wrong with her doing this. After all, she spent a lot of money to hire a boxing coach. Then naturally we have to hire someone with good capabilities. Ruanmi was as excited as a little girl who had received her favorite gift. She waved her fist and shouted, "Lin Yang, come on, I'm rooting for you." Lin Yang was speechless.
If Lin Yang had known that teaching boxing would require sparring with others, he would never have taken the job.
He is not a coward. But I felt a little uneasy.
Yes, Lin Yang has no confidence in himself. Although he has been practicing boxing for quite some time, and his strength is pretty good.
But Lin Yang doesn't know the other party's strength. What if he is a top master and kills me in seconds? This possibility is not impossible. After all, the other party is the bodyguard of the big star Song Yuanyuan. Although Lin Yang didn't know who Song Yuanyuan was, he didn't have the hobby of chasing stars. But the one who was called a big star by Ruanmi was obviously not an unknown person. If he is really a top star, the bodyguards he hired must be top-notch experts. In fact, to be honest, Lin Yang was not afraid of being killed instantly by the opponent's move. What he fears is embarrassment. He is certainly not someone who was afraid of losing himself. After being tortured by life for the past 2 years, Lin Yang has become shameless. What he was afraid of was bringing shame to Ruanmi. After all, she almost had an argument with Song Yuanyuan in order to fight for this opportunity. If she was really killed in seconds, Ruanmi would be so embarrassed that she would be thrown to her grandmother's house. But Ruanmi had already said it, so even if she was afraid of losing face, she had to go ahead with it. After finishing the explanation, Ruanmi and Song Yuanyuan left the boxing ring. Song Yuanyuan, I recommended a boxing coach to you with good intentions, but you actually don't trust me and want to test me. Do you want to slap me in the face or Lin Yang in the face? Just now on the stage, Ruanmi was a little angry. The truth is that Song Yuanyuan's bodyguard was still present. Otherwise, Ruanmi would have started to criticize her long ago. "Miss, I'm looking for a serious boxing coach, but you introduced me to this thing. This is a joke." Song Yuanyuan's eyes were filled with displeasure. Ruanmi frowned slightly. "What is this thing? I've said it hundreds of times. His name is Lin Yang. I don't care what he's called, he's just a pretty face, and he's a Phoenix man." Ruanmi was speechless. How did Song Yuanyuan know that Lin Yang was a useless person? How did she know that Lin Yang was a Phoenix man? Ruanmi was about to refute Song Yuanyuan's words. But Song Yuanyuan continued, "So, as the most important person to you in this world besides your parents, I want to help you cure your love-brain problem." As soon as these words came out, Ruanmi's beautiful face turned red instantly. When did I become love-brained? Song Yuanyuan, stop talking nonsense. When did I become love-brained? Ruanmi asked shyly and angrily. Song Yuanyuan clicked her tongue a few times. He sneered and said, "Look at your lustful expression. We have known each other since we were 6 years old, and it has been almost 20 years now. When you stick your butt out, I know what you want to say. You are pretending to be reserved in front of me. Don't think I don't know that you like that embroidered pillow." Ruanmi was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. For the first time, she felt regretful about meeting Song Yuanyuan. I really don't know how she knew that I like Lin Yang. But Song Yuanyuan did not stop attacking because of Ruanmi's embarrassment.
On the contrary, she went all out and continued to attack Wanmi. I don't care if you're with him now or not. I'm warning you, you'd better get rid of your love brain right now. He's not a good match for you. Shut up. Wanmi was so embarrassed. She has an extremely beautiful face. At this moment, her pretty face was flushed with embarrassment. It made her look like a beautiful rose. It's so tender that you can squeeze out water. Shut up, what did I say wrong? Song Yuan asked unhappily. Wanmi retorted, Song Yuan, you can say I can, but you are not allowed to say that Lin Yang is an embroidered pillow, let alone call him a phoenix man. You don't know how hard he works. Trying hard to live off your money? Song Yuan said mercilessly. Wanmi retorted unconvincedly, I really want Lin Yang to be my gigolo, but he has no intention of doing so at all. Oh, so you admit that you like that embroidered pillow? Song Yuan looked at Wanmi with contempt in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Wanmi made up her mind. Huh, so what? Can't I like him? Wanmi, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Just wait and see, you will soon know whether the person you like is just a piece of cake or not. Song Yuan said with a sneer. As she spoke, her eyes fell on the boxing ring. On the boxing ring, Lin Yang was confronting Song Yuan's bodyguards. No one took the initiative to attack. Lin Yang didn't dare. The other party doesn't know why. What are you standing there for? Song Yuan asked indifferently. Miss, I'm waiting for your order to take action. Song Yuan was speechless. The bodyguard arranged by my family is good in every way. It's just too rigid. Even taking action requires one's own permission. Quick battle and quick decision. Song Yuan gave the order. The other party heard this. His eyes were as cold as a knife, staring straight at Lin Yang. Fists and feet have no eyes. If I have offended you, I apologize. The other party said indifferently to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded and said, Brother, please show some mercy. Also, don't hit me in the face. It's not shameful to admit defeat, but it's shameful to get your face smashed. The other party snorted disdainfully and quickly approached Lin Yang. Chapter 56, 50,000 per day. The opponent's speed is incredibly fast. It can be seen that his strength is quite impressive. Lin Yang's heart was beating like thunder. The main reason is that he really doesn't know how strong the other party is. But there's no point worrying now. In an instant, the opponent had already approached Lin Yang. His face looked as ferocious as a demon. As soon as Lin Yang saw his face clearly, the opponent's fist had already reached Lin Yang's face. Hold the grass. The opponent's speed, which was as fast as lightning, instantly made Lin Yang break out in a cold sweat. Lin Yang didn't have time to think about how to respond. But the body has already reacted. Just when the opponent's fist was about to hit Lin Yang's head, Lin Yang's head automatically moved to the side. The opponent's fist missed. Ha! The other party uttered an exclamation. The look in Lin Yang's eyes was full of shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Yang to be able to escape. Lin Yang was also a little surprised. Why is my reaction speed so fast? Just when Lin Yang was confused, the other party suddenly said in a cold voice, Boy, take my second punch. While talking, his fist struck towards Lin Yang's head again. Damn, this guy is so cruel. They said they were just sparring, but he went straight for my vital points. Lin Yang was angry. While the opponent's fist is about to hit your head, Lin Yang also made a tentative move. The reason why it is tentative is because Lin Yang really has no confidence in himself. He dodged the opponent's fist, while swinging his fist hard at the opponent's chin. Snap! There was a sound like a dislocation in the boxing ring. Then Lin Yang saw the opponent's body fall heavily on the boxing ring. Hold the grass. What's going on? Lin Yang looked at his fist in disbelief. Not only Lin Yang was shocked. Even Song Yuan in the audience was shocked. Her charming peach blossom eyes were as big as green apricots. Even her cherry-like mouth was open so wide that 7 or 8 eggs could be stuffed in. Unfortunately, she was wearing a mask and others couldn't see her cherry lips. Yes, Song Yuan was shocked. You have to know that your bodyguard was hired by your family at a high price. Although Song Yuan didn't know where the other party came from. But Song Yuan knew that his skills were quite impressive.
But now he was killed instantly by that embroidered pillow? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Song Yuan would have really suspected that her bodyguard had let this useless person go. Ruan Mi was extremely happy. Her beautiful face was filled with excitement, and her watery eyes were so bright that it seemed as if stars were exploding. She looked at Lin Yang with an extremely charming smile. I knew the little rascal wouldn't embarrass himself. Song Yuan, I think you are a useless person. Ruan Mi said with a smile. There was no hint of sarcasm in her tone. But what he said was so irritating that Song Yuan almost vomited blood. Humph, what are you so proud of? Song Yuan said unhappily. Why do you care about me? I ask you, do you agree to Lin Yang being your boxing master? Ruan Mi's attitude was extremely arrogant. Song Yuan is in a difficult situation. Agreeing would be like slapping yourself in the face. After all, my attitude towards Lin Yang just now was indeed bad. Not only was my attitude bad, but it was also extremely arrogant. You may not agree, but Lin Yang's strength is indeed good. It is obviously the most suitable person for him to teach me boxing. Just when I didn't know how to respond to Ruan Mi, Lin Yang was already standing in front of Song Yuan. He smiled and said, Miss Song, I will teach you seriously. Song Yuan knew that Lin Yang was giving her a way out. Song Yuan is not an ungrateful person. She nodded and said, since you are so sincere, you can teach me. Okay, I'll take a shower, change my clothes, and be right out. After saying this, Lin Yang walked towards the locker room. What's your background? Looking at Lin Yang's back, Song Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm a college student at Jiangnan University. Something happened at home, so I'm working here. Mimi, do you think it's fun to lie to me? Song Yuan looked at Ruan Mi with resentment. What did I lie to you about? How can a college student be so skilled? Others may not know how strong my bodyguards are, but you don't know? Maybe someone in his family taught him. Ruan Mi said with a charming smile. She is in a really beautiful mood. When I think about how Lin Yang got revenge for me today. Ruan Mi was so happy that she wanted to sing. She certainly didn't sing. If she really started singing, Song Yuan would probably strangle herself to death. The little rascal is getting more and more handsome. No, I have to catch him before he and Fu Hongli become a real couple. Then I will give birth to 8 or 10 children for him, hee hee. Ruan Mi swore secretly. After Lin Yang entered the locker room, he took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes and left the locker room. But Lin Yang did not go to find Ruan Mi and Song Yuan immediately. Instead, he went to the bathroom in the club. Lin Yang went to look for someone. As soon as I reached the bathroom door, I saw a skinny old man sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. No one knew the old man's name, he was the bathroom cleaner in the club. Lin Yang walked quickly up to him. No matter whether he is really resting or not. He said directly, Old man, the boxing skills you taught me are awesome. That's right, Lin Yang's boxing skills were all taught by the old man in front of him. When he first came to the club as a sparring partner, Lin Yang was beaten black and blue every day, and his life was worse than death. There were several times when he could not hold on any longer. After everyone got off work, Lin Yang hid in the bathroom and cried several times out of grievance. He was only 19 years old at that time, and not yet capable of taking on responsibilities. Later, he was discovered by the old man, who asked Lin Yang why he was crying. Lin Yang was feeling extremely aggrieved, so he told the old man all his grievances. After hearing this, the old man smiled and asked Lin Yang if he wanted him to learn some skills to ensure that he would not be beaten again in the future, or in other words, it would not hurt so much when he was beaten. Of course Lin Yang didn't believe what the old man said. Later, when he was fighting with others and was beaten black and blue, the old man would occasionally give him some advice or two. Lin Yang listened to him with the mentality of giving it a try. As a result, Lin Yang discovered that this old man was amazing. From then on, Lin Yang would pester the old man for advice. Lin Yang has been using what the old man taught him to fight, but today he discovered that what he taught him is quite powerful. Get out and don't disturb my sleep. The old man scolded in a low voice. Although he was scolded, Lin Yang was not angry. He smiled and said, okay. After saying this, Lin Yang quickly walked towards the boxing ring. Song Yuan was the only one on the huge boxing ring. Where is Sister Mi? Lin Yang asked curiously. Something happened, Lin Yang, I apologize to you for my behavior just now. Song Yuan said somewhat awkwardly. I didn't take it seriously. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
She was really afraid that Lin Yang would hold it against her for what happened just now.
Then let's talk about your salary. Lin Yang laughed and said, I'm not cheap. 50,000 yuan a day for 2 months of classes, what do you think? Hold the grass. 50,000 a day for 2 months. 3 million?
Lin Yang was ecstatic.
Chapter 57 I'm happy.
Lin Yang was ecstatic.
Damn, that's 3 million. It's really a windfall. With this money, the family's foreign debt can be paid off instantly. Mama's illness can also get the best treatment. And I don't have to live such a hard life. Originally, Lin Yang had some opinions about Song Yuan.
After all, she was too arrogant and looked down on others just now. But now, Lin Yang really wants to worship this god of wealth.
Miss Song, if you have any requests, just ask.
Lin Yang said with a flattering look on his face.
Song Yuan hated Lin Yang's money-obsessed face. I really don't know what my best friend sees in him. Isn't he just a little more handsome?
But now is not the time to worry about these things. Song Yuan collected her thoughts and said seriously, this play is very important to me.
I want you to give 100% of your strength to train me. No problem.
If you have any other requests, just tell me, Miss Song. Lin Yang said with a smile.
Train at least 4 hours a day. No problem.
Lin Yang said happily.
Not to mention 4 hours, even 8 hours will do.
Yes, Lin Yang has decided to stop selling dinner temporarily.
After all, if she cooked dinner, it would delay Song Yuan's training plan.
Lin Yang doesn't want to lose the big picture for the small.
But Lin Yang knew that Song Yuan definitely couldn't practice for 8 hours. Because he has already thought about it. Next, Song Yuan will undergo inhumane training. Practice her every day until she completely collapses. The last and most important point, stay away from my bestie. Song Yuan looked at Lin Yang with sharp eyes. The warning is particularly strong. Yes, Song Yuan doesn't like Lin Yang.
Because she felt that Lin Yang was not worthy of her best friend. Although Lin Yang proved with his strength that he is not a useless person.
But that's all. Song Yuan didn't dislike Lin Yang for being poor. In fact, Song Yuan is not that superficial.
She simply felt that Lin Yang was not worthy of Ruanmi.
In Song Yuan's mind, Ruanmi is the best girl in the world. She is beautiful and kind-hearted.
She has never been in a relationship in her life.
Moreover, her family background is extremely prominent. Song Yuan felt that only the top man in the world could be worthy of Ruanmi. But Lin Yang obviously can't do it.
Lin Yang was a little confused.
He looked at Song Yuan in confusion. I really don't understand what she means. Could it be that he wants me to leave the club?
But if I leave the club, where can I teach her boxing?
Miss Song, excuse me, what do you mean by that? What do you mean stay away from Sister Me? Humph, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm telling you, Mimi is not something you can dream of.
Lin Yang was speechless for a moment.
So after talking for so long, Song Yuan thought that I had bad intentions towards Ruanmi? What did I do to give her such an illusion?
Lin Yang smiled helplessly. Miss Song, don't worry about this. Sister Me is not only my friend but also my benefactor. I won't have any improper thoughts about her. This is what Lin Yang really thinks. It cannot be denied that Ruanmi is beautiful and a very nice person.
But what does this have to do with Lin Yang?
He has always treated Ruanmi as his benefactor and friend.
Never had any undue expectations. However, although Lin Yang said it very seriously. But Song Yuan did not let her guard down. After all, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Lin Yang, I've remembered what you said. If I find out that you have any improper thoughts about Mimi, don't blame me for being rude to you. I'm not afraid to tell you that with your identity and background, dealing with you will be easier than killing an ant. Song Yuan's charming peach blossom eyes stared at Lin Yang sharply. You know what, her aura is quite powerful.
Lin Yang nodded and said, well, Miss Song, don't worry, I will do what I say.
Remember what you said. Now, if you have any requests, you can make them.
Lin Yang grinned and asked, Miss Song, can this coaching fee be paid in one lump sum?
Song Yuan snorted coldly and took off the mask that covered half of her face. Hold the grass. Lin Yang's eyes lit up.
It is said that some male stars in the domestic entertainment industry may be ugly, but the female stars are all carefully selected and all of them have top-notch looks. Originally, Lin Yang didn't believe this, but now after seeing Song Yuan, he really believed it. The Song Yuan in front of me had red lips and a fair face, and was flawless.
Beautiful and colorful.
Although Lin Yang felt that she was slightly inferior to Fu Hongli.
But it cannot be denied that Song Yuan's face is definitely one of the best. Just at this moment,
Song Yuan pointed at her own face and said, "Come on, tell me if the word braindead is engraved on my face."
Yes, Song Yuan didn't believe Lin Yang. She believed that Lin Yang would be a good boxing coach.
She also believed that Lin Yang would teach her well.
But Song Yuan doesn't believe in his character.
Even though her best friend repeatedly said that he had a good character.
But Song Yuan just didn't believe it.
Therefore, it was impossible for her to pay Lin Yang 3 million in one go. Although this money is just a drop in the bucket for her.
Lin Yang was a little depressed.
I thought I would be able to escape from the suffering soon.
Unexpectedly, Song Yuan would not pay the fee in one lump sum. However, Lin Yang quickly adjusted his mentality. Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Song. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As soon as the words fell, Ruanmi suddenly came over. Her watery eyes looked at Lin Yang with a smile. Lin Yang, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't you want to see me?
Lin Yang quickly explained, "No, Sister Mi, I have to go back to cook in the afternoon." Ruanmi then remembered that Lin Yang had contracted the canteen, so she smiled and said, "Okay, I misunderstood you. By the way, why haven't you accepted the red envelope I sent you? Sister Mi, you've been good enough to me, you can't take the red envelope no matter what I say."
What? Do you want to make your sister angry?
Ruanmi said, pretending to be displeased. But she was too beautiful. Even when angry, she still carries with her charming charm.
Sister Mi, I won't accept it even if you are angry.
Lin Yang said stubbornly.
He likes money and wants to make money. But Lin Yang will not accept all money.
Ruanmi knew Lin Yang's character, so she had to give up the idea of continuing to persuade him. She sighed depressedly.
Okay, since you're busy, I'll take you back to school.
No, Sister Mi, I can just take a taxi myself.
Lin Yang said quickly. Ruanmi became even more depressed.
She felt that Lin Yang was deliberately keeping a distance from her.
Well then, be careful. Lin Yang nodded. He said hello to the two of them and left quickly. Looking at Lin Yang's back, Ruanmi smiled at Song Yuan and asked, "Is it done?" Song Yuan rolled her eyes at Ruanmi.
You are so incurable for being in love that you would not even tell him even if you paid him.
I'd love to.
Ruanmi said proudly.
Song Yuan didn't want to talk anymore. Chapter 58, Ice and Snow.
After coming out of the club, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yang is under a lot of time pressure. He also had to go back to pick up Fu Hongli, and then go to school to prepare dinner for sale. So he decided to take a taxi.
As soon as I got in the car, Lin Yang's phone rang.
The call turned out to be from Bai Jiqian. When he saw her name, Lin Yang suddenly felt guilty. Because I promised to make up for her music lesson yesterday, but I broke my promise. But Lin Yang still answered the call. He was about to apologize to Bai Jiqian. But Bai Jiqian's resentful voice had already reached Lin Yang's ears.
Teacher Lin, have you forgotten about me?
The girl's voice was not only sad, but also contained a hint of loss. Lin Yang smiled awkwardly and said, "Shanshan, I'm sorry, I'm really busy these 2 days.
I'll give you extra lessons after I'm done with these 2 days, okay?"
"Humph, do you still remember to teach me a lesson?"
Bai Jiqian asked back with a pouty look.
Lin Yang smiled and said, "I remember, of course I remember, I was really too busy, I forgot, please don't be angry, okay?"
To Lin Yang, Bai Jiqian is like his younger sister. Of course Lin Yang didn't want to make her angry.
Bai Jiqian was originally a little depressed. Because I haven't seen Lin Yang for almost 3 days. But after hearing Lin Yang's words, all the depression in his heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. She smiled sweetly and said, "Well, since you are busy, then just do your thing first.
When you are done, come and teach me."
Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
He smiled and said, "Okay, when I'm done, I'll go teach you the first thing I can do."
"Well, Teacher Lin, I'll wait for you."
Okay, Shanshan, if everything is fine, I'll hang up first. Wait. Bai Jiqian suddenly said urgently. Anything else? Teacher Lin, I want to ask you a question.
Bai Jiqian's voice was a little stuttering.
Lin Yang laughed and said, Kid, why don't you just ask directly? Why are you stuttering? Hate it, I want to ask you if you have thought of me these days.
When Bai Jiqian said this, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She knew she shouldn't ask such a question, but Bai Jiqian really couldn't control her emotions. Because she really missed Lin Yang these days.
Yes, of course.
Lin Yang said happily.
This is not nonsense.
When Lin Yang was calculating his income and external accounts last night, he thought of Bai Jiqian. After all, teaching her to play the piano is also a very important source of income for Lin Yang. Bai Jiqian seemed to hear the sound of immortals. The nervous mood disappeared without a trace in an instant.
Instead, excitement.
She wanted to scream with excitement. Not only that, her heart felt as if it were filled with honey.
Sweet. Teacher Lin, I miss you too.
After Bai Jiqian gritted her teeth and said this, she hung up the phone as quickly as possible. There was no way out. Her heart started beating violently again, almost jumping out of her throat. She was afraid that Lin Yang would hear the sound of her heartbeat.
Lin Yang didn't think much about it. He just smiled and couldn't help but say, what a little kid.
Soon, they arrived at Fu Hongli's apartment.
It is indeed much more convenient after having the access card. Lin Yang swaggered into the apartment. The elevator was stopped on the 30th floor. Lin Yang pressed the elevator button.
While waiting for the elevator to come down, Lin Yang sent a message to Fu Hongli.
I'm downstairs, I'll be right up. Soon, Fu Hongli's message came back. Lin Yang was about to open WeChat.
As a result, the elevator door slowly opened.
A burly man walked out quickly.
When he saw him, Lin Yang didn't think much about it. He was about to get on the elevator when he suddenly thought of something.
Lin Yang quickly glanced at the man's back. Then he entered the elevator thoughtfully.
Soon, they arrived at the floor where Fu Hongli was. Lin Yang was about to knock on the door. The door suddenly opened.
Then Lin Yang saw Fu Hongli's stunningly beautiful face.
Even though Lin Yang had seen this face hundreds of times, when he suddenly saw it, he still felt extremely amazed.
Fu Hongli is really beautiful.
So far, only Shen Lizho can compare with her in terms of appearance.
But if we really have to compare the results, Lin Yang thinks Fu Hongli is better.
It's not that Shen Lizho is not pretty, but that she is too inferior and does not have the confidence of Fu Hongli.
Men need confidence, and women need it too. Why did you suddenly open the door? Aren't you afraid that there are bad guys outside?
Lin Yang said with a smile.
Fu Hongli gave Lin Yang a coquettish look.
He said coldly, I'm not stupid, I've already seen you on the surveillance camera. Lin Yang slapped his head and said with a smile, forgot about the surveillance.
Are you busy? If not, let's go to school together. I have to go back to prepare dinner. Not busy.
Fu Hongli said in a calm voice.
Lin Yang smiled and said, let's go.
Fu Hongli turned around, took his cell phone and car keys, and then the two of them got into the elevator together.
Fu Hongli, starting tomorrow, we will not sell meals at night.
Lin Yang said when they went to the basement.
Whatever. Anyway, the cafeteria is yours. If you don't think you're losing money, don't sell it.
Fu Hongli said coldly. Lin Yang actually heard a hint of disappointment in her words. Lin Yang explained with a smile, no, I'm not selling it for the time being. I found myself another job this afternoon, and I earn a little more than selling dinner.
Fu Hongli glanced at Lin Yang and said nothing.
When they arrived at the basement, they got in the car together. Fu Hongli stepped on the accelerator and the car drove towards the school. By the way, Fu Hongli, when I arrived at your apartment building just now, the elevator stopped at the 30th floor. When it reached the first floor, a burly guy got out.
Fu Hongli frowned slightly. What's the meaning?
He looks very much like the guy who came to pry open your door that night that I saw on the surveillance camera.
Lin Yang explained. Are you sure?
I'm not sure. After all, the man's face was not shown in the surveillance video, but his figure is very similar. You said that the first time you were forced to pry open your door, the man was from the upstairs floor of your house, right?
Do you suspect there are two people breaking into my house now? Fu Hongli asked back.
People say that girls with big breasts are stupid, but Fu Hongli shattered this saying with her actions. It must be said that she is really smart.
I immediately understood what Lin Yang meant. That's right.
I now strongly suspect that the people who have ill intentions towards you are not only those living upstairs in your house, but also others.
Fu Hongli was silent.
But perhaps because Lin Yang was by her side, Fu Hongli didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in her heart.
She didn't even take it to heart. What kind of job have you found? Fu Hongli asked suddenly. Lin Yang smiled and said, Do you know Song Yuan? What, is your work related to her? Fu Hongli asked again. Of course she knew Song Yuan. The eldest daughter of the Song family is said to be in the entertainment industry now and is a top star. Yes, my job is to teach her how to box.
Lin Yang said excitedly. Fu Hongli's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Chapter 59 Either choose me or choose her.
Fu Hongli's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Those beautiful watery eyes glanced at Lin Yang.
Then he asked calmly, Do you know Song Yuan?
No, but my boss knows her.
What's your boss's name? Fu Hongli asked again. Lin Yang said, Ruan Mi.
As soon as these words came out, Fu Hongli's expression suddenly became a little strange.
It was indeed her.
Lin Yang noticed that Fu Hongli's expression changed.
So he asked curiously, Do you know Ruan Mi? I don't know him.
Fu Hongli said coldly. Her voice was exceptionally cold. If Lin Yang understood Fu Hongli, he would be able to hear a hint of hatred in her tone. Unfortunately, Lin Yang didn't know much about Fu Hongli, and she always spoke in a cold tone.
So Lin Yang didn't think much about it. Soon, we arrived at school.
Fu Hongli parked the car. Lin Yang was about to get off the car when Fu Hongli suddenly said in a cold voice, Wait a minute.
Lin Yang looked at her suspiciously. What's the matter? Fu Hongli nodded and said, Let me ask you, how much money can you make from boxing in a month?
As for salary, it was originally about 20,000, but since I met you, it's not that high anymore. Lin Yang said with a smile.
Fu Hongli asked coldly, What do you mean?
Lin Yang smiled and said, Since I became your boyfriend, I have become a thorn in the eyes of many people. To be honest, several of your suitors are so upset with me that they went to the club and paid to beat me up. It is precisely because of these people that my current income can be described as horrible.
Fu Hongli snorted coldly. I couldn't help but secretly say in my heart, he really fell into the money trap. He threw away his dignity just to make money.
Although he thought so in his heart, Fu Hongli said coldly, Name a price.
Ah? What do you mean? Let me be frank. I don't want you to continue boxing.
After all, you are my boyfriend, and to some extent, you represent my reputation.
So, name your price.
How much will it cost for you to give up going to the club to fight with me?
Lin Yang was dumbfounded.
He never dreamed that Fu Hongli would say such a thing.
Damn, he just finished Song Yuan's project in the afternoon. That's a $3 million project. That would be an opportunity for me to turn things around quickly. Lin Yang really doesn't want to give up.
Fu Hongli, if you are worried about these, then you can rest assured that I will not let them beat me again in the future.
Lin Yang said quickly. I don't care. Your job has touched my bottom line.
If you want to continue to be my shield and guarantee an income of at least 100,000 yuan per month, then you should resign. Fu Hongli said coldly.
Lin Yang is about to cry. My own 3 million. No, Fu Hongli, please don't be like this, okay? I just talked to Song Yuan this afternoon. Lin Yang pleaded.
He didn't want to give up Song Yuan's project, nor did he want to give up Fu Hongli's project.
Lin Yang wants to make money.
He really wants to pay off his debts. He really wants to make his mother live more comfortably. But why is it so difficult? Yes, Lin Yang felt very aggrieved.
Fu Hongli snorted coldly.
No room for negotiation.
Either choose me or her. Think about it yourself.
After saying this, Fu Hongli was the first to get out of the car.
Hold.
Lin Yang also got out of the car with an extremely unhappy mood. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would never have told her this.
But it's no use saying anything now.
In fact, from a short-term perspective, Lin Yang felt that he should give up Fu Hongli.
After all, Song Yuan gave more.
But what Lin Yang was afraid of was that if he really gave up on Fu Hongli, and Song Yuan suddenly no longer needed him after teaching her for a few days, he would not even have a place to cry. Why can't we have the best of both worlds? Although Fu Hongli asked him to name a price, Lin Yang obviously would not do so. He is not that kind of person. With a depressed mood, Lin Yang quickly walked into the school. Mrs. Lu and Aunt Qin had already prepared the vegetables to be sold in the evening, and Xin Lizhou was cooking porridge. When they saw Lin Yang and Fu Hongli, Mrs. Lu and Aunt Qin greeted them with a smile. Xin Lizhou also wanted to say hello, but she was a little timid. There was no way, she was a little afraid of Fu Hongli. Fortunately, Lin Yang greeted her with a smile. Xin Lizhou's mood instantly became relaxed. There is still more than an hour until dinner. Time is actually quite tight. Lin Yang did not delay. Even if he would not sell dinner from tomorrow, he would at least sell it today. Then we have to prepare today's meal. This is Lin Yang's style of doing things. He doesn't like to do things half-heartedly. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Yang began to prepare dinner. Fu Hongli sat on a chair not far from Lin Yang, looking straight at Lin Yang with her watery and charming eyes. Frankly speaking, Fu Hongli also knew that what he had just said in the car was excessive. But she had no choice. What she was afraid of was not that Lin Yang would be beaten by his suitors, thus losing face. What she was worried about was that Lin Yang was still her boyfriend after all. Even though she paid for him, he was still her boyfriend. If he continued to stay with Ruanmi, it would definitely be disadvantageous to her in the long run. Who knows if Ruanmi will use him against herself? After all, the Fu family and the Ruan family are sworn enemies. The Fu family is based in Shengjing, and the Ruan family is in Modu. Both families are the top families in these two cities. The grudges can rise to the grandfather's level. Moreover, the Ruan family has a very good relationship with the Song family in Hong Kong City. This is also why Fu Hongli felt a pang in his heart when he heard that Lin Yang wanted to teach Song Yuan. What she was worried about was that this matter would involve Ruanmi. After all, it was impossible for Lin Yang, a college student, to know someone like Song Yuan who lived in the clouds. So, she asked Lin Yang's boss first. Sure enough, it was really Ruanmi. Maybe Ruanmi already knows of my existence, and also knows that I am Lin Yang's girlfriend. If this is the case, then things become complicated. Fu Hongli knew that the best way now was to terminate the employment relationship with Lin Yang. Then they will never contact each other again until they die. In this way, Ruanmi would not be able to use Lin Yang to control her, nor would she be able to make Lin Yang do anything that would be detrimental to her. But Fu Hongli inexplicably didn't want to terminate this employment relationship. Maybe Lin Yang did his job very diligently. There could be other reasons as well. Fu Hongli couldn't explain it clearly either. In short, she didn't want to break off her employment relationship with Lin Yang. To be honest, Fu Hongli was a little conflicted. She hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but secretly said in her heart, "Forget it, I will have a good talk with him after I go home tonight. If he can take the initiative to leave Ruanmi, that would be the best. If he doesn't want to leave, I can only let go." After making up his mind, Fu Hongli got up and started working. Chapter 60 How Come She Is So Beautiful? By around 7 in the evening, all the food was sold out. This is naturally due to Fu Hongli's contribution. There's no way, she is too famous in Jiangnan University. There was a constant stream of people wanting to see her. But this is not just Fu Hongli's credit. Lin Yang also made a contribution. His dishes are delicious and reasonably priced. Many of them are returning customers at noon. In short, no matter who deserves the credit, Lin Yang was very happy that the products were sold out in such a short time. The depression that Fu Hongli brought to him disappeared without a trace as sales gradually increased. After dinner, while Xin Lizhou and Mrs. Lu were cleaning the kitchen, Fu Hongli walked up to Lin Yang. "I'm a little tired now and want to go home. Do you want to go back with me?" Fu Hongli asked coldly. Lin Yang had nothing to do in the evening, so he nodded. Before leaving, he briefly explained everything to Mrs. Lu and the others. After coming out of the cafeteria with Fu Hongli, the two strolled in the bustling campus. "Fu Hongli, do you have something to tell me?" Lin Yang asked slowly. Fu Hongli is extremely smart, and Lin Yang is no fool either. He didn't believe that Fu Hongli was tired so early. Lin Yang concluded that she must have something to tell him. "Go home," Fu Hongli said in a calm voice. "All right." The two walked side by side and left the school together. On the way back to the apartment, Fu Hongli said nothing.
Her expression became extremely cold. Lin Yang didn't say anything either.
But his heart was already beginning to feel anxious. Because Lin Yang felt that Fu Hongli was probably going to end the employment relationship with him this time.
Although Lin Yang was very reluctant.
But the initiative was in Fu Hongli's hands, and he could only do as Fu Hongli said.
Soon, we arrived at the apartment.
The two of them went upstairs, each with their own thoughts. After entering the house, Fu Hongli sat on the sofa. Her watery eyes looked at Lin Yang coldly. Lin Yang also wanted to sit on the sofa. But as Fu Hongli stared at him so intently, Lin Yang gave up.
He stood aside and asked with a smile, Fu Hongli, what do you want to tell me? Do you want to end this employment relationship?
Yes, I have such an idea. Fu Hongli said coldly. Although when he came back, Lin Yang had already expected it. But when Fu Hongli said it himself, Lin Yang was still a little depressed.
Damn it, I've only been her boyfriend for 3 days and it's over.
But what made Lin Yang depressed was not that he could no longer be Fu Hongli's boyfriend, but that he could no longer earn her money.
100,000 yuan a month. Okay, although I'm a little disappointed, I respect your decision. However, Fu Hongli, the money I owe you, plus the 100,000 yuan you gave me, a total of 300,000 yuan, I'm afraid it will take a month before I can pay you back. Fu Hongli became unhappy instantly. I just wanted to scare this bastard first.
Let him recognize the current situation and choose to resign from Ruanmi. But who would have thought that he would say such words right when he came up? What's more, what made Fu Hongli most unhappy was that this guy was so decisive and efficient.
There was no intention to even keep him.
It was obvious that the money I gave him was much more than what Ruanmi gave her.
How could he do this to himself?
Or, in his heart, Ruanmi is more important than himself.
Why, do you like Ruanmi? Fu Hongli asked coldly. Ah? Lin Yang was dumbfounded. What kind of logic is this?
It was clearly she who first said she wanted to break up this relationship.
Why are we suddenly talking about Ruanmi? What does this have to do with Ruanmi? Speak.
Fu Hongli raised his voice.
Yes, I like it. Lin Yang responded subconsciously.
Lin Yang did like Ruanmi, but it was not the kind of love between men and women.
It's the love between friends.
No, or to be more precise, Lin Yang admires and is grateful to Ruanmi.
Fu Hongli was stunned. She was deeply shocked by Lin Yang's straightforward answer. Why didn't this bastard try to keep me here? The reason for this relationship is because I like Ruanmi. No wonder Ruanmi is more important than himself in his heart. Fu Hongli was unhappy. She was really unhappy.
Because she felt that no matter in terms of identity and background, or her own face and figure, she was not inferior to Ruanmi. Yes, what Fu Hongli was unhappy about was that he was so outstanding.
But this bastard Lin Yang actually likes Ruanmi. What's wrong with me?
A feeling of not wanting to admit defeat suddenly emerged in my mind.
Like weeds, it madly occupied Fu Hongli's body and mind. She was unhappy, very unhappy. From childhood to adulthood, Fu Hongli has never failed to get what he likes. Oh, like, do you know what like means? Fu Hongli asked with a sneer. Good looking is awesome.
Even though Fu Hongli was sneering at this moment. But Lin Yang still had that feeling, fuck, it's so fucking wonderful. It was so beautiful that Lin Yang was stunned. That stunning face, those watery and charming eyes, even Fu Hongli's beautiful nose and her soft red lips, all made Lin Yang feel like he was about to fall deeply in love with her. Seeing Lin Yang looking at him with a perverted look on his face,
Fu Hongli's first feeling was that he should be angry.
After all, Lin Yang's eyes were too straightforward, so straightforward that they were aggressive.
But Fu Hongli was not angry at all.
Instead, he felt a sense of complacency. Because she knew that Lin Yang had such a reaction because of her good looks. Since she was a child, Fu Hongli knew that she was good looking, but she never thought it was a big deal. But at this moment, she was inexplicably glad that she was good looking.
Fu Hongli, what did you eat to grow up? Why are you so beautiful?
Lin Yang said subconsciously. I swear to God, Lin Yang really just wanted to praise her beauty.
And no other ideas.
This unexpected compliment instantly made Fu Hongli's pretty face blush.
Yes, she was embarrassed. This was the first time Fu Hongli felt embarrassed when facing the opposite sex.
Her fair face was as red as a ripe strawberry. Her watery eyes were so hot that she didn't even dare to look Lin Yang in the eye.
Fu Hongli didn't know why he had such a reaction. It must be this bastard's hooliganism that caused it. Yes, it must be like this.
Fu Hongli defended himself in his heart.
Let me ask you, does your boss like you? Does Ruan Mi like me?
You should like it. But Lin Yang felt that Ruan Mi treated him just as he treated her, they were both friends.
You should like it, Lin Yang said.
After hearing this, Fu Hongli snorted coldly. It turned out to be just as I had guessed.
Since Ruan Mi also likes this bastard, wouldn't it be a big blow to Ruan Mi if I snatched him away from her? When I thought of this, Fu Hongli suddenly became excited.